Hello, hello, and welcome back to the Killer Carnival, my lovely little death blossoms. I am the reason that the FBI agent who monitors your internet activity will be pulling a double shift tonight, and the future ghost with the most, Vivian Noir. And this week's subject was your guys' request. There's a lot to cover here, and a lot of it is very disturbing. We're about to venture into some dark territory, my little lambs, with depictions of murder, sexual violence, and torture. It's not for the faint of heart, and so remember, you have been warned. I used to tell people that every week. Hello, everyone who is joining. Hi, Max. Hi, Cassie. Hi, Lab, Jessica, Daniel, Conry, everybody who has joined. Thank you for joining so far. Let's get into it, shall we? Have the lambs stopped screaming, Clarice? May or may not be the only Hannibal Lecter impression I do this evening. Hi, Frank. So when you stand at a towering 6'9", it might be safe to say that your perspective on the rest of the world might be, well, a little bit different. And that's the understatement of the century for Edmund Kemper, who would be known after his auspicious surrender and capture as the co-ed killer. Police had been on Ed's trail after the murder of his mother in her own home, no less. And no doubt with his unmistakable appearance and personal connection to the crime, he wouldn't be able to lay low for long. It was at a phone booth in Pueblo, Colorado that Edmund Kemper would place a call to the Santa Cruz, California Police Department and spill his guts. More or less. And Ed didn't stop talking. He could have only copped to the final two murders, that of his mother and her friend. He didn't have to confess to the 6 hitchhikers, as there was no physical evidence or any hint of his involvement that tied him to these crimes and any of this mysterious deaths. They had stumped Santa Cruz police for years. But Ed had a lot on his mind and seemed to be glad to get rid of the secrets that he'd kept buried for so long. So Ed talked, and the police listened. And because he did talk, we know a great deal about what motivates such a predator and what strange fantasies and thoughts occupy his mind. Kemper's involvement with Robert Ressler and John Douglas from the burgeoning behavioral sciences unit of the FBI would teach thousands of agents to come what to look for when hunting a serial killer. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, lovely viewers. Let's go back a bit to where this all began. Just share my screen really quick. I'm gonna get better at this, like, smoother transition, you guys.
And then a gun is in the car, hidden. And this craving, this awful, raging, eating feeling inside. I could feel it consuming my insides, this fantastic passion. It was overwhelming me.
Edmund Emil Kemper III's childhood followed a parallel pattern of many other serial killers, starting with a disconnect and discord in the home. His parents, Clarnell and E.E. Jr., had a turbulent relationship, to say the least. His mother was an alcoholic. His dad was just basically emotionally disconnected from the home. He'd been a veteran of World War II and had worked on nuclear projects, and said that testing of the bombs and things like that were child's play compared to spending time alone with his wife. So if that gives you any kind of idea of the difficult nature of this relationship, somebody that would rather endure a nuclear bomb blast than spend time with his wife, well, that kind of spells it out a little bit. They would separate when Edmund was 9 and would subsequently divorce 4 years later. Edmund seemed quite attached to his father, the only other male figures in the household, with a domineering mother and sisters. So his dad was the only male in the home, and he just kind of tried to latch on to that as best he could. And he would seek out that missing father figure in a series of subsequent stepfathers, but none of them seemed to fill the void. He was belittled by the dominant female figures in his life, and he was constantly reminded of his disconcerting and ever-growing size, even as a preteen. His mother and father were both quite tall, so Ed was very tall. He was constantly reminded of the fact from his mother that he was basically a freak and a mutant and was weird. So yeah, she's not Mother of the Year material. No, not at all. Not at all. Electric Pagan. She's not a nice lady. And we'll get there. Like this is not off to a good start, as you can tell. As Edmund grew older, he was banished to live in the basement, as sharing a room with his sister suddenly became like unseemly. Like his mother did not trust him not to hurt his own sisters. Now, before you start making unfortunate Harry Potter and the Giant Murderer parallels about this poor sad sack being shoved off to live in a basement, it wasn't without some genuine motivation, because his parents did have some causes for concern. And to his parents' credit, they did try. They were actually involved in his well-being and upbringing more than most may have been, or most, like most parents of serial killers weren't usually as involved and as hands-on with Ed as his parents were, even despite being separated and estranged and divorced eventually. Ed was difficult, to put it politely. He was socially awkward and seemed unwilling to reach out and make friends, very introverted, very shy. He was also petrified of being physically harmed or beaten up by other boys, despite the fact that he was generally twice the size of most of his classmates. So a weird kind of dichotomy with his size, but yet the fact that he was still so like afraid of everyone and so socially awkward, I guess, and like just like, I guess for lack of better terms, weird. But it goes beyond the normal being shy weird. We'll see how that gets there. So this is not just normal like outcast, I didn't have any friends in high school weird. This is a whole other level of weird. His parents' divorce had definitely left an emotional wound on Ed's psyche that seemed to refuse to heal. Instead, it began to fester into something truly unhealthy. He killed the family cat at 10. He would continue to torture and kill animals throughout his youth. And he began to entertain fantasies that melded together sex and violence, even from a young age. Ed's mother would find him completely unmanageable. So Ed was sent at his own request, and he did run away at a point, to live with his father and stepmother in Los Angeles. So that is a photo of Ed's mother, her engagement announcement to his father. Again, it was not a healthy marriage. It did not last it lasted long enough, I guess, to have several children, but it was tempestuous to say the least. They fought all the time. She belittled Ed constantly. She belittled his father constantly. She just kind of was a harpy of a woman. Yeah, it's Frank agreed. It's like, I feel kind of bad for his upbringing, but at the same time, it's like, dude, you didn't have to go so ham. Like, you didn't have to go ham, but part of me from the 20,000 foot view up can see why this happened. Like, you can see the pieces falling into place, and it's making a very twisted fucking puzzle. Like, you can see the pieces, like this goes here, this goes, oh, I don't like the picture this is making at all. This is a gross picture. It's really yucky. So his father and stepmother would find Ed just as strange and threatening. So he did not stay for very long before being packed off to live with his paternal grandparents, Maud and Ed Kemper Sr., at their 17-acre ranch in North Fork, California, in the winter of 1963. Ed was not pleased to be left at the farm, hoping to be returned home once the holidays had ended. Instead, he was re-enrolled in school and did, while he was on the farm, start to make some positive progress. Teachers and classmates found him quiet, almost meek. The situation at home with his grandparents was peaceful but tense. It was not an easygoing relationship. They found Ed's nature strange and disconcerting, as did like most people in his life, apparently. But he kept busy and out of the way for the most part with his dog and a .22 hunting rifle that he'd been gifted by his grandfather. His grandfather had given him a rifle to hunt, and he would do that. Like, that was something he would channel his aggression into, and for a while that seemed to be working. He would go around and shoot squirrels and gophers around the farm. and some of the birds, even though his grandmother consistently told him not to do that and that he should not shoot the birds. But at the end of the school year, he did get to return home to his mother and sisters in Helena, Montana. But it was a short-lived reunion, to say the least. About 2 weeks later, after Ed went home, he was sent packing back to his grandparents' farm once again. But something was very different about Ed this time, and his grandmother Maud noted that Ed seemed to have regressed in that 2-week period that he was at home. So apparently it only took 2 weeks of Ed being home with his mother to like undo all the progress that had been done while he was with his grandparents, just to kind of underscore yet again how unpleasant this woman was. Was that a reason for him to do what he did? No. But when you basically unlace someone's psyche in 2 weeks after they've made months of progress, you are a terrorist of the highest caliber. Like, you are a psychological, the military should have hired this woman to psychologically torture people. Like, apparently she was good at it. It was her hidden talent. She had a knack for it. If people had state secrets around this woman, she would have talked. They would talk for sure. But his grandmother noticed there was definitely something wrong. His behavior was much more sullen and ominous. And unfortunately, with school being out of session, he was a then constant presence at the farm. So at least before he kind of stayed out of the way, yeah, he was weird, but he stayed out of out of their hair pretty much for the most part. But he was then, with school out, he was around all the time. And that didn't really seem to help. The violent fantasies had redoubled in Ed's mind. And at this time, they were then focused on his grandmother, Maud. And yes, Electric Pagan, that is very correct. His grandmother was not really too much better. Let's just say the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Clarnell was the way she was because of Maud. Her own upbringing was traumatic and was abusive. So, yep, the pattern just runs downhill. So now he was kind of focused on the grandmother. So the violent fantasies started to come back. Except this time they were all honed on her. He imagined her inside the outhouse as he shot it full of holes. He would wait till she wasn't watching and she was unaware, and then he would line her up in the sights of his rifle and would fantasize about killing her. He found her to be a nag and his grandfather a boar. Maud, meanwhile, had become much more wary and unnerved by her strange grandson. She would take Ed Sr.'s 45 with her on at least one occasion as the tension at the farm grew. She'd been afraid of it falling into Ed's hands despite her warnings to him not to touch it. She had little trust in him doing what he was told, it seemed, and Ed took it as a grave personal slight. So he did not take too kindly to her not trusting him, I guess. And it's something that stuck in his head and stuck in his craw about things. That is a very famous quote from Ed. The photo is after he was arrested by right after what we are about to discuss. So that quote was also quoted in the movie American Psycho. It was misattributed to our last week's guest, Ed Gein, but it was actually an Ed Kemper quote. And Jessica's right. This is exactly why we need to bring more attention to mental health issues. This was also in the early 60s when that was basically not a thing. And you just drank and did drugs and just ignored your problems. And that's why there was a whole generation of people with PTSD that would lash out, and because they didn't know how to deal with their issues, because mental health was not a thing at all. So that is a very famous quote. There are quotes throughout this a couple times from Ed himself that I've placed in here. I don't have them marked on the thing, and I vaguely remember where I put them. So this is going to be fun, you guys. I may start talking and have to stop talking because the quote may kick in. Because I'm like, I vaguely remember where I put them, but you know what? We'll figure out if someone else starts talking besides me. We know who it is. So She took the gun away, basically did not trust him. I can't imagine after that quote why you wouldn't trust this person, right? So he brooded on the fact that she did not trust him. And throughout the summer, the tension grew thicker. On August 27th, 1964, he was sitting at the kitchen table with Maude, and they were going over the proofs from a children's book that she was working on. On looking up, she noticed that Ed had an odd look in his eye and a strange expression on his face. It was a look she'd seen many times before, and it seriously unnerved her. So she told him to stop it, like, knock it off. After a moment, Ed picked up his rifle and whistled for his dog, and he said he was going to go outside to shoot some gophers. Maude warned him not to shoot at any birds and return to her work. Ed would walk outside onto the porch, turn as soon as he exited the home, raise his rifle, staring down the sight and through the screen door where his grandmother sat with her back to him at the table. He took careful aim at the back of her head and fired a single shot. Maude would slump forward to the table. She was killed immediately. He would fire 2 more shots, hitting her in the back to make sure she was dead, basically. So he followed through on what he was fantasizing about and kind of always wanted to do. The deed done, he would come back into the house, wrap her head in a towel, and drag her body upstairs into the bedroom. Within a few moments or minutes of his wife's cold-blooded murder, Edmund Sr., his grandfather, would return home from buying groceries. He was unaware of the carnage that had occurred inside. As his grandfather began to unload the groceries from his truck, Edmund set to finish out the job he had started. He raised the rifle, took aim, and shot his grandfather in the back of the head. So, yeah, this was a photo that was taken. That photo there was taken after he was arrested for that. I'm going to pause right there because that is a photo of all his victims. Not all of them. There's a couple missing. His grandparents are not depicted in that photo array. There's one other victim that is not on there. But psychologist Donald Lund, who interviewed Kemper at length, would say of the murders of his grandparents that, quote, in his way, he avenged both the rejection of his father and his mother. So that was kind of like the theory behind it, was that he was angry at his parents. He could not act out on them. So he acted out on the nearest targets to himself. He had aligned his grandfather and his grandmother with his parents in his mind, and that's who he wanted to really get revenge on. They just happened to be near. So while the rage inside of him was quieted for the time being, Edmund Kemper found himself dismayed, not because of what he had done, but because he knew he would inevitably be caught. His grandparents were not the sort to just up and take a vacation or to leave home with no notice. Their friends and family would take immediate notice of their disappearance. Confused and scared, Ed called his mother in Montana, who advised him to call the local sheriff. He was arrested and taken in for questioning, and it did not take him long to confess to both murders of his grandparents. He admitted often fantasizing about killing his grandmother, and that the subsequent murder of his grandfather was a quote-unquote act of mercy so that the old man did not have a heart attack upon discovering his dead wife. Uh-huh. Sure, Ed. Act of mercy, and I'm the Queen of England. Sure. Yeah. Whatever you got to tell yourself, Ed. Edmund was incarcerated basically until it was decided what to do with him. He was examined by a psychologist and found to be psychotic and paranoid. So the youth authority in California remanded him to the custody of the Atascadero State Hospital for treatment. He was admitted there on December 6, 1964. He was only 15 years old. So if that gives you an idea of what we got coming, not off to a good start. Not off to a good start by any means. He is still a minor, y'all. He is still a minor at this point and has already killed 2 people. Because, basically. Just because. So, yeah, like, this isn't going in a good direction already. So he was basically sentenced to a mental institution, a state hospital, instead of jail or prison, because he was a minor and they just weren't really sure what to do with him. Atascadero was a secure facility, but it was by no means a prison. There were no guard towers, no intimidating officers roaming the halls with clubs or guns. One's duration of their stay was based on treatment, not penance. So you didn't just serve your sentence and then leave. You had to be treated and determined to no longer be a harm to yourself or society to be released. Ed, he had a remarkably high IQ. It's documented of being about 145 to 149, which puts him in the genius category. He was given a battery of tests, and he began to gain a certain insight, if not into the nature of his own crime, but into what others thought of that crime.
One victim let me back in the car. I locked myself out. She opened the door for me. My gun was under the seat. What in the hell am I doing telling you that? Am I a masochist? Am I looking to be tormented further? I'm trying to show you just how awful this got, how commanding these rages got.
So that was Ed talking about, he has done extensive interviews, in fact, and that was him talking about the fact that because he looked the way he did and nobody really expected this giant kind of quiet guy to be what he was, and because he got very good at putting on a front of being normal, one of his victims let him back in the car. They were about to be killed, and they didn't feel threatened by him at all. He locked himself out. That person probably would not have died, and they let him back in the car. That's where serial killers shine, unfortunately. They are very good at being charming and getting people to trust them, which is exactly what happened at the hospital. So he didn't accept actual responsibility for his actions, claiming that it was beyond his ability to control his rages and urges. But he quickly learned the language of treatment and the appearance of recovery. He got very good at fooling staff and doctors into thinking he was intending to get well. He took pride in doing a good job, and doctors took favorable note, since sociopaths, which Edmund was diagnosed as being during his time at Atascadero, were generally found to be reluctant and uncooperative. So he was pretty much the opposite. He pretty much did whatever they wanted him to do. He did it with gusto. Like, he did it. They were like, jump, and he was like, how high, sir? So they were like, oh, obviously the treatment's working. It wasn't, though. Ed was just really good at knowing what buttons to push and what loopholes there were. So that's all it took, apparently, to convince medical professionals that someone is not a sociopath anymore. They gave a gold star effort because he gave a gold star effort and was a good noodle. He did his chores and cleaned his room. So it's like, you're not crazy anymore. The standards must have been bargain basement low. Like, wow. Like, hey, don't murder any staff or write a manifesto in blood and feces on the walls, and we'll get you out of here in like 2 shakes. You'll be out of here by noon on Tuesday. It's totally fine. Meanwhile, Edmund was making some less than savory friends while he was at Atascadero. He got to know serial rapists who were incarcerated at the hospital, and they would share details of their crimes with him. Their crude tales of their exploits made a very dark impression. No doubt the intertwining themes of sex and violence that he already had going on in his head were then amplified because of his, developing teenage sexuality, puberty, and they would just have a grave impact on that. His fantasies would become intricate words, and intense amongst this normalized water cooler style talk of violent sexual assaults. Kemper would also take note of what the incarcerated rapists around him had done wrong, like where they had gotten caught. So they either attacked someone they knew as opposed to a stranger, or did it in a public place, or they had left behind living witnesses or evidence. All of this information was quietly filed away into the buzzing bear trap of misogyny that became Edmund Kemper's brain. Filed away for later reference, it would turn out Edmund Kemper knew where the others had stumbled, and he vowed not to make the same elementary mistakes. He would never share these details or fantasies with his doctors, though. No, to them, he behaved and minded his business and worked hard. He claimed religious conversion and could recite biblical verses from memory. Anything that seemed convincing. He was clean-cut and conservative, sheltered and intelligent. Though the world he would step out into after being released 5 years later in 1969 was a culture shock. His first reintroduction into society was at the community college near the hospital. While he was there, he was still under strict supervision of the youth authority. The new wave of hippie love culture combined with sexual freedom was a far cry from the world that he had left behind in 1964. Ed's short hair, mustache, and desire to be a police officer ran in stark contrast to the long hair and establishment challenging hippies around him. So he definitely, not only because he was huge, 6'9", he was kind of a square and stuck out like a sore thumb. So he was easily overlooked. You know, he was too tall, but he did want to be in law enforcement. He did want to be a police officer, but because of his size, there are minimum requirements for height, apparently, and there are also maximum ones. So he was too tall to be enrolled in either the state or local police academies, which left him sorely disappointed. He assuaged this disappointment by purchasing a motorcycle so he could at least feel like a cop. He did very well in his studies, and after 3 months outside, he was paroled for another 18 months. Doctors, while impressed by his progress, advised against him being returned to his mother, who seemed to be the trigger for all of this stuff. She had remarried and moved to Santa Cruz, California. But against the advice of his physicians, the youth authorities sent him straight to her and on a collision course with a violent destiny that would soon be fulfilled. Clarnell Strandberg, her new last name, having been married and divorced again from Ed's father and a couple man in between, had lived in relative peace and tranquility and held a responsible position as an administrative assistant at the University of Santa Cruz campus. The years without her troublesome, intimidating son had brought her some modicum of peace, ex-husband notwithstanding. But that peace was broken almost immediately upon Edmund's return to his mother's home. Neighbors would report loud shouting matches and fights coming from the once tranquil duplex. Edmund would claim that his mother continued to belittle and harangue him, even over the most minuscule of details, like getting his teeth cleaned. So she would just nitpick, apparently, at him. He would seek refuge at a bar called the Jury Room, a hangout for off-duty police officers and deputies. His rejection from the police academy had not dampened his interest in law enforcement, and he would while away the hours discussing the merits and drawbacks of various firearms and kinds of ammunition with the officers off-duty who came to relax after their shifts. He was always respectful of them, and they nicknamed him Big Ed. So making friends with cops, plus this way he could get an inner track to, like, when I do stuff later, because it's not an if, it's a when, I know people I can go to and try to find out what they know, right? Because they trust him. So always thinking. Kemper would bounce around between jobs at this time, but before landing one finally with the Division of Highways. His new job would allow him to move out from his mother's house, and he moved into a small apartment with a roommate in Alameda, California. Still, no matter the distance, Kemper would claim that his mother continued to belittle and berate him over just about everything he did. Not only that, but he would quickly wreck his motorcycle twice. The second time, he walked away with a broken arm and some time off of work, and with money from an out-of-court settlement from the accident, he would purchase a car that very much resembled an unmarked police cruiser. You can maybe see where I'm going with this. He would equip the car with all the appropriate accoutrements, like a radio transmitter and a microphone and a really long receiver antenna. Anything to make it look more official and thus more legitimate, like a cop car. And with his newly appointed car, you guessed it, Kemper began to pick up hitchhikers, small, pretty female hitchhikers. He would study how they reacted to him and how best to get them to trust him. He would deliver them safely to their destinations, all the while privately fantasizing about the violent acts he would indulge in when all the pieces were in place and all the proper preparations had been made. He began to outfit the car for future plans. The antenna would come off, and the passenger door would be rigged so that it would be unable to be opened from the inside. Plastic bags, knives, guns, and a blanket were stored in the trunk. Kemper seemed more than content to be patient, to pick the moment that was right. And that moment came on May 7th, 1972. Marianne Pesce and Anita Lucchese were students at Fresno State College. They were hitchhiking their way to Stanford University after spending a few days in Berkeley. The pair never made it to their destination. The families of both girls filed missing persons reports, but it was hard to make any headway with so many transients and runaways about the Bay Area. Most of them would turn up after a few days at a boyfriend's house or a friend's home, but not Marianne and Anita. Kemper hadn't kept them alive long after picking them up. He drove them around for a bit before pulling off into a deserted area. He retrieved the gun kept under his seat and forced Anita into the trunk before turning his attention to Marianne. He would first attempt to suffocate her with a plastic bag over her head while simultaneously strangling her with a piece of terry cloth. That plan was foiled when the cloth broke and Marianne managed to bite a hole in the bag. Like a boss. She was, fighting for her life. Props, mega props to this woman. Frustrated, though, and not deterred, Kemper pulled out a knife and stabbed her repeatedly, eventually finishing the job by slashing her throat. He would then retrieve a larger knife and would pull Anita from the trunk, where she would meet the same fate. For a while, he drove aimlessly around in the car with the bodies, trying to figure out what to do with them. He would eventually return home to his apartment, bringing both bodies inside the apartment with him. Both were undressed and decapitated, to be quite on point. And Marianne's body was eventually disposed of in the plastic bag that he had attempted to suffocate her in. He kept both of their heads for a time, performing sexual acts with the decapitated heads before disposing of them in a ravine. He would later lead police to where he buried Marianne Pesce's body, but Anita's body and head were never found. Yes, I told you guys this was going to be graphic. His crimes were almost like too crazy for words. Like, his crimes and the things he did were shocking at the time. They're still shocking now. They almost don't sound real. It almost just sounds too out there to be real, but unfortunately was very real. No one would suspect clean-cut Edmund Kemper of anything, so he continued to hunt. On September 14th, 1972, he would pick up Aiko Koo, who saw her picture earlier, and she was in the profile with the 6 other victims. She was a 15-year-old dance student who was on her way to a class. She'd gotten tired of waiting for the bus and had instead decided to hitchhike, though her instincts were heightened the moment she got in the car with Kemper, and she seemed to catch on to his plan and panicked. He convinced her instead that he was going to use the gun to kill himself, so she kept quiet and did not try to flag police down and draw attention to them. She would be not harmed. He would let her go. That was a lie. He would drive into the mountains and turn off the main road, parking somewhere out of sight. He would tape her, Aiko's mouth shut and attempt to suffocate her by placing his thumb and index fingers in her nostrils. She would pass out from lack of oxygen, only to wake up a few moments later. Kemper would suffocate her a second time, which the second time seemed to prove successful. He would then take her from the car, lay her on the ground where he sexually assaulted her, and then strangled her with her own scarf. When he was absolutely sure she was dead, he loaded her into the trunk of the car and drove away from the scene to a local bar for a couple of beers and then back to his mother's house. Occasionally, he would open his trunk, stop the car to gaze at his conquest. Later that night, he'd return to his apartment with Aiko's body in tow. He placed her on his bed. He dissected her like the others, disposing her head and hands separately from the rest of her body. Very little of her remains would be found. So he was very careful with making sure that there was nothing left really behind of his crimes. He was very careful to, again, he had taken all these extensive notes. You guys, to as to what not to do. He had been locked up with criminals. And so not only did he have a criminal mind himself, but he got locked up with people who got caught. So he literally just took notes on okay, how the heck do I not get caught? And sadly was pretty good at it. So it all kind of bends back, like we said, about his mother. This was a picture of his mother and her friend, who were actually his last 2 victims. Ed said multiple times that the women he went after, the women he targeted, a lot of times were co-eds, worked at the campus, worked at the college that his mother worked at. It was like a way to get back to her, back at her. He really wanted to kill her. He was killing her every time he was killing someone. He wanted to destroy something she valued, is what he said. So that's why he went after college girls, because that was something she was proud of. She was proud of working at the university, so he wanted to destroy that. He said that in an interview. Not his words, not mine. But he goes into talking about his mother in this next audio clip. And it is the only time during that interview that he actually breaks and shows any kind of emotion. Otherwise, it is very deadpan. It is very direct and straightforward. He shows no feelings, no remorse during really any of the interviews he's ever done. This is the only time that he actually kind of breaks. It's hard to tell if it's genuine or not, because sociopaths are so good at manipulating their emotions and so good at showing you what they want you to see that you're never really sure if what you're seeing is real or not. So in this next clip, which I'm kind of trying to wait for a second for it to queue up just so I don't talk over it. But it is the only time you'll actually hear him display any kind of emotion. It's a little bit of a longer clip. While we take a little bit of a breather in between, because I know this stuff is graphic, so I kind of want to take a little bit of a break. Does anyone have any questions while we kind of just take a second for a breather? It's a lot, I know. I warned you guys this was going to be a rough one. You thought last week with human lampshades was graphic. Well, I got surprises for you. He absolutely did, Frank. He knew how to put on a show. He knew how to fool people. And that's a common thread in all serial killers, is they're very good at fooling people. They're very good at making you see one face when they have a completely other face that you don't see. Any emotion he would show would be an act. It's entirely possible. It's hard to tell because he was so tied up in his mother and he hated her so much, but he claims he loved her, that it's hard to know if that was real or not. If that was like the damaged inner child actually coming out for a second, or if that was a show because it's like, oh, I killed my mother, I'm supposed to be sad. Cry, you know. Yeah. So he developed the psych ward. Yes, he did. He helped the psych ward develop mental health tests to, like I said, was very smart.
I was woken up by that. I came out. I walked up to her bed. She's laying there reading a paperback, as many thousands of nights before. And she said, "Oh, I suppose you're going to want to sit up all night and talk now." Shit. I looked at her. I said, "No." I said, "Good night." And I knew I was going to kill her, you know. And it was so cold, it was so hard. And that's the first time in 10 years I've looked at it that way. I mean, that intensely, that honestly. It hurts. Because I'm not a lizard, I'm not from under a rock. I came out of her vagina. I say, came out of my mother. And in a rage, I went right back in. For 7 years, she said, I haven't had sex with a man because of you, my murderous son. It's one of our arguments. I cut off her head, and I humiliated her corpse. So there, you know, a 6 young woman dead because of the way she raises her son and the way her son is raised, the way he grows up. And what's her closing words? I suppose you want to sit up all night and talk. God, I wish I had.
So that is the only time that Ed actually breaks and shows any kind of emotion. And I'll use that in quotes because we never know for sure, right? It very much could be something that like, this is where I'm supposed to be sad. I killed my mother. I'm supposed to be sad here. And scene, basically. So 4 months would pass before Kemper would kill again after killing Aiko Koo. He managed to get his hands on a .22 caliber automatic pistol despite having a criminal record. His fear rose eventually that police might catch on to him being in possession of illegal possession of a firearm because he was a felon. This would spur him into beginning killing again that same day, the same day he got the gun, which doesn't make sense. So you're worried about them catching on to you having a gun, so I'm going to go kill people, right? Okay, weird flex, Ed, but okay. On January 8th, 1973, he would pick up Cindy Shaw and drive into the hills near Watsonville. He would force the young woman into the trunk and shoot her in the head with his new gun. The bullet would lodge in her skull. He would return to his mother's house with his victims, having recently moved back in with his mother from his apartment. And when his mother left for work the next morning, Kemper would have sex with Cindy's corpse. He then dissected her in the bathtub and take great care to remove any traces of evidence that he may have left on her body, even going through the pains of removing the spent bullet from her head, like taking it out and taking the severed head and burying it in his mother's backyard. In a dark twist of humor, Kemper would bury Cindy's head facing upwards toward his mother's bedroom, since Clarnell always, quote, wanted people to look up to her. I don't know if that's the worst pun of all time, but it's up there, y'all. Savage, Ed. Savage. Savage burn. He would dispose of the body parts by placing them in plastic bags and throwing them over a cliff, but authorities would find the remains within 24 hours. They kind of caught on to this one quickly. So perhaps the net was starting to close around Kemper, but he seemed to be unfazed. He didn't seem very concerned. He seemed very confident in the fact that he did not leave any physical evidence behind, had been very careful. So within a month, he killed again. On the night of February 5th, 1973, Kemper and his mother had a huge blowout fight, which caused him to storm out of the apartment, sending him keyed up and ready to hunt after, out into the world. He picked up Rosalind Thorpe at a gas station and chatted with her for a short time before picking up another hitchhiker, Alice Liu. She got in the car without hesitation, Alice did, seeing Rosalind already in the car. So she already saw a woman in the car and figuring it was safe. She got in the car. Plus, there was a prominently displayed UC Santa Cruz University parking sticker on the car because Ed's mom worked there. So at the time, because there were already alerts going around of missing hitchhikers and things like that, so campus police and authorities were telling women, don't hitchhike, number one. Number two, don't get in any cars that aren't they were encouraging them not to get in strange vehicles, but they were like, if you have to get into a vehicle, get in one with a sticker on it, like the college sticker, only go with other students. Well, that kind of backfired because they didn't realize that the murderer's mom worked at the school, so his car had a sticker on it. So they basically just kind of led him right, right into that. And plus, he didn't look like, people had a very distinct picture of what monsters looked like at that time as to what psychopaths looked at that time. And Ed did not look like that. He did not look like a creep. He did not look like the leering monster in the shadows. But as you'll notice, and many of you already know, serial killers rarely do. They rarely look like that. You would not get any victims if you looked like a hunchbacked, drooling, creepy weirdo. If you look normal, you get people to get in your car. So they rode around for a while, Rosalind, Alice, and Ed. And this time, Kemper didn't even stop the car to do the deed. He drew Rosalind's attention to a lovely view off the passenger side. And as she looked, he slowed down the car down, drew the gun, and shot her in the back of the head. Quickly, he would turn the gun on Alice in the back seat, shooting her several times. But she was not quite as fortunate as Rosalind and did not die immediately. He would deal the fatal shot once he got out of town before pulling aside and then transferring both bodies to the trunk. He stopped for gas, then returned to his mother's apartment before quickly making an excuse to leave again, this time for cigarettes. Once outside the apartment, he would pull the car to the street. Now, yeah, listen. He pulled the car to the street and opened the trunk. There are 2 dead bodies in said trunk. And he even said on this last one, he's like, there are multiple times that I should have gotten caught, but I didn't. So it's just it's one of those was fortune just smiling on you, Ed? What the hell? You opened the trunk in a public street with dead bodies in it. He beheaded both victims while they were in the trunk. And the next morning, he would bring Alice's body inside and have sex with it in his room. He would then bring Rosalind's body upstairs following to remove the bullet lodged in her head, as he had done with his previous victim, Cindy, in order to remove any trace of ballistic evidence. He would dispose of the bodies in the same fashion he had the others, the head and hands dispersed separately from the rest in order to minimize the chances of identification. This is a photo, a pretty famous photo of Kemper after he confessed, talking to one of the detectives, having a cigarette with them. And even the detectives said at the time, the ones that interviewed him, everybody that talked to Ed Kemper said they liked him. That they liked him. He was a fun guy. He was fun to talk to. Like, he was charming. They liked chatting with him. They almost liked him. Makes you kind of very concerned, doesn't it? He even says that they were like, well, how did you learn how to trick the police? How did you learn how to trick the cops and like fool the police? He's like, from crime shows. He watched a lot of police procedurals and documentaries. So he's like, he's like, you're going to think it's funny. He's like, but television. He's like, I watched shows and like, this is what you do and you don't get caught. Like, you don't do this, don't do that. You know, don't fall for this trap when they ask you this question. Like, I know what they look for. So he basically just, educated himself not only from asking actual criminals, but from watching television was a big portion of it. That's how he learned he knew what the cops would ask. He knew the procedures for it. He knew how things went and what to say and what not to say. So it's a little, something to think about. Yes, charismatic for sure. So Clarnell Strandberg, but Nate Kemper, seemed to never suspect her odd and irascible son of such acts of depravity and carnage. But while he unnerved her, she likely never thought that she would become one of his final victims. But finally, on Easter weekend, about a month after the deaths of Alice and Rosalind, Edmund Kemper finally decided that the time had come to be rid of the woman who had tormented him his entire life. After coming home from a party, some people say drunk, but that's never been confirmed, Clarnell woke her son up with her arrival. While sitting in bed reading a book, she noticed Kemper enter her room, as he said in the quote, and said to him, "I suppose you're going to want to sit up and talk all night now." Damn, Gina. Really have to come in with the attitude. Okay. To which Kemper simply replied, "No, good night." He waited for her to fall asleep before returning to the room with a claw hammer. He bludgeoned her with it several times before slitting her throat. And in a mockery of her constant abuse of him, an act that even Kemper's voice would break at for the only time during his tape confession, which you guys heard earlier, he would admit to having sexual intercourse with the severed head before placing it on a mantle and screaming at it for an hour. Then he used the severed head as a dartboard, literally threw darts at it, and ultimately smashed her face in with the hammer. So, wow, Ed, rage much? Jesus. He wasn't done. And he was not done. Hold on. He then cut out her tongue and vocal cords and placed them in the garbage disposal. The disposal, however, could not break down the tough vocal cords and would spit the organ back out into the sink. That seemed appropriate, Kemper later stated, as much as she'd bitched, screamed, and yelled at me over the years. Had to get the last minute burn in, did we, Ed? Wow. Now I see where you get the sass from. Now I see where you get the fucking sass from, Ed. This is a picture. This photo here is him showing detectives where he burial sites for some of his victims. He would hide his mother's body in a closet, clean up around the house a little bit, and then leave the house for a few beers. He decided ultimately that if someone else was found dead with his mother at the home, that suspicion might point away from him. Don't really know how he got to that conclusion, but how we got from A to purple, but all right. So he would return to the duplex and call Sarah Hallett, his mother's best friend, over to have her invite her over under the guise of dinner and a movie. And he said it was a surprise for his mother. He was like, "Oh, we're going to making her dinner as a surprise. Will you come over?" So when Sarah Hallett arrived, Kemper would strangle her in order to create a cover story that she and his mother had gone away on a vacation. He then would attempt to have sex with Sarah's body before storing it in the closet, leaving a note on it that read, "Approximately 5:15 a.m. Saturday. No need for her to suffer anymore at the hands of this horrible, murderous butcher. It was quick. Asleep. the way I wanted it. Not sloppy and incomplete, gents. Just a lack of time. I got things to do. Unquote. That was the note. Kemper would then tidy up the home one more time, and he would flee the scene. First in Sarah Hallett's car, but then he got paranoid that somebody would notice that the car was stolen, or that was her missing car, and he didn't want to be discovered in it. So he would then abandon the car, Sarah's car, at a gas station in order to switch to a rental car. He made some excuses to, like, he needed something fixed and just ditched it at the station and just never came back for it. He would drive nonstop to Pueblo, Colorado from Santa Cruz, California, taking caffeine pills to stay awake for the 1,000-mile journey. He was stopped once for speeding, but was calm and collected when he was pulled over. He paid his fine and was allowed to move on. This sounds a lot like Ed Bundy. Wow, I just combined 2 serial killers into one really terrible thing. Ted Bundy did get pulled over as well when he was on his flight after he had escaped from jail. He had gotten pulled over multiple times and got let go multiple times. So, yep. You can smile and be charming. You yourself can get out of anything. And that just kind of proves it. So he drove all night, basically, to Colorado. And he had 3 guns words. Yes, Ed. We have 2 Eds back to back. We had Ed last week and Ed this week.
I was losing a grasp on something that was too violent to keep inside forever.
Watch out for Eds, guys.
As I'm sitting there with a severed head in my hand, talking to it, or looking at it, and I'm about to go crazy, literally. I'm about to go completely flywheel loose and just fall apart. I say, wow, this is insane. And then I told myself, no, it isn't. You're saying that. And that makes it not insane.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that, Ed, sure. You're talking to a severed head. Edmund. Baby, no, what is you doing? Like, you're talking to a severed head and you threw darts at it and you did all sorts of other fucked up shit to it. Outside of wearing it as a hat or as a cod piece, I'm like, dude, what the hell, Ed? And then it was like, I said, this is insane. And then went, no, it isn't. I'm talking about it. What kind of Indian in the cupboard? I can't with this dude. So drives to Colorado with all this stuff in his car. So he has guns and ammunition in the car, by the way, while he's driving, nonstop, stays awake the entire time. Because he was convinced he was the target of a full-fledged manhunt. He thought the bodies have been discovered by now. They're on to me. They're on my trail. I'm just booking it, right? I don't really know who knows what he had planned in here, but had plenty of like guns and stuff in the car. But then he heard nothing on the news about the murders of his mother and Hallett when he arrived in Pueblo. Like, there was nothing, not a peep. He like checked papers, checked everything. I mean, this was after he was caught, this article here. But was fully convinced he was a wanted man and was like, you're not going to catch me, cop. Oh, there's nobody behind me. Oh, okay. Well, are you sure? Like, really? There's nobody behind? Okay. So I guess disappointed that there was not this full-fledged, Malibu's most wanted fucking manhunt after his ass. He found a phone booth in Pueblo, Colorado and called the police himself. He called Santa Cruz Police Department and confessed to the murders of his mother and her friend, but police were convinced that he was a crank caller and told him to call back another time. They did not take him seriously. Several hours later, Kemper would call the Santa Cruz police again, and this time asked to speak to an officer that he knew personally. He would make his confession a second time and wait for the authorities to pick him up. Once he was finally in custody, Kemper seemed more than eager to talk and continued his marathon confession, admitting to the murders of the 6 missing hitchhikers. When asked later why he turned himself in, since no suspicion was on him at all, and as to any murders, he said, quote, "The original purpose was gone. It wasn't serving any physical or real or emotional purpose. It was just a pure waste of time. Emotionally, I couldn't handle it any longer. Towards the end there, I started feeling the folly of the whole damn thing. And at the point of near exhaustion, near collapse, I just said to hell with it and called it all off, unquote. He's also said that he basically the reason that he killed, the whole reason he killed, the crux and the catalyst for all of this was his mother. And once she was dead, like, it was done. That was it. Like, once she was gone, the reason for the killing was over and the rage was sated and never came back. So that was also a huge reason behind it, is that he said that, yep, when she was dead, like, I just didn't want to do it anymore. There was really no point because it was her I was killing the whole time. And then when she was dead and out of my life, well, we good, fam. This is a photo of the police digging up remains and things like that and looking for discarded remains. So he, of course, was then arrested. They actually did believe him that time. And he was indicted on 8 counts of first-degree murder. His public defender thought that the only defense would be attempting an insanity plea due to the nature and explicit detail of Kemper's confession. He also attempted suicide twice while he was in custody. 3 court-appointed psychiatrists found him to be legally sane. One of the psychiatrists, Dr. Joel Fort, investigated his juvenile records and the diagnosis that he was once psychotic. But Fort also interviewed Kemper, including while under the influence of a truth serum, and relayed to the court that Kemper had engaged in cannibalism, alleging that he sliced the flesh from the legs of his victims, then cooked and consumed these strips of flesh in a casserole. I mean, if you're going to do it, I guess a casserole is the way to go. I hope it was in a Pyrex dish. Otherwise, blasphemy. Nevertheless, Fort determined that Kemper was fully cognizant in each case and stated that Kemper enjoyed the prospect of infamy and being labeled a murderer. Kemper then did later recant the confession of cannibalism, but nobody knows for sure if that's, true or not, or if he ended up like, he should have made jerky. Just saying. Tacos. Why not? Because carnitas. Hear me out. Street tacos. Leg street tacos. Hear me out. California used the McNaughton standard, which held that for a defendant to, quote, establish a defense on the grounds of insanity, it must be clearly proved that at the time of committing the act, the party accused was laboring under such a defect of reason from a disease of mind as to not know the nature and the quality of the act he was doing. If he did know it, that he did not know what he was doing was wrong. That's the actual standard. That is the McNaughton standard for establishing a defense on the grounds of insanity for California. However, Kemper appeared to know of the nature of his acts and that he knew that they were wrong. He'd also shown malice aforethought. So basically out the window with any kind of insanity defense. On November 1st, Kemper took the stand. He testified that he killed the victims because he wanted them, quote, for myself, like possessions, unquote, and attempted to convince the jury that he was insane based on the reasoning that his actions could have only been committed by someone with an aberrant mind. He said 2 beings inhabited his body and that when the killer personality took over, it was, quote, kind of like blacking out. Sure, Ed. Nobody bought that shit. Much like the ugly sweater on a clearance rack, nobody bought it. On November 8th, 1973, the 6-man, 6-woman jury deliberated for 5 hours before declaring Kemper sane and guilty on all 8 counts. He himself asked for the death penalty, requesting death by torture, which I don't know, Ed. Did you get a menu? Were you handed a, like, these are our methods of execution, sir. Which would you like for this evening? We're currently running a special on lethal injection. That's a buy one, get one. And the electrocution, to die for. You don't get to choose, Ed. That's not on the menu. It's not a selection. It's not a thing. For such a smart person, that was a really dumb thing to say. Really dumb question. Just saying. However, at the time that he was sentenced, the death penalty had been overturned by the Supreme Court in the United States. So no states were doing it. There was a moratorium placed on capital punishment. And he instead received 7 years to life for each count. with these terms to be served concurrently and was sentenced to the California Medical Facility. In the California Medical Facility, Kemper was incarcerated in the same prison block as other notorious criminals such as Herbert Mullen and Charles Manson. Kemper showed particular disdain for Mullen, who committed his murders around the same time and in the same area as Kemper. He described Mullen as, quote, just a cold-blooded killer, killing everybody he saw for no good reason. When you get slammed by another serial killer for your method of killing, was that shade? Was that Kemper being shady? Was he just like, well, I guess you could just like kill anybody for no stupid reason, but whatever. At least I had a reason because my mother was fucking psycho. You're just gross. Classy, trashy. Like, I was like, pop off, sis. Okay. Like, wow, Ed, really? Like, okay, coming out the gate hard with that one. So Kemper manipulated and physically intimidated Mullen, who stood at 5'7". He was a full foot shorter than Kemper. And he said, Kemper in a couple interviews basically said that he was that kind of guy that little man syndrome, sort of, I guess, where he was like, he didn't like big guys. He was intimidated by big guys and was just immediately physically intimidated and didn't like him. So he said Mullen had a habit of singing and bothering people when somebody tried to watch TV. So I threw water on him to shut him up. Then when he was a good boy, I'd give him peanuts. Herbie liked peanuts. That was effective because pretty soon he asked permission to sing. That's called behavior modification treatment. So yes, Edmund Kemper mind-fucked another prisoner while incarcerated. He basically pulled the whole like fucking Pavlov's dog shit with another inmate to get him to not be annoying. So because he found out, and it's interesting to find out this whole thing, because he said he would do these obnoxious things, he would act out, and all these other inmates basically just wanted to beat his ass and like kill him, right? So Ed's like, I'm just going to get him to stop doing these things, and he's already afraid of me, so this shouldn't be that hard. So he's like, I found out that he likes peanuts, so I bought as many packets of peanuts as I could from the commissary. I bought as many as I could, and I gave one to him. And I was like, hey, Herbie, you like peanuts? And he was like, yeah, I really do. And he's like, and I knew. He's like, I knew I had him. So he's like, I handed it to him through the bars and like just left it there. He goes, so when he was good, I would reward him with peanuts and be like, hey, I have plenty. Like, he's like, you have any left? He's like, yeah, no, just keep eating them. They're good. I got plenty for you. And then when he was annoying, he would let the other prisoners across tell him where he was at in the cell, because they were in cells next to each other. So Kemper could not see where Herbert Mullen was at in his cell. So he would get the other prisoners across the way to tell him, oh, is he in his bunk? Oh, is he at his desk? So he had a clean shot at him. So when he was being annoying and would be loud, he would throw water on him. Pretty soon, he basically started asking permission. And I'm like, that is how you mind fuck somebody and manage to do it while in jail. That is impressive and a little terrifying. So what became of Ed Kemper, you ask? Well, he's still alive, ladies and gents. He remains among the general population in prison and is considered to be a model prisoner. He was in charge of scheduling other inmates' appointments with psychiatrists for a time and was an accomplished craftsman of ceramic cups. He was also a prolific reader of audiobooks for the blind. A 1987 Los Angeles Times article stated that he was the coordinator of the prison's program and had personally spent over 5,000 hours narrating books, with several hundred completed recordings to his name. He was retired from these positions in 2015 after he experienced a stroke and was declared medically disabled. While imprisoned, Kemper has been very forthcoming about his crimes and has participated in dozens of interviews, including a segment in the 1982 documentary, The Killing of America, as well as an appearance in 1984's Murder No Apparent Motive documentary. The Killing of America, his in-depth interviews have contributed to the understanding of the minds of serial killers. His work with former agents Robert Ressler and John Douglas of the FBI helped spur the nascent serial killer profiling program at the FBI, which is famously depicted in Silence of the Lambs. Douglas described Kemper as, quote, among the brightest inmates he's ever interviewed and, quote, capable of a rare insight for a violent criminal. Kemper himself has stated that he participated in such interviews in order to save others like himself from killing. At the end of his appearance in Murder, No Apparent Motive, in the interview, he said, quote, there's somebody out there that's watching this and that hasn't done that hasn't killed people and wants to, and rages inside and struggles with that feeling, or is so sure they have it under control. They need to talk to somebody about it. Trust somebody enough to sit down and talk about something that isn't a crime. Thinking that way isn't a crime. Doing it isn't just a crime. It's a horrible thing. It doesn't know when to quit, and it can't be stopped easily once it starts, unquote. He has been eligible for parole beginning in 1979, but was denied that year and subsequently in the following years through 1982. He waived his right to a hearing in 1985. He was denied parole again at a hearing in 88, where he stated, quote, society is not ready in any shape or form for me. I can't fault them for that. He was denied parole twice more, 91 and 94, before waiving his right to a hearing again in 1997, and then in 2002. He attended the hearing next in 2007, where he was denied parole again for an 8th time. Prosecutor Ariadne Simon said, quote, we don't care how much of a model prisoner he is because of the enormity of his crimes, unquote. Kemper waived his right to a hearing again in 2012 and was most recently denied parole a 9th time in 2017. He is next eligible for parole in 2024. So only about 3 years from now. Though Kemper does seem resigned to the fact that he isn't going anywhere anytime soon. That's okay with him, and I can probably speak for all of you and myself when I say that's okay by us too. So that is a photo of him leaving after being sentenced to 7 life consecutive sentences. He is 72 currently, Daniel. 72, 73. So yeah, he is still in prison. He is still alive in prison. He is going to be up for parole in 3 years. He will probably, much like Manson, it's like more of a formality than anything, because they have to, once parole is basically granted and you're admitted to apply for parole, you have to be allowed to apply for it should you choose. Manson was up for parole for decades, obviously never got out and died in prison. So it's a formality pretty much. That's like, okay, well, we'll give you the carrot. You're never going to get it. You're going to die in here, but we have to go through the tap dance pretty much. So that pretty much wraps up Ed Kemper, you guys. The slideshow is the thing's not over. We have a couple more minutes in there, and I believe there is one more quote that I have put in towards the end. Does anyone have any questions while we wait for that to roll? The timing on this is a current photo. Well, as current as 2013. I could not find anything more current than that, but that is the way he appears now-ish. He's still big and still looks pretty much the same, but just old. Yeah, it would be sad to see him follow Manson. Yeah, he's going to. Like, there is no way he is getting out of prison ever. Like, ever, ever, ever. It doesn't matter if he's up for parole or not. The state's going to be like, yeah, no, that's fine. Bye, Ed. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, because we don't ask prints on our door. Goodbye, Ed. You might as well just walk in a revolving door, just walk in and just like walk back out. Like, I showed up. Goodbye. And who knows? He has multiple times waived his right to a hearing, so he may do that again in 2024. Don't know. Yeah, he's not in good health either. He's has a lot of health problems. He's had a stroke. He is still medically disabled, had a stroke in 2015. So is not in great health. He's, in his 70s now. I think the quote's coming up pretty soon, because I think this is close to the last slide. But yeah, it's generally not too much in the eyes there, right? It is a pretty common thread for most serial killers when you watch them being interviewed or look at their photos. There's definitely something wrong about the eyes. What does it go? The eyes have it. Well, their eyes don't have it. Their eyes have nothing. It was just empty. Yeah, he is confined to a wheelchair currently. Truth in the matter. You are welcome. He is depicted on, I don't know of any movies per se. There are several documentaries, the ones I mentioned in here. There is also, he was in the first season of the show, Netflix show Mindhunter. He is depicted as doing his interviews with the division, the behavioral sciences people at the time, and giving them hints on and insight into like a serial killer's mind. So Mindhunter is probably the only other one outside of the documentaries that exist with his interviews. Most of them are on YouTube, actually, you guys, like, because they're old enough that a lot of them have been posted on YouTube. Did I not put another quote in there? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Anyways, so who next week? So that was our poll. He won the poll, obviously. There's a lot of YouTube material on Edmund Kemper, for sure. Hey, everybody. Thank you. It's this. You guys would probably think I'm nuts for like what I do, because how I do these is I'll sit there and I pull up like I pull up various. Oh, it faded out into nothing. I don't know why I did that. That was weird. Anyways, I sit there and I do research and I like pull up quotes, and I'm pulling up stuff on YouTube for serial killers, and I'm listening to like boppy, like, you know, cheerful music, because this stuff takes you to a real dark place inside your head sometimes, and the music helps. So I'm just like sitting here like rocking out to like cheerful music while I'm like reading articles about, you know, severed heads and shit, and yup. Yup. just a little weird. So who do you guys want next week? We have, I mean, there's still the possibilities. We had 3 people in that poll. We had Gacy. We had Bundy, who I think was runner-up, was Bundy. You guys want Bundy next week? American Psycho, yep. American Psycho is a great movie. Hello. Waiting for the things to catch up. The comments are very far behind. DJ Blue said Night Stalker. Night Stalker Ramirez, that's a good one. There's an app, and I'm sure you guys are aware of it, called Reface. There is a clip on there from American Psycho, the whole Hip to Be Square clip where he's getting ready to chop a guy and he's got the tarp on. I may have put someone's face on that I have on my phone, and I cried laughing at it. I cried laughing because it's really creepy, and really I was like, this works way too well and I hate it. I hate it. Take it back. I really hate it. I'm not going to tell you whose photo it is. You guys can probably guess. Bundy, if I have Zac Efron as a guest, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Bundy, I've already done. You want to do Bundy? Okay, we'll do Bundy. Let's do, so we'll do Bundy, and then we can do creepy fucking clown, Gacy, because he was another one. He was 3rd runner-up. So we'll just go 1, 2, 3. We'll go Kemper, Bundy, Gacy, and then we'll do Night Stalker. How about that? How about we do Ramirez after that, and then Son of Sam after that? Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I mean, I think most people would, dude. Like, if I had Zac Efron on here, like, my subs would be through the roof, for sure. I know some of you saw my photo. Yeah, that's why I hate clowns. Well, here, to be fair, Gacy also never killed anyone dressed as a clown. That's a whole other thing. My shirt, which is amazing, and I love it. You guys have seen it. It's on Instagram. Yes, so it is the Unsolved Mystery shirt that I have on is made by Western Evil. It is a website, westernevil.com. They do a lot of punk-themed kind of stuff. This is the Black Dahlia, which is my favorite unsolved murder mystery of all time. So you have the before and after photos. At the bottom of the shirt, it has the Dahlia letter, the one that was sent to the police with the letters cut out. yes, that is what it looked like when she was found. Her mouth was cut here. It was not pretty. She was in many pieces. So that is my favorite unsolved crime of all time, is the Black Dahlia. So we got ourselves a lineup. I don't have anything for tomorrow's regular dead hours, you guys, because my interviews got pushed back to January. So we either have a couple options. Hey, Cody, how's it going? You missed all the fun details of what I just went over. Like, that was crazy. The guy that's convinced his doctor was, yeah, I do think Steve Hodella is correct. I think he's definitely onto something. I really wish they would have been able to investigate the house more, because they did get some turnups, I guess, from they had dogs, the cadaver dogs kind of searched the area, and they did get like hits in several areas of the house, but somebody else lives there. It's private property. They weren't able to investigate it further. And unfortunately, there is no remaining physical evidence that could really be tested at this point. Yes, Cody is team rewatch. Team rewatch, you guys. This one was rough. This one was fun to research, because I'm like, I am 99% sure that the FBI agent who's watching me through my computer is going like this. Maybe we should watch this one. Like, she's weird. Like, I don't know. Like, she's looking up severed heads. I don't know. Dude, I don't know. He's like this. He's like, I need a supervisor over here. Seriously. Yeah. So we got ourselves lined up. So I don't have anything. I don't have anything for next. Oh, Eileen Wuornos. Definitely. We got to do one on Eileen, Our Lady of Florida, Eileen Wuornos. Oh, I am already on a watch list. 100%. I'm an author. I write horror books. So search history, they've already got me on a watch list for sure. CIA remote viewing. They just like turn the camera on. They're like, what is she doing? Why is she looking up stuff like that? There is also a fun term that I'm not going to say in this video, but I had to look it up, because I went, oh, that's what that's called. Okay. Fair play, you guys. A term that I was unaware of, which, shocker. But tomorrow I don't really have anything for regular dead hours. Hey, Crow. For regular dead hours, unfortunate, because again, my interviews were pushed back. So do you guys want to see another, so here's your options. Since y'all are here, and Steve, the FBI agent who's watching this, you get a vote too. Your name is Steve now. I don't care what your name is, but I'm calling you Steve. What do you guys want to see? I had an idea. So I have a couple ideas. Ooh, Cody's going to be on tomorrow. Cody, you want to be on tomorrow? We could just do another live hangout. And actually, what I was thinking, okay, so get this. Thinking about it. So, Steve, yes. We could do a live hangout, kind of like we did last. We'll get back to the Wham thing in just a second. I'm going to put a pin in that and circle back. But we could either just do a live hangout like we did for Christmas Eve and just like hang out and talk about paranormal shit, or we could, I could do an episode on where we talk about like how different paranormal equipment works, which we could kind of go into that during a live stream if you guys are interested. Hey, Sean, if you guys are interested in like hearing about like how K2s work and how like that sort of stuff works, I could do something like that. Or I was thinking there is a virtual tour, you guys, that we can do of the Winchester Mystery House. Like, I can pay for the tour. It's like $8. And we get to do like a guided tour through the like virtual through the computer, and I can just share screen and share tab, and we can do that. We could do all together, a group. What do you think? Is that dumb? Do you guys want to do that? Let me on now. Am I letting you on now, Crow? What's going on? Huh? Are you going to do it tomorrow? We're going to do it tomorrow. Is that fun? Do you guys want to do that? Sweet. Okay, so we will do a virtual tour of the Winchester Mystery House, since I think it's reopened, but is opened very limited. So I'll do the thing and I'll kind of look into it, because I did it during quarantine, you guys. It was free during quarantine. At the beginning of quarantine in March, they were offering free trips on the 40. It's like a 45-minute tour too. It's like a full-on like tour, and it was really interesting. Like I obviously wanted to go there anyway, but it was really fascinating. So for sure. And then if you guys want to come up, obviously Cody, Sean, Crow, I'll let Patrick and Jason know. Like if you guys want to come up as guests, and we can just do like Patrick and Jason have been there. Well, Jason hasn't been there. Patrick's been there. But if you guys just want to come up and we just like hang out and do like a walkthrough of like the Winchester Mystery House, like a virtual like tour, and we don't have to leave our houses, what? Like, you've been there? Cody's been there too. So Cody's been to the Winchester. It's like, I mean, if you live in California, it's like, I feel like it's a required place to visit, like, honestly. But I was like, if you guys want to do that, we can just do that and just do stuff like that and have fun. There was another one that I did 2 virtual tours. No, and that's the beautiful thing. No, you don't have to wear pants, DJ Blue. You don't have to wear pants for this thing, because you're in your house. You're not off till 7. That's okay. We can go at 7. What time do you need, Cody? We can do like 7:30 instead of 6. Totally fine with that. This shouldn't take that long. Whatever you want. We can make it happen. So there are other virtual tours that we could also do. 7:30. Perfect. Works for me. There are other virtual tours that you can do. So there's that one. I did the one of the catacombs in France. There's that one you can do a virtual tour of. It's not very long though. It's kind of a little bit disappointing, but there's that one. I did a virtual tour of Pripyat, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with. That's the town outside of Chernobyl that is still abandoned, that still has nobody living in it. Nobody is able to live there for probably the next 200 years because it is so polluted with it's so polluted with radiation. But you can do a virtual like Google Map tour of it. You can also do one of the Dracula's castle. Like, you want to know? Crow, hold on. God, Jiminy Christmas, Crow. Give me a second. Let me send you the fucking link. Hold on. PJ party. Yes, PJ party. We totally can. Do you guys want to have a pajama party? We're gonna have a pajama party at the Winchester Mansion. This is amazing. I was like, do you want me to let you? I was like, if you want me to let you on, I will. Do not threaten me with a good time, Crow of Judas, because I will send you that link right the fuck now. Do you want it? DJ Blue says, let Crow on. I need his sexy voice. I'm pretty sure that's like, I got to give the peoples what they want. That's what I'm saying. If you want that link, I will send it, dude. Yeah, we're going to have a pajama party. Totally. Pajama party at the Winchester Mystery House. Boom. It's happening. Tomorrow, 7:30 on the dead hours. And then maybe for some other ones, when I don't have things booked, we can do other virtual tours if you guys want to do some of the other ones, or if I find other cool ones. All right, we're sending Crow a link. Hold the phone. Hold up. So what I'm going to do, I am going to, yes. God damn it, Cody. I'm going to end this stream, but I'm going to start another one that's just an after hours one. So you guys are going to get a notification. So I'm going to end this one. So because we're at like an hour and a half, and I'm going to start up a new one. Okay. Meet me back here, y'all, in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5. I'm counting. That is a way to get subscribers. I'm not lying. All right. 5 minutes, you guys. I'm going to send a separate, you're going to see a separate link come up for another live. Sending it out. Got it. You guys ready? All right. We're doing this. Let's go. All right. Thank you guys for joining me. We're going to see you guys tomorrow, and I'm going to see you guys in 5. Stay spooky. That's an unfortunate kind of side victim, I guess. Like, if you count him as a victim, The stress, I'm sure, of finding something like this in your sleepy little town probably did not have the best outcome on this gentleman's health. So on November 21st, that is the car. So we're going to go into this thing for a second. That is the car that was found. They searched the car. They did not find anything in the car, but the car was determined to be the vehicle that he would drive to the graveyards and return with the bodies in. It is a 1949 Ford. So we'll revisit the car because it ends up being an interesting point. But on November 21st, 1957, Gein was arraigned on one count of first-degree murder where he pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Duh. Like, big duh on that one. Was there any question? Was there any question that this man was not in his right mind while he was stitching skin together to make women underpants? Really? Hello. This is as close as the thing I have to like farm kind of, you know, it's farm chic. It's the only plaid thing I own. Anyways, hello, my fluffy clouds of nightmares. How are you all doing on this lovely right before the holidays? Hopefully well. I hope so. So shall we get started? Let's get started. Hello, everyone who's joining. Hi, Cassie. Hi, Conry. Hello, Victoria. Hi, Veronica. Hello, Electric Pagan. How is everyone doing? Again, well, I hope. I know we've only got a couple days before the holidays, but you know what? Rocking my my farmer chic. Because why? Because of this episode. That's why. Because I am the butcher, the baker, and the human skin suit maker, Vivian Noir, and I'm your tour guide on this week's deep dive into the vaults of true crime and serial killers with the profile of perhaps one of the most infamous killers in American crime history. His depraved and twisted acts inspired countless silver screen monsters like Norman Bates, Buffalo Bill, and Leatherface. So, of course, I am talking about the Plainfield Ghoul himself, Ed Gein. So, are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for the the horror show that is about to ensue? Show of emojis. Who's ready? While I set my screen up. While I secretly clandestinely set my screen up. All right. I'm so sly. All right, so let's also this, I put this slideshow together, so just to let you guys know, I did put these slides together. I promise they're not frozen on them. They just will sit on certain slides for a longer period of time, which gives me more time to talk and do my thing because I am chatty. So rather than me having to pause the episode and pause the thing, I can actually just let it go and still talk. It's one less thing that I have to worry about doing. So here we go. The Plainfield Ghoul himself, Ed Gein. Let's get into it.
She isn't missing. She's at the farm right now.
So if there is such a thing as being doomed from birth, the man who would become one of the nation's most twisted and infamous killers definitely had a leg up. Born Edward Theodore Gain on August 27th, 1906 in La Crosse, Wisconsin, young Ed entered life as part of a family full of dysfunction. His father, George, was a down-and-out alcoholic who seemed to have little interest in anything that wasn't in a bottle and fermented. So people aren't, so he really didn't really care. This left Ed and his older brother, Henry, to be raised by their religious fanatic mother, Augusta. So Dad really not in the picture. He had very little interest from the things that I have read on the family at all. He just kind of was interested in being drunk most of the time and didn't have any kind of, from what I hear, even positive interaction, much less any interaction really at all with his children. So mom was pretty much left to do everything. And she was not a, let's just say she's not an award-winning mom. Let's just say that. We'll be nice for now. Augusta, by all accounts, did rule the home with an iron fist due to her strict conservative beliefs. She would openly mock and shame her children, as well as regularly preaching against sin, carnal desire, and lust to the two boys, while George nodded off somewhere in a drunken stupor. She would instill in the boys, through physical threats, through, emotional abuse, that all women, apart from herself, of course, were prostitutes and were instruments of the devil. So instilling this hatred of women from the get-go, basically from when these boys are old enough to hear Bible stories, she was instilling them in the fact that women were evil and not to be trusted and were terrible. Put a pin in that. We're going to cycle back to it. So she would further traumatize her brood by reading to them daily passages from the Bible, selecting graphic verses from the Old Testament that dealt with death, murder, and divine retribution. So not even like the nicer, like warm and fuzzy Bible stories. No, we're talking like fucking like Sodom and Gomorrah, raining fire and brimstone because you looked at a woman and like that was it. Like she would just basically terrorize these two children. So drunk dad, crazy religious zealot mom. Yeah, we can see where this is going. The family would relocate to Plainfield, Wisconsin in 1915. Ed was 9, and he rarely left the desolate, isolated farm for any reason other than besides school. He was pretty much kept at home. He was a homebody by all accounts. He, those the eyes have it. What can I say? Scary eyes. Definitely something missing there. So he was pretty isolated, honestly, and like didn't really have a lot of social interaction. Young Ed quickly became a target for bullies because of his effeminate and shy demeanor. He was very quiet and kind of like odd, I guess. Classmates and teachers recall him having off-putting mannerisms, like bursting out in random laughter, as if he was laughing at his own personal jokes inside of his head. Sounds like the movie Joker, to be honest, where he like, basically was just kind of like in his own little world and just would sit and laugh at his own little monologues going on inside of his head. To make socialization even more difficult, his mother would openly mock him anytime he tried to make friends. So anytime he even tried to socially reach out to anybody, he was kind of made fun of and put down for it. Despite his poor social skills, Ed did do well in school. He was a moderate student, but he did particularly excel in reading, and that seemed to be something he really liked to do. Gain would constantly try to please his mother and make her happy, as abused children will usually do. They seek validation and affection from the parent that withholds it. But Augusta rarely, if ever, seemed pleased with her boys. Throughout their teen years and into young adulthood, she often abused them, convinced that they would grow up to become failures like their father, whom she hated. She did not make any secrets about it either. The boys were unallowed to have friends and were isolated from people outside of the home and basically only had each other for company. Growing up under the constant ridicule, as well as the reinforcement that the idea that all natural sexual urges were sinful, would no doubt shape the man that Ed Gein would become. But the true depth and scope of his mental illness wouldn't become fully apparent until after both of his parents passed away. In 1940, when Ed was 34 years old and he was still living at home, his father did pass away. Ed and his older brother Henry were left to pick up the slack from an admittedly lazy and complacent father upon his passing. As you can imagine, he was an alcoholic and not too keen on working, so you can imagine there was a lot to, bills to catch up on and such and whatnot when he died. So they did eventually have to leave the safety and sanctity of their little isolated farmhouse home, the island in the middle of the trees, to go out into the regular world. So they took up odd jobs to support the home, lest they both be subject to their mother's violent wrath. That is the home right there. It is a photo of it in 1957. Both worked as handymen and were considered honest and reputable by neighbors and members of the community who they worked for. Ed would also frequently babysit for neighbors, which he enjoyed because apparently he related a lot easier to children than he did to adults. As they did grow older and had more contact with the outside world and with other people and other, some more social interaction, Henry began to reject his mother's stark and biased worldview about things and began to become concerned about his younger brother's attachment to her. He thought they were too close. He thought that she had a hold over him that was unhealthy. And he began to openly speak ill of Augusta around the house in front of Ed. So he would start kind of bad-mouthing their mom in front of Ed, which I'll leave it up to you as to how you think that played out. A tragic accident on May 16th, 1944 would shrink the small Gein clan even further. A brush fire broke out near the farm and Ed and Henry went out to go extinguish it. Reportedly, the brothers became separated, and as the sun went down and night fell, Ed lost sight of Henry. Once the fire was out, Ed did return to the authorities, returned back to the home, and reported Henry as missing. So lost him in the fire, didn't know where he was. And when a search party was organized, strangely though, Ed would lead them directly to the missing Gein brother, who lay dead on the ground. I will let you draw your own conclusions of that. The fact that it's a little strange that he claimed he was missing and then yet led authorities directly back to where the body was. That's not incriminating at all. Very sus. Very sus. Indeed. The authorities were understandably suspicious, as the ground where Henry lay had been untouched by fire, and he had clear wounds on his head, bruises and contusions on his head. Despite the questionable condition of the body, there seemed to be insufficient evidence to support a claim of foul play. The coroner declared asphyxiation as the cause of death and ruled it an accident. But many people do still suspect that Henry might have been Ed's very first victim and that he killed his brother for speaking ill of their mom. They couldn't really prove anything. So yes, he did have a head injury. They basically just declared it an accident because back then it was, this was 1944, no forensics. If the killer didn't leave their fingerprints on the body, you basically could walk pretty much. So you could get away with murder, literally. So after Henry's death, Ed lived alone with his mother in isolation on this farm right here. You can see the police outside of it until her death after a series of strokes on December 29th, 1945. On her death, it was said that Gein, quote, lost his only friend and one true love, and he was absolutely alone in the world, unquote, which is probably the saddest thing I've heard in a long time. He was very close to his mother, obviously, probably closer than a child should be, but he doesn't really go off the rails until mom's gone. So Gein would remain in the home he had shared with his beloved mother and actually boarded the rooms up that she had used. including the upstairs, downstairs parlor, and the living room, preserving them in the state that they had existed while she was still alive, untouched. Like, he didn't go into those parts of the home, boarded them up completely, didn't even go in there. Like, so more than half of the house ended up like sequestered and boarded up because he wanted to preserve it as like almost like a shrine to her. He may have harmed him because he wanted to be that could be Max. Good point. That she said maybe he harmed his brother because he wanted to be the favorite. He wanted to be the only one. That's entirely possible. It could have been like a sibling rivalry thing where he's like, if he's gone, then I don't have to compete for her attention. It's who knows, but gotta admit that it was weird. Apologies for the noise outside. I think they're doing something construction wise. As long as you guys can hear me, it's totally fine. But apologies for the weird noise in the background. But he did make a small living quarters in the house, a small room off of the kitchen where he would hold up reading death cult magazines and adventure stories. So he basically boarded off more than half of the house, did not go in there after her death, and just lived in like a closet basically off the kitchen, which would have been fine had Ed just remained reading creepy stories in a house by himself, like one of those weirdos on Hoarders. But things took a hard left turn into Crazyville fast after his mother's death. The full damage of the abuse suffered during his childhood came into full bloom in ways that would shock the public for decades to come. Scrolling. Sorry, I'm catching up on my notes here. It does sound like a vacuum cleaner, and I'm like, what the heck is going on outside? They're doing like construction on the corner, but I figured out, I thought they would be done by now. So I think whatever that is fading. So I will kind of wait till it's less of a noise issue. I mean, as long as it doesn't bother you guys, like I can just talk over it. It's totally fine. She was disappointed when she was having girls. Oh yeah. Like people can be weird, man. Like, I don't know. Like, it's like, okay. On November 16th, the sound has kind of gone down and it's kind of moved off. It sounded like maybe like a street sweeper or something. I don't know, but it's moved off and it sounds like, it is a little quieter now. So on November 16th, 1957, Plainfield hardware store owner, Bernice Worden disappeared. It didn't take long for old Eddie Boy, though, to pop up on the police's radar. Worden's son told police that Gain had been in the store the evening before his mother disappeared and said he would return the next morning for a gallon of antifreeze. The photo that's up there now, all these photos, by the way, they are actual photos that were taken the day that police went to the home and raided the home, basically. So this is a crime scene van outside of the home, taking evidence from the house back to the police department. So these are all photos from the time, 1957. A lot of these photos I hadn't actually seen. So these were like a different insight, a definite cool insight to me. But Worden's son said that, yep, he was here the night before, said he would come back the next day. And what do you know, a receipt handwritten by Bernice for the sale of a gallon of antifreeze was the last one found at the store the morning she disappeared. The back door of the shop was open. There was a trail of blood outside, but there was no sign of her. So they had an idea, obviously, and he had signed the receipt. So they're like, oh, let's go ask this guy that was probably the last person to see her alive. Weird. So upon searching Gaines' property, authorities would find a house of horrors unlike anything they had ever witnessed, especially in this small Wisconsin town. In a shed on the property, they would discover the body of Bernice Worden, decapitated and hung upside down by ropes at her wrists and a crossbar at her ankles. The torso was gutted and dressed the way a hunter would dress a deer. So I have seen photos. I have photos of this. It is extremely graphic. I did not include said photo in the slideshow just because, holy crap, do not want my video to get flagged by YouTube. It is very graphic. It's basically the way you would take a deer and prepare it for like taxidermy or for skinning, that sort of thing. So this slide is a headline newspaper from the time, from the I believe a local newspaper. It cuts the top of it off, so I don't know which one it is, but it is from 1957, November 18th. You can see at the top there. And there's a photo of the farm. But signs of 10 victims at farm. Police probe grisly scene. And oh no, heavy snow lashes area, more coming. That's terrible. That's the worst news I've ever seen. But obviously that was big news at the time in this middle of nowhere little town, besides, heavy snow. So yeah, the photo is very graphic. It's horrifying to look at because it's literally like something somebody would do to an animal. Fortunately for her, though, I guess, and a blessing in disguise, all these mutilations had been done to the body that were post-mortem. She had been shot with a .22 hunting rifle in the head, and all of the stuff that was done after the hanging up, the gutting, was determined to have been done after she was dead. An interesting fact about the shed and the barn, basically, that they found the body in, there was a cauldron beneath it. And there was a huge cast iron cauldron beneath where the body hung. The entrails and blood were found beneath it as he was prepping it. And it took 6 men to move the cauldron, this cast iron cauldron, out of the shed, because obviously it needed to be collected as evidence. It took 6 men to move it because it was so heavy. All of those 6 men in the next couple years died mysterious deaths, which I'm not going to say is supernatural and suspicious, but I'm going to say it's supernatural and suspicious. Weird. That is the cauldron. So that is a photo of Bernice Worden in better days, obviously. And the cauldron now exists at the Haunted Museum in Las Vegas. It sits in the middle of a recreation room called the Barn, and it is a recreation of the shed that Ed Gein hung Bernice Worden's body in. There are actual Ed Gein artifacts in that exhibit besides the cauldron. There is the shovel that he used to dig bodies up. Those are the only 2 actual artifacts of his, other than a identification card from when he was imprisoned later, is on the wall with a letter that he wrote as well. But yeah, it's the stain is still in there. If you look in the cauldron, it is completely covered in glass. You cannot touch it. It is also a very supernaturally active room. Women, especially in that room, feel that they are touched, that they are pushed, that there's a presence like watching them in that room. One of the tour guides said she had bumped up against the cauldron at one point and had the following night had the most graphic, terrifying nightmare she's ever had in her life. So there's definitely a source of obviously supernatural activity that possibly permeates this particular object for good reason. I myself, on the tour, we were about to go into the Ed Gein, about to go into the barn, and I was standing outside. The rest of the tour group was walking in, and I felt a full-on hand push me from behind into the room. Nobody else was behind me. No one else was behind me. Everybody else had walked into the room and had passed me in the doorway. So no one else was at my back. It was weird. And in that same room later on, and of course we didn't say this at the time, one of the people that were with us said, yeah, I felt something like brush against my leg. I felt somebody like touch my back in that room. So it's whatever is in that room, whatever is present there is definitely very touchy-feely with ladies in particular, which a little on the nose. Hi, Sean. Hi, Daniel. How are things going? Hi, PETA. Hi, everyone who is joining. I just took a brief little pause there. So the photo you see on the screen now is his other victim. the only other known victim that he actually killed, which is, we will get to her in a second, but she was kind of, they didn't really even know that there was another. They knew she was missing, but they didn't know. It wasn't as obvious as the Bernice Worden thing. This is Mary Hogan. She was the owner of a tavern, and she was a missing person. There were quite a few missing people in Plainfield around this time, and they happened to find her at the farm as well. So that is her photo in obviously better times. But let's get into what else they found there besides this haunted cauldron and some terrible things in the barn. So the house on the property had fallen into neglect and disarray, with trash just piled everywhere. You'll see that in some other slides here. We'll skip ahead a little bit. So those are some of the objects that were found. We're going to get into that in a second. I'm going to pause it right there. I didn't think I was have to pause it this much. But there were stacks of household items and other furniture that were just huge mounds of mess covered in dust, but poor housekeeping was not the worst of it. Upon searching the shambles of what used to be the family home, authorities found a true gallery of the macabre. The objects found were cataloged as follows, in no particular order: 4 human noses, whole human bones and some fragments, 9 masks made of human skin. As you can see, one of them is up there in the corner in that photo. Bowls made of human skulls, which you can see in the top corner there as well. There were several of those, and they had been used for eating out of. A wastebasket made of human skin, 10 female heads with the tops of the heads sawed off, human skin covering several chair seats in the home, like dining chairs, a corset made from a female torso skinned from shoulders to waist, and with like lacing up the back so you could like put it on and wear it, leggings made from human skin, victim Bernice Worden's head in a burlap sack. Her head did have nails in each ear and string connected to the nails, like as if it was going to be hung up like a trophy. And this one is the one that I'm like, how? Like, my stupid brain. 9 vulvas in a shoebox in his room. How, with precise cutting, did you manage that one? Did you manage that part of the anatomy? Like, how, dude? How? I have questions that I should not have logistically. He also had skulls on his bedposts in the bedroom. Victim Bernice Worden's heart in a plastic bag in front of Gaines' potbelly stove. A young girl's dress and the, quote, vulvas of 2 females judged to have been about 15 years old. A pair of lips on a drawstring for a window shade. A belt made of human nipples. A lampshade made from the skin of a human face. And a partridge in a motherfucking demon cock dangling pear tree. Christ. Wow. Like, that one is one of the chairs that was in the home. That chair is covered in human skin. All of this stuff was obviously removed from the home for goodness knows various reasons. The artifacts that were also found in the home no longer exist. They were carefully photographed. They were returned to the crime lab, photographed like this one was, cataloged as evidence, and then immediately and respectfully destroyed. They were burned, I believe. So, yep, that's a chair covered in human skin. This guy would have had Pinterest on lock. Like, I'm just saying, like, on lock. And what's crazy is people I don't doubt would buy that stuff. So, hello. Hi, Frank. Yeah, so you guys joined like right at the right time as I'm cataloging like a list, like just a macabre, horrifying list of stuff was found in this home. You're like, I just walked in on 9 vulvas in a shoebox. What are we talking about right now? Well, we are talking about Ed Gein, y'all. To catch you up, we were talking about serial killer Ed Gein. That is Ed Gein's neighbor. His name was Bob Hill. You can see the clutter and disarray that the house was left in. Pretty much the house was basically just neglected. That is Bob Hill, the neighbor who walked into the home, who'd never been inside the home, with a look of horror on his face for obvious reasons once he was told what was in the home and what was going on. So you can see the look of just absolute like nope on that man's face. Yes, Veronica, they did burn everything. They photographed and took it and cataloged it as evidence, but then it was immediately destroyed right after it was cataloged. So they, for reasons, didn't want to hold on to that stuff. Can kind of understand why. Like once it was cataloged, they were like, nope, we're good. It didn't take a whole lot of prodding for Gain to confess either. He seemed like he maybe wanted to. He admitted to investigators that between the years of 1947 and 1952, he made as many as 40 nighttime visits to 3 local graveyards in order to dig up freshly buried bodies. He claimed to have been in a fugue or dazed state when he made these trips. And he, on at least 30, he claimed he said he came to while he was in the cemetery and left the grave in good order and returned home empty-handed. Ed Gein's garage sale. Yes, Electric Pagan. You know what's funny is like somebody's that is a good band name, by the way. There is a band called Ed Gein's Car. They're a punk band, and we'll actually get into that in a second with the car. So he claims to, so he said he made about 40 graveyard trips, woke up through more than half of them, through about 90% of them, came to in the middle of with a shovel in his hand going, and then left with nothing. This is a shot, the photo here is of the kitchen. You can see it was just basically like, this literally looks just like an episode of Hoarders. But he came to more than half of these, but at least the other 10 times, so 30 times, walked away with no prize. The other 10 times, not so much. It was like a morbid version of Supermarket Sweep. Aisle 2, torsos. Aisle 3, bobs and vagine. Whackity schmackity doo. Like, seriously. So he would just take the body, load it up in his car, and drive home, and then make his interesting things with them. The bodies he did end up taking, I know, it's a good song, right? I think it needs to be a theme song. Boom. The bodies he did end up taking were usually those of recently deceased middle-aged women who resembled his mother. Paging Dr. Freud. He would bring the bodies home where he tanned their skins to make his Dark Side of Etsy collection. He admitted to robbing 9 graves total and led the authorities to the graves that he plundered. Though police seem to have a really hard time believing that the slightly built Gein, he was not a big man, he was pretty small and like introverted and shy, that they had a hard time believing that he'd be able to dig up a grave in a single night. They exhumed 2 of the graves he claimed to have robbed and found them, in fact, empty, which corroborated Gein's confession. So you can see there's the Wisconsin State Journal. Oh no, Plainfield stunned. Yep, stunned. Stunned is a good word. So you can see it's all over the paper. This is a few days later. This is the 18th, I believe, of November 1957. You can see there's photos of the store, the hardware store that Bernice worked at, the farm above, and 10 heads from graves. He took 10 bodies that he confesses to body snatching, basically. So he killed 2 people that they know of. His brother Frank is still kind of question mark. We're not really sure about that, but signs definitely kind of point in that direction. So that is a headline from the paper of the time. As you can imagine, not the kind of news that a small town in Wisconsin is used to waking up to. I can't imagine the shock and horror that somebody opened their paper one day and went, Jesus, like, what is happening? Not to mention the fact that, like, about probably 40 years later, they would have similar headlines in Wisconsin, same state, not the same town, but similar headlines with Jeffrey Dahmer. So yeah, all the really weird serial killers, the one that like make, you know, skin suits and eat people, Wisconsin. So if anybody tells you they're from Wisconsin, you better watch your back because they might be sneaking up on you with a knife and a fork. I'm just saying. Right? Wisconsin. I'm immediately suspicious of you now. Yes, thank you, PETA, for stopping by. Merry Christmas. Have a good one. Stay safe. So yeah, this one seems very like, you know, like this is a great holiday episode, right, you guys? Like, and then he dug up their heads and cut off their faces. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas time. So that is a photo of authorities inspecting another part of the house, probably looking to see if there were any things hanging, like, I don't know if this was the barn or not. It looks like it might have been the shed that the body was found in. And they might be just like pointing like, yep, this was hanging up here and this was on a crossbar and brr, like hung her up like a deer. Like, oh, shapes from Wisconsin. Better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. I mean, we can just go with that. It's totally fine. That's how it goes, right? So Dark Side of Etsy collection, 100%. We'll get into the eating thing. We'll get there. Put a pin in that. We're going to cycle back. So he admitted robbing to 9 graves total, and they did corroborate the fact that, yes, he didn't do that, even though he was a small little guy. Which is disturbing. While that is disturbing, it does not explain some of the wearable items that they found in Gaines' home made of his victim's skin, which included a female torso shirt, as you remember that I mentioned. And they discovered that in a closet, and the leggings. Excuse me. I need some coffee to recharge. So why the clothing, you guys think? Why the women's clothing? Drum roll, because Gein revealed that shortly after his mother's death, he decided that he'd wanted a sex change and began to use the plundered body parts to create a woman's suit so he could dress up in another skin, literally, and become a woman. Edward. Baby, no. What is you doing? They have doctors who do this for you. This is not a DIY project, darling. You can't just slap on some cut-off titties with duct tape and call it a day. This is a job best left to professionals. Like, wow. So Gaines' donning of the tan skins to become a woman was described as a, quote, insane transvestite ritual, which is also a really good name for a punk band. He denied having sex with the bodies he stole. There was always a rumor that there was necrophilia involved, and he denied that. He said that they smelled too bad, but this fact has always been up for debate. During the interrogation, Gein also admitted to the murder of Mary Hogan, who we saw earlier, the owner of a tavern that Gein was known to frequent, who'd been missing since 1954. Her head was found in a paper bag amidst the other gruesome keepsakes in the House of Horrors. This is them excavating the garage to see if there were any more bodies buried in the garage. A 16-year-old youth whose parents were friends of Gaines and attended ball games and movies with him reported that Gein kept shrunken heads in his house. So the kid came home and went to his parents and went, this is weird. That guy that you go to the movies with has like shrunken heads in his home. And they basically were like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just a kid. Gein had also passed them off, described them as macabre souvenirs from the Philippines sent by a cousin who had served there during World War II. Surprise, surprise, not exactly true. Upon inspection by the police, these were in fact discovered to be human faces, carefully excised and peeled from corpses and worn by Gein as masks. First of all, I've heard of identity theft, But this is ridiculous, y'all. This is another level. This man is on another level. He is out here and it is 2008. He's 2000 late. Like, he is up on a whole other level. 2020, nope. Ed's in 2040. I don't know what he's doing. But there were other missing persons, like I said, in the area besides Hogan that had occurred in Plainfield around this time, and including that of a babysitter in 1953. And while Ed Gein was an obvious suspect in these instances, no one could really find evidence at the farm to implicate him in any murders other than the two of Bernice Worden and Mary Hogan that he already admitted to. Did I miss a comment? I missed something. Look in your pin. Oh, nice. Good one. Coming in with a groaner, Sean. So he only admitted to killing those two. That's a photo of them removing one of the chairs covered in human skin from the home. If Gein ever murdered anyone else in cold blood to fuel his twisted sexual psychosis, he took those secrets to the grave with him. During the hours of questioning, Gein never showed any remorse or emotion at all. He spoke matter-of-factly and even appeared cheerful at times. Waushara County Sheriff Art Schley reportedly assaulted Gein by slamming his head and face into a brick wall during the questioning. As a result of the excessive force used, Gein's initial confession was ruled as inadmissible. For legal reasons, of course. Schley would die of a heart failure at 43 years old in 1968 before the trial. Many who knew him claimed that Schley had been traumatized by the horror of Gein's crimes and the fear and stress about having to testify in the upcoming trial, especially having to admit under oath that he had assaulted Gein during the confession and during his questioning, caused his premature death. One of his friends claimed that, quote, he was a victim of Ed Gein surely as if he had butchered him, unquote. So that's an unfortunate kind of side victim, I guess. If you count him as a victim, the stress, I'm sure, of finding something like this in your sleepy little town probably did not have the best outcome on this gentleman's health. So on November 21st, that is the car. So we're going to go into this thing for a second. That is the car that was found. They searched the car. They did not find anything in the car, but the car was determined to be the vehicle that he would drive to the graveyards and return with the bodies in. It is a 1949 Ford. So we'll revisit the car because it ends up being an interesting point. But on November 21st, 1957, Gein was arraigned on one count of first-degree murder where he pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Duh. Big duh on that one. Was there any question? Was there any question that this man was not in his right mind while he was stitching skin together to make women underpants? Really? I don't know how somebody would look at this guy and go, yeah, no, he's fine. It's totally normal. He has faces in his house. That's fine. I have faces in my house. What are you, the face police? Blah, blah, blah. No, there is no question that this man was out of his tree. Out of his tree. So he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and determined to be mentally incompetent and thus unfit to participate in his own defense or to stand trial. He was sent to the Central State Hospital for the criminally insane and was later transferred to Mendota State Hospital in Madison, Wisconsin. After his incarceration at an institution, the Gein farm was appraised and did go up for auction along with some of his other belongings. There were things in the house that were normal, that were not covered in human skin or made of bones or, finger chopsticks or whatever. I don't know what else he made, but that is the room that Ed slept in. That was the small room off of the kitchen with just a stove and basically a twin bed in it. And honestly, this guy's in his 40s and sleeping on a twin bed. I mean, aren't you just basically a failure at life at that point? You're come on now, Ed, come on. You can see a violin there in the background. Or in the foreground, actually, background. I'm stupid. That was one of the items that was supposedly up for auction because he did play musical instruments. He was interested in music. There were several musical instruments at the home that went up for auction, that were not macabre things that were made of people. So we'll get in. Yes, I would love for you guys to go investigate that home, but we'll get into why you can't in just a second. So you can see, let me forward a little bit just because some of these slides are taking a while. I misjudged. So that is the kitchen as well. As you can see, this is basically like unfit living conditions. Like these were not living conditions that anyone is supposed to live in. Like, look at this. This is a mess. Hoarders. 1947 hoarders. Did he play the skin flute? Probably. Actually, probably. He probably was too afraid to because it was sinful because his mama told him no. His mama told him, more than 3 times and you're just playing with yourself, dude. So the home did go up for auction with some of the other belongings. Thousands of curiosity seekers and murder hounds diverged on the small Midwest town to see what items would be sold, including his musical instruments, his car, and some of the furniture in the home that was not covered in human skin. The citizens of Plainfield were outraged, to say the least. They were concerned that the home would become a macabre tourist attraction and a quote-unquote museum of the morbid. Well, they wouldn't have to be concerned for very long. So, yeah, that is just like, and you can see like the look on this poor police officer's face. He's just like, I can't even process what I have found in this house today. That sack of Domino sugar is the least of my concerns. The fact that it has ants crawling all over it. There were people's faces in this house. What am I doing with my life? I would have immediately retired. I would have just been like, I'm done. So this is a photo of the thousands of people that showed up for the auctions that were taking place after he was institutionalized. So there were just thousands of people that showed up in this town and they were just like, can we not do this? This is a little weird. So they wouldn't have to be worried about that for too long though. Early in the morning on March 20th, 1958, the Plainfield Fire Department was called to the Gain farm. The farm was engulfed in flames. The home burned quickly to the ground as onlookers watched in silent relief. Authorities quickly came to the conclusion that an arsonist was responsible for the fire as the home had no electrical wiring whatsoever. Despite an investigation, no suspect was ever identified or caught and likely got away with what appeared to be an act of retribution on behalf of the beleaguered town. So I honestly don't think that they would have pressed too hard to find this person. Like, I think everybody knew it was arson. Everybody probably maybe in their minds knew who did it, but because of the home and because of what was found in there, I don't think they were going to try too hard to find that person and bring him to justice. I think everyone was just kind of like, like, ugh, this could have taken a turn. So I don't think they really tried super hard to find this person. So that is a picture. Let me forward a little bit more. So 11 more minutes. I got to talk about more. So this is the home. It's being boarded up. This is 1957, 1958. It is this is 57 because it's before it burned down. So this is the home being boarded up after things were taken out of it. The authorities were getting ready to sell it. Obviously, it was getting ready to be auctioned. And yeah. So they were just like, we're just gonna burn up. Yeah, maybe the whole town was involved. Which, I mean, if you guys remember from my last true crime thing, the murder that no one saw, well, this is the arson that nobody saw. So I'm pretty sure everyone in the town probably knew who was responsible, had an idea of who did it, but they were just like, nope, we're good. We good, fam. It's better that thing burned down. So when Gain himself learned of the fate of his home, he simply said, quote, just as well. He's kind of like shrugged it off and was just like, well, these things happen. While most of the possessions in the home were destroyed in the fire, some were salvaged and auctioned off as planned. His 1949 sedan, which he had used to transport bodies, sold for $760. The man who purchased it later put it on a macabre display at a county fair, where thousands paid a quarter to get a peek at Gaines' ghoul car. The exhibit was embroiled in controversy, as it would normally be, naturally, and was eventually banned from display. It is unknown what became of the car that hauled bodies from the grave to a lonely farmhouse in Wisconsin while the moon was full, and it is assumed that the car vanished into history, as did its owner. Nobody really heard from this guy after that, after the car was not allowed to be displayed anymore. He and the car just kind of vanished. So the fact that this car, there's a very real possibility, guys, that this car may still exist, that this car might still be out there somewhere in somebody's custody. There's also a very real possibility that the car was scrapped, taken apart for parts. It was a 1949 Ford, or it's sitting in someone's garage under a tarp because it's been handed down, throughout a family. There is a very real possibility this thing still exists. In 1968, though, after spending 10 years in a mental facility, courts did finally deem Gein competent to stand trial. At the request of the defense, Gein's trial was held without a jury, so it was just before the judge, leaving the final verdict to him, Judge Robert H. Golmar. On January 22nd, proceedings began to determine if Gein was guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity for the murder of Bernice Worden. They only went after the charge for Bernice Worden because they said due to budget constraints and lack of evidence, mostly budget constraints, they only went and pursued the one charge. 7 witnesses took the stand during the trial, and the evidence was stacked hard against Gein. Therefore, it was no surprise when Judge Golmar swiftly rendered his verdict after only 1 week of testimony, guilty of first-degree murder. So, however, though, in a twist of legal fate, since Gein was determined to have been insane at the time of the murder, so then during a second subsequent trial, doctors testified for both the prosecution and the defense. Golmar then ruled him, quote, not guilty by reason of insanity and remanded him to the custody of Central State Hospital for the criminally insane. Gein would spend the rest of his life in that facility. Staff at the hospital described Gein oddly as a model patient. He was happy at the hospital, perhaps happier than he had ever been in his life. He got along well with other patients, but was shy and kept mostly to himself. He continued to be an avid reader and enjoyed chats with the staff psychologists. He also enjoyed varied kinds of occupational therapy that he was assigned to, like stone polishing, rug making, and even developed an interest in ham radio and was permitted to use money that he had earned to buy an inexpensive receiver. All in all, he was a docile and amiable patient, and one of the few who didn't require medication to keep violent outbursts or tendencies at bay. Apart from certain peculiar habits, like the disconcerting way he would stare at nurses or female staff, it was hard to tell that he was crazy at all if one didn't know who he was. The superintendent of the hospital said of Gein, quote, if all of our patients were like him, we'd have no trouble at all. Well, you might have some, Doc. You might have some people with some skin missing and some body parts missing. So another layer to that, but I can see what the guy meant. He was not like a typical mental patient. He was not fit to outbursts and like delusions and stuff like that. He just kind of kept to himself and was quiet and was probably the least pain in the ass person they had on the ward. That is a photo of the house after it burned down. It burned to the ground. There is nothing left of that home. I don't think there's anything. There has been other things built on it since. It's just, believe the land is vacant. But I'd have to look into to find out if anyone even decided to build anything there. But that is the ashes of what remained of the home. And when he was told, he just kind of shrugged, just as well. Win some, you lose some. So on July 26, 1984, Edward Theodore Gein would die of respiratory and heart failure after a long bout with cancer. He was buried in Plainfield Cemetery next to his mother, not far from the graves he had robbed years earlier. The grave is unmarked currently, as vandals have repeatedly damaged or stolen the stone. So in the next couple slides, there I believe, photos of the original headstone and then what it looked like after it was recovered. But yeah, ashes of the home, nothing left, not a stitch, not a thing. Like, the town was probably just like, good fucking riddance. Good riddance, because we are not here for this kind of macabre tourism. Like, we do not want to be the spot on the map at all. So that is the original tombstone as it stood back then when it was placed. You can see it was nice, like very simple, very basic tombstone where the house used to be. Let me, while the slides are going, we're going to Google it real quick. See the site of, okay. There's nothing, nothing there. It is an empty, its farmland is, as according to, now this is according to a article in 2006, that the farmland was for sale, that the owner was asking $250,000 for it. So that is last I see, is that the property is vacant. There is nothing on the property. It is empty farmland that is fenced off because it is owned by a private owner. And oh yeah, for sure. Like it would be interesting just to investigate the land itself for sure. 250,000, right? Let's just do it. Let's do a GoFundMe. Let's go buy Ed Gaines farmland. Come on now. Hospital, Ed Gaines farmland. That's what's happening. So that is the original tombstone. It was stolen a couple times, but it ended up being recovered in 2001 and is now on display in a museum in Waushara County. So kind of sucks that, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, it's still desecrating a grave, even though it's somebody who was really like, infamously weird. But yeah, let's go go build a house on it, because that won't end up as like, do you want a haunted farm? Because this is how you get a haunted farm, you guys. Even though, to be fair, most of his victims were already dead when he brought them home and decided to make them into Pinterest crafts. That this is the current state of the stone. You can see it's been moved multiple times. It was desecrated. It was written 666 on it. People graffitied it quite a bit. But it is now displayed in a museum where nobody can bother it anymore. But that does mean that his grave is currently unmarked. So I guess if you go find Augusta Gaines' grave and look next to it, if there's an unmarked grave next to it, that is the resting place of old Eddie. While Gaines only actively killed 2 people, which technically does not make him a serial killer by definition, there is no doubt that his gruesome crimes and macabre fascinations made an impact on the American psyche and popular culture as a whole. His story has been adapted into a number of biopics, such as Deranged and In the Light of the Moon, which were loosely based on his story. He also inspired filmmakers and authors alike as the basis for fictitious serial killers, like Norman Bates in Psycho, Leatherface in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs, and Dr. Oliver Thredson in American Horror Story Asylum. He has remained a monster and a boogeyman, and his crimes still resonate today as a cautionary tale of the nightmarish consequences that can result from a twisted and abusive childhood. Do you guys have any questions? He is still there. He is still buried there. They have not moved his body. They only removed the marker because people kept stealing it. Oddly enough, surprisingly, nobody wanted to go dig him up, I guess. But like, nobody went to go dig up Ed or tried that I heard of. I heard that it was like a couple filmmakers years ago, like in the 2000s, actually pretty well-known filmmakers, Errol Morris and Werner Herzog were collaborating on like a documentary, and they had plans to dig up his mother for whatever reason. I don't remember reading, and I was like, it was literally a line, you guys, I had to read twice. I had to like go, hold on, let me make sure I read that right. But that obviously did not come to fruition. That fell apart, as did the documentary. The documentary was never completed. Mudvayne did write a song about him. There are several bands that have written songs about Ed Gein. There is a band, like I said, called Ed Gein's Car, that is a punk band. There are quite a few bands who have written songs about him. So he's definitely made an impact on popular culture for sure. For sure. Yes, his mother is buried there. The father is buried there, as well as is his older brother, Henry. So if you find the Gein plot, it's pretty obvious which one is Ed, because it's the one without a name on it. So what you guys think? That took a long time to put together, by the way, that slideshow. Please don't make fun of my editing. It was bad. But I needed to like make sure it was like an hour. If I was like, it needs to cover the whole time I'm talking. I did have to skip a little bit still, but that's okay. But yeah, like Ed was a special egg, that's for sure. This is what happens when you seriously terrorize your children into making them body collecting monsters. Like, and so the quote at the beginning of the episode, which is the audio that you guys heard, I don't know if you guys got to hear it, but if you go back and listen to it, there is no actual recording that I have been able to find of Ed Gein's voice. He was very quiet. He did not talk a lot. There are very few actual direct quotes from him. That is the one quote that I can find that's for sure from him. And it's not read by him. That is not done by him. That all credit goes to my dear friend Chris Brown, who is a professional actor who played Ed Gein for that one line of my episode. But he did a fantastic job. He's an amazing actor. Please go check him out. He's in a film called Abigail Haunting that is available on Amazon Prime. And I thank him so much for helping me out with that, because I was like, I literally don't have any audio recorded of Ed Gein, because there's no, even though it was in the 50s and there were tapes at the time, like there's not a lot of audio of him. There may be some existent in police files still, but there's not really a lot like massively available. It's not like, Ted Bundy, where like there's hours and hours of confession tapes, or Gacy, same thing. This is like, he didn't talk a lot, and I'm sure anything that's really extensively him talking is possibly still police evidence, and like there's just not really copies of that are available outside. So just went ahead and grabbed a friend and said, hey, can you read this line for me? And he's an amazing actor, so he did a fantastic job. So if you guys go back and listen to it, do please give him props for that. But yes, the quiet ones are the ones you got to look out for. That is so true. The quiet ones apparently are the ones with the box of vulvas under their bed. I still can't get that out of, I'm like, how? I have questions that I should not have in my head of how you did this, sir. How did you do this with, I don't know. Was there what knife did you, like, I don't know. I shouldn't have these questions. None of these questions should exist in here. But thank you, Ed. They do now, because now I'm like, why did you do that? Okay. And how did it not? I don't know. Gacy next. That would be a good one, because I am terrified of clowns. So that just underscores my fear of clowns with John Wayne Gacy. For sure. I'm just like, no. Box of Vulvas is another good band name as well. There are a lot of good band names in this one. Like if we were going to do like a punk show, like I could see a poster of that. Like hell yeah. Yeah, I'm terrified of clowns. So not good at all with Gacy, but in his alter ego Pogo. But if you guys are into true crime, like I am, we'll do another episode next week. We will highlight probably another serial killer, just because they're, I hate to say fun to talk about, but they're fun to talk about. And if you guys have noticed my earrings, look at that highlight though. And call it Box of Vulvas. Yes, I like that. Box of Vulvas Farm. Let's call it. Doing it. Stamped. Approved. So my earrings are indeed autopsy needles. that are used for sewing bodies back up after a postmortem. They are used to sew up the Y incision. I thought it was appropriate for today's episode with my farm plaid and my autopsy earrings. So also, if you guys are interested in any kind of true crime, like shirts, not memorabilia, but like, I guess memorabilia, like shirts, hats, pins. I just purchased a Black Dahlia shirt from this website called westernevil.com. It's run by this one guy. He's amazing. His name's Neil. He does all the stuff on his own. The stuff are his designs. They're like, please go check them out if you're interested in serial killers, if you're interested in true crime. He's got some very unique stuff on there that you're not going to find anywhere else. I guarantee you that. A lot of it's kind of punk with punk music or metal. So if you're interested, please go check them out. They are amazing. Or if you want some Dead Hours merch, you can always click the link below and check out Dead Hours on Teespring. I always appreciate you for doing that. And then there's also the not the GoFundMe. The link for the PayPal is down there as well. All I ask is that you guys watch. I never ask for, money for anything. But if you're feeling generous and want to kick a couple bucks my way to help me keep the show going, to help overhead costs of like StreamYard and all these things, it's much appreciated, but it's never required. So hello, people that are joining. Yes, we are not crazy. We just love analyzing the psychology. I was telling a coworker this as well. I said, it's not the fact that it's not like a hero worship thing, because trust me, these people are not anyone to be worshipped or put on a pedestal because reasons. It's always fascinating to me, the reasons why people do things, and the dark side of human nature is no less fascinating, because I do think it can teach us a lot of things. The hardest lessons are usually the hardest things to look at, the things that we don't want to look at. We don't want to see them. So those are the things that we need to look at even harder to determine, well, why did this happen? How can we prevent this happening again? What happened? What went wrong here? So I think that, but it is definitely an instance, there's a fine line of like, when you stare into the void, like Nietzsche said, when you stare into the void, eventually the void will stare back. Or the abyss, I think is the direct quote. But it's true because, and I'll tell you why, I did a 2-part Bundy episode for the true crime podcast that I used to do. And I did extensive research in this one, you guys. Like, I deep dove into like Bundy interviews. I was watching nonstop documentaries, reading books, watching stuff, listening to like audio clips. I was just like living it. And to the point that I knew it was too far when I was at the grocery store one day and I saw somebody, just a person, putting things in the trunk of putting the groceries in the trunk of their car. And the first thing that popped into my head was, I could push that person into their trunk and drive away and leave and no one would ever know. That was where I was like, nope, we're done. We're done with this. I need to take a break. That is not a thought that should ever come into my head. That is never something I should ever like consider the logistics of. But when you get into that headspace, it's an easy place to go. So yeah, it's definitely like, it's a fine line for sure. It's a fine line. Fine line between genius and insanity. Maybe an altar. Yes, I'm okay with you putting me on an altar. That's totally fine. But yes, Javi, how you can donate to the channel, the links are in the video description below. So there is a Teespring link for merch. That always helps out. And then there is a PayPal link below. Again, donations are always appreciated. They are never required. All I require from you guys is that you like my stuff, I hope, and that you watch on a regular basis, and that you click like, and you watch the video multiple times, and you comment. And sharing costs nothing. Like sharing the link, sharing the channel, That doesn't cost anything at all. So always appreciated. Word of mouth. Let's try to get to 500 before New Year's. I know that's kind of a stretch. It's only a couple weeks, but you know, I will put myself up to the challenge. So tomorrow, so we'll talk about, so next week we'll do, who do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to do Gacy? Who I'm up to cover whoever you want to hear about. That's what this is about. Like whatever you guys want to hear about. So we've got Gacy. Somebody said Gacy. I do hate clowns, but I'll still do it. Are there any votes for any other serial killers that are particularly fascinating or that you guys just want to know more about? Doesn't have to be from any particular era. We can do past ones. We can go way in the way back machine and figure out, you know, Jack the Ripper. That's always a big one. Evil indeed. Evil. Bundy, I have audio clips still. So if you guys are ready for some Bundy audio clips, that's going to be a good one. Ed Kemper is also a good one. I have not done that one yet. So, all right. So you know what? How about we do this? How about we do a poll? I will put up a poll on either Instagram or on the social pages as to those three possibilities. So it's either the choices are Gacy, John Wayne Gacy, Ed Kemper, or Ted Bundy. So those are your three choices. Vote as you will, and we will have a new episode next week. So those will be the three on the poll. Also, tomorrow in the regular Dead Hour show, so this is Murder Corner. Murder Corner is going to be on Tuesdays going forward. This is going to be a special Dead Hours Presents the Murder Corner, where we just talk about true crime. Kind of a separate show, similar but not matching. Generally, it will be at 6 o'clock. I will try to keep the shows at the same time. I did have to change this one a little because I did have somewhere to be around 6:30. I have to be at a potluck for holiday. So, which, I mean, it's all social distance where I work, so it's totally fine. And so I was like, I really have to make the show earlier. But generally, it will be 6 o'clock for both shows. So 6 o'clock on Tuesdays for Murder Corner, 6 o'clock on Wednesdays for regular Dead Hours. Also, so tomorrow, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we will be having I had to reschedule my guest, John, who is with GSI Paranormal. We had to reschedule till after the holidays, which he is going to be probably one of my first guests in January. So we will talk about that poltergeist experience. I haven't forgotten about that, you guys. So we had to reschedule, which means a good thing for you, though, in that we are going to have a holiday live stream with some very special guests that are going to join me on the show for some drinking, just a holiday hangout for before Christmas. You guys want to hang out with us? There will be people sending in greetings from that aren't available for the live stream. They're going to be sending us little visual postcards that we will display on the show. It's going to be super fun and super cute. So please come and hang out. Spend your pre-holiday Christmas Eve with the Dead Hours and with some very special guests. I can't tell you who they are, but you guys might know who some of them are. So it's going to be fun. We'll drink. I won't drink eggnog, but y'all can drink eggnog. Knock yourselves out on the eggnog. I won't fight you over that. Yes, you can drink and hang out. And the nice thing about those is that, like, unlike these, like where it's like a script and there's a lot of facts happening, live streams with us talking, you don't really have to pay as much of attention. You could just like play it in the background and hope it's Zach. If I could get Zach Bagans on this show, you guys, like, holy moly, like that would be crazy. That would be crazy. They are not permitted to do anything like that because of contract obligations. I will tell you that. That I know for sure. They cannot do anything that is not Travel Channel approved related as far as media. So don't ask me how I know that. I just know that. Ovaltine eggnog? That actually doesn't sound terrible, but the words egg and nog are still in it. So I'm still going to go, bleh. So I still decline. I decline your nog. And I just spilled coffee down my shirt. That was cute. Hi, Lily. Does anyone have any questions about the episode that we just covered? Otherwise, I'm gonna wrap things up and let you guys go. But does anyone have any questions about Ed Gein, about the case, about anything that was not answered? Close my script there. Zach is like, that stalker. Probably. I've been to the museum a couple times. I have not seen him yet, but probably. He's probably like, this bitch again. Her again. Ugh. Veronica, he did, let me pull up your, he died of cancer. He died of actually respiratory failure and heart failure due to cancer. So, yes, hashtag rewatch, guys, if you haven't seen it. And please, please, please give kudos to my friend for playing Ed Gein for this episode. And if you guys like that, and if you guys like me having people step in to play these parts, I have ideas of other ones that I could do with more actors. So if you guys enjoy that, then I am totally down to do some ridiculously cool stuff with other actors that I know in town. So have someone voice Kemper. Well, the thing about Kemper is he did have recordings. I kind of tend to do it with people that I don't have recordings of, who, like Jack the Ripper, Ed Gein, H.H. Holmes, like ones that we don't have the voice of. Are there any missing bodies that might be missing from their graves? No. Daniel, I believe they said they searched the house thoroughly and they found everything. He only admitted to taking 10 bodies, and that is indeed what they found. So they checked everything else. They found just human remains from dead people, nobody else that was murdered, but just remains, and everything was accounted for. The movie on Prime that my friend Christopher Brown is in. Please go watch it. It is called Abigail Haunting. It is part horror movie, part suspense. If you're into suspenseful, scary, creepy horror plus crime, like it's a good movie. It's a good watch, and he does a fantastic job. But I might be biased because he's my friend. But I don't think so, because I think he's a really good actor. Yes, Kemper had tons of interviews. They interviewed Kemper quite a bit. As a matter of fact, the show Mindhunter on Netflix encompasses the interviews with Ed Kemper. And as a matter of fact, Ed Kemper there's a quote that is by Kemper that is mistakenly attributed to Ed Gein, where Kemper said, "When I see a pretty girl," I'm going to paraphrase it because I don't remember the exact quote. "When I see a pretty girl on the street, part of me wants to thinks that I want to take her out and treat her nice, and then the other part of me wonders what her head would look like on a stick." Because that's a normal reaction. So Mindhunter does talk about how they basically started the profiling unit at the FBI with Ed Kemper's help. Like, he gave them insight into how the mind of a serial killer works and all of that. So definitely worth a watch. Mindhunter, Abigail Haunting. Please join us tomorrow for the Dead Hours Holiday Havoc with special guests who will join us, and it will be fun, and we will have awesome times. Yes, it also sounds like I love the Misfits. I love the Misfits. Yes, Abigail Haunting. Please go watch it. Join us. Click like, all the things. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining me. I will see, hopefully, most of you tomorrow. And then I will join you guys next week for our poll winner. Whoever wins the poll, Holiday Havoc indeed. It's going to be a holiday throwdown. It won't be. I'm brittle. I bruise like a banana. But yeah, please join. I will look forward to seeing you guys all. Love all you guys. Thank you so much for your channel support. Thank you. Share, like, all the things. And above all else, keep it spooky. See you guys tomorrow. And just like that, she appears. Hello, hello, spooky lovelies. Hello to everyone who is watching. I am the human embodiment of a spooky roller disco, as well as the future ghost with the most. Vivian, that's me. Hi, everyone. Hello to everyone who is joining. And welcome to a mini murder episode because still working on the final part for the cults episode. Promise you guys it's going to be good. There's just a lot of material to cover with that last one. So it may be a two-parter. I don't know yet. But as of right now, it's about an hour long in and of itself without any commentary. So trying to put together a masterwork to finish off that cults series. But in the meantime, while I work on that, I have no problem cranking out these mini episodes here and there. Apologies for the tail that is in front of the camera. You may see it every once in a while. There it is. That is my cat Luna. It is her birthday today, and apparently she decided that she wanted to join the stream because it is her birthday and she'll cry if she wants to. I was hoping for a cry on cue, but that's not really working. So this episode is actually like one that maybe not a lot of people know. BuzzFeed Unsolved did cover it. It's been covered by a few other things. It was covered by request from Amy, who is Anne Marie, who is a lovely Haunted Side fan. My cat's butthole does not need to be on camera. There's the cry if I want to. So this episode was requested by Amy, daughter of Anne Marie, who's a lovely fan of the Haunted Side. Hashtag spooky fam. She requested this episode be covered specifically because it is a case that interests her, and it's a pretty good case to cover. So hello to everybody who is joining. Working on, we'll just wait another minute or so for more people to trickle in as it is, and you might see there she is. Birthday girl. Hey Max, hey Polly, hey Janine, hey Victoria, hey Tamra, hey to anybody I missed. But yeah, this one's not as we'll try to cover is, Luna, that's a very good question. I said it's her birthday. How rude of me. It's her birthday, and I didn't even tell y'all how old she is. So Luna is 11. She's 11. I know. She's 11 today. Hi, honey. She hated that. Oh, Luna, stop it. One of my other cats is up here as well, so she is very spicy right now because he is near her. So without further ado, kind of playing with some more editing techniques with this one to see what you guys think. We're playing with some fun little edits on my editing software, and I think I'm getting pretty decent at this. So without further ado, let's get started, shall we? Hold on. Between the years of 1935 to 1938, a monster stalked the streets of Cleveland. A serial killer who mutilated and dismembered at least 13 victims, only 3 of which were ever positively identified. A serial killer whose true identity to this day remains unknown. And much like his Victorian-era counterpart, Jack the Ripper, is known only by the pseudonym that the horrified press and public gave him at the time. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, or more famously, the Cleveland Torso Killer. During the 1930s, while the rest of the United States suffered and struggled through the aches and pains of a Great Depression, Cleveland, Ohio was a city on the rise. One of the hearts of the steel industry, as well as the home of numerous manufacturing plants, it was a city that drew people en masse to support the massive need for labor. It seemed the hardest times the nation faced were in the rear view, and yet it wasn't such a walk in the park for everyone. The underbelly of this thriving city was the neighborhood of Kingsbury Run, the seedy home of the disenfranchised that most tried to forget. And it was there
that a reign of shock and terror would unfold over the span of 3 years and would stop as suddenly as it had started, leaving an entire city reeling in the wake of an unknown force of pure evil.
I'm so dramatic in my vocals. Things looked very dreary because they were very dreary. This was in the height of the Great Depression, in the mid 30s. Things were not, they were not funky fresh. They were not at all. Things were pretty crummy. The area that is particularly honed in on by this killer was a very poor area of town, a lot of homeless people, a lot of transients. So basically victims that were, for all intents and purposes, really hard to track. And most of them didn't have identification. And, unless they had been arrested for crimes, most were just kind of, unknown people, just kind of blowing in the wind. And cats. So you'll kind of see why that kind of comes into play here in a little bit when we start getting into the killings. And this is perhaps a reason that the reason that the killer honed in on this particular area, because there were plentiful victims and nobody would really go looking for these people, unfortunately. The crime scenes are pretty bad. I'm going to preface this with there are actual crime scene photos in this show. So please do be warned. There is some graphic content ahead. You have been warned. Continue me.
The area of Kingsbury Run was a dangerous and dreary place during the 1930s. Not only was it home to train and transit tracks, but a sprawling hobo jungle sprang up in the area. Populated mostly by transients who rode the rails in order to escape the harsh Midwestern winters and to seek out their fortunes and the few jobs that were on offer for those willing to work. The area just east of the Run was not much of an improvement. Known as the Roaring Third, it was home to flop houses, brothels, bars, and gambling dens. It was in the backdrop of this hard scrabble and desperation that the most notorious murder case in Cleveland begins to unfold. According to some experts, the terror would actually begin in September 1934 with a grisly discovery on the shores of Lake Erie. A young man came across the remains of a female victim in the form of the lower half of a torso with thighs still attached but legs amputated at the knees. According to Cuyahoga County Coroner A.J. Pierce, some chemical agent had been poured on the skin as a makeshift preservative, turning it red and leathery. A subsequent search only turned up a few more body parts, but the head was never recovered. The woman is never identified, known only as the Lady in the Lake. It wasn't until a year later that the killings would officially begin, according to others, and it was 2 years following that the Lady in the Lake would be included in the official victim count due to...
I can hold that thought for a second. That is an actual, that is an actual morgue photo of the remains of the victim known as the Lady of the Lake, which is... She was not originally counted in the original victims. It was only thought to be 12. But then when they went back and they, looked back and they were like, wow, the motive is really the same. And she matches the MO of a lot of the other victims. They basically ended up going back and dubbing her victim 0, which pushed the count to 13. And that is, doesn't even look human anymore. That looks like something you'd find in a butcher shop. So pretty mangled, pretty bad, and it does not improve. So we're starting here. Sky's the limit. Continue.
Similarities in her injuries and dismemberment with other official victims. Almost exactly a year later, in September 1935, two teenage boys would discover a mutilated body of a white male at the base of Jackass Hill, where East 49th Street backs up into Kingsbury Run. The body had been decapitated and nude, save for a pair of socks, and there were rope burns on both wrists. The body was clean, but it was drained of all of its blood. The victim's genitals had also been cut off and removed. Fingerprints identified the victim as 28-year-old Edward Andrassy. Coroner Pierce determined that the cause of death was decapitation. Andrassy had an arrest record and was rumored to be a homosexual and frequented the Roaring Third often. A second body was discovered nearby, also decapitated and emasculated. The body was also covered in the same chemical preservative as the lady in the lake. The body of the 40-year-old second victim was never identified.
It sure wasn't. And yes, Sarah Jane, that was absolutely 100% a real photo series of Edward Andrassy. The first one was a photo of his body found at the foot of the hill, and the other one was his decapitated head, which was recovered not too far from the original scene. So the cause of death, and you did hear that correctly, the cause of death was actually decapitation. So that means the person was alive. So Edward Andrassy was unfortunately alive when he was decapitated, and that was the cause of death. A lot of times when you see dismemberment killers, a lot of times you'll see them dismember the body after the person's been killed by some other method, either by strangulation, poison, gunshot. They'll kill them one way, and then they will take the body apart in order to dispose of it. Unfortunately, that was not the case for Edward Andrassy. He met his end with his head being chopped off. So, not a normal and sane person. We're starting out. Yeah, we're starting out strong out the gate. With this one. How's your head? Haven't had any complaints? Otherwise, continue me.
The streets were quiet through the holidays, outside of the normal lawless brouhaha that came with the wild side of the Roaring Third. Business seemed back to usual, and people felt free to indulge in their vices. The random murders seemed to have stopped. That is, until a grisly discovery one cold day in January of 1936. A woman came upon the remains of a female victim, cut up and wrapped in newspaper before being placed in 2 half-bushel baskets. The baskets were left outside of the Hart Manufacturing Building on Central Avenue near 20th Street. Everything but the victim's head was recovered 10 days later in an empty lot on nearby Orange Avenue. Again, the cause of death, as with victim Edward Andrassy, had been decapitation. Strangely, though, it appeared that the killer had waited for rigor mortis to set into the body before dismantling it and discarding the pieces. Fingerprints would identify the third victim as barmaid, waitress, prostitute, and fixture of the Roaring Third, Florence Flo Polillo. It was determined that she had been dead for about 2 to 4 days before her remains were found. A few months later in June, on one early summer morning in Kingsbury Run, 2 boys would come across the severed head of a white male wrapped in a pair of white trousers close to...
Hold on for a second, me. Yes, that is another severed head. Just when you thought you wouldn't see one severed head today, no. I'm going to up the game. We're going to raise the bar. I'll raise that and show you 2 severed heads tonight. That is an actual severed head of the 4th victim, who does not have a name and goes by the Tattooed Man. So continue, me. Sarah, we will get there. We'll get there. There's some interesting suspects in this one. One that was definitely should not have been a suspect at all, and one that probably did it, but unfortunately cannot be proven to this point. So,
the East 55th Street Bridge. The next day, police would find the headless body of a 20-something-year-old white male dumped unceremoniously outside the Nickel Plate Railroad Police Building. The body was clean and drained of blood, much like in the first few victims. It was also determined that he had been decapitated while still alive. Despite a fresh set of fingerprints and at least 6 distinct tattoos located on the victim's body, police couldn't seem to confirm the identity of the victim. A plaster death mask of the victim, plus reproductions of his tattoos, were created for display at the Great Lakes Exposition of 1936 in hopes of encountering a relative or someone who recognized the victim, known only as the Tattooed Man. Approximately 100,000 people saw the mask and the tattoo chart at the exposition, but despite these efforts, the Tattooed Man was never identified. His death mask, along with 3 others made from other victims in the case, are still on display at the Cleveland Police Museum.
Yes, that is a picture of the Cleveland Police Museum with the torso murders exhibit that is still there. Those are the death masks in question. The one, I believe, one of them is an identified victim. The other ones were not identified. So yeah, just plaster death masks like staring at you from the wall. That's not disturbing. I mean, honestly, like that's probably the least disturbing thing in this case so far are rubber death masks. The bar's set pretty high when the least disturbing thing is masks of dead people. Continue me.
1 month later, in July 1936, a teenage girl came across the decapitated remains of a 40-year-old white male while walking through the woods. The victim had been dead for about 2 months by the time he was discovered. His head, as well as a pile of bloody clothes, were also found at the scene. The amount of blood that had been found seeped into the ground beneath the body, in contrast to the other cleaned and drained victims, showed that the man had not been transported and dumped, but had been killed where his body was found. He also remained unidentified and is known only as the West Side victim. But there was no doubt, with 2 killings this close together, the killer was becoming bolder in his actions. In September of the same year, a transient tripped over the upper half of a man's discarded torso while attempting to hop a train at East 37th Street in Kingsbury Run. Police searched a nearby open sewer and discovered the lower half of the torso along with parts of both legs. A diver was sent in to recover the parts. Over 600 people gathered to witness the spectacle of fishing the man's parts from the fetid water, and the killer himself may have well been among them, watching the police appreciate his handiwork. The male victim was in his late 20s and had again been killed by being decapitated while alive. Coroner Pierce noted the lack of hesitation in the disarticulation marks on the body. This indicated a killer who was well versed in human anatomy. The head had also been taken off in one clean stroke. The victim, who fortunately died instantly from these savage wounds, was also never identified. This made the 6th brutal murder in about a year's time, and the police had neither clues nor any suspects.
Which that seems like 2 things that they should have at this point. Clues, suspects. You have 6 dead people, heads removed, in pieces, sprinkled all over Kingsbury Run like this guy was playing some sort of morbid Easter egg hunt. And they're like, yeah, I got nothing. I don't know. Disarticulation, that is a great word. So yes, the original coroner on the case, because he was replaced at a later point, he was voted out of office, did note during the autopsies that for the most part, when these bodies were dismembered, it was very precise. This person knew what they were doing. So either they had some sort of medical training, and a medical background, and they knew about anatomy, or they could have been a butcher, because butchers would be also very familiar with taking a carcass apart, because that is part of their job. Fun fact also about butchers, butchers were, for like the longest time, I don't know if that's true anymore, the butchers for the longest time were not allowed to serve on juries, especially in death penalty cases. They were actually like eliminated from jury duty for those because they were considered to be their profession was considered to be too cold and too cruel to have any empathy or sympathy for the plaintiff on trial. So yeah, please rubbish. I mean, it was kind of the Keystone Cops, honestly. Like, I will say they did try. They tried because they interviewed a lot of people, but also at the same time, I feel like because the victims were mostly transient people and mostly vagrants, I don't know how hard they actually looked. You know, these people were basically considered undesirables at the time anyway, and they're hard to track. They're hard to, pin down to one place, hard to identify. Most people didn't, you didn't have ID cards back then. And like I said, unless you were arrested for something, and they had your fingerprints on file, chances are pretty good they're not going to find out who you were at all. So continue me. Let's find out what the police do next. Here's a hint. It's not a lot.
The local papers, including the Cleveland News, the Cleveland Press, and the Cleveland Plain Dealer, all reported daily on the grisly string of murders, as well as the lack of any leads or suspects by police in the case. Tensions were growing high. A city sat in fear, and the unanswered question on every frightened citizen's mind was the same. Who was the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run? Under immense pressure from the public to try to pin down a suspect, Mayor Harold Burton would place recently appointed safety director and famous G-man of the Untouchables, Eliot Ness, in charge of the direction of the Torso murders investigation. Coroner Pierce also called for what some in the press dubbed a torso clinic, or a meeting of minds for the police, the coroner, and others to share details about the case and to develop a profile of whom their suspect might be. The Cleveland police would also place detectives Peter Merlo and Martin Zalewski on the case full-time. They would go undercover, dressed as vagrants or transients, and carefully navigate the dreaded hobo jungles of the Roaring Third. Moving seamlessly through this grimy underworld, they interviewed the regulars in the area in hopes to spark some leads, often on their own time. At the conclusion of the investigation, the two detectives had themselves interviewed over 1,500 people, and the police department as a whole had interviewed about 5,000 in regards to the case. This would...
Hold on for a second, me. Yes, that could be another musical, The Demon Butcher of Kingsbury. I feel it. I wrote the music for this episode, so I am down to write a musical about the Cleveland Torso Killer. I feel like it is woefully overdue. And then Sarah Jane said, Eliot Ness, where do I know that name from? Well, Eliot Ness was a very famous, they called him G-Men, FBI agent, top cop of his day back then, as part of the Untouchables. He was part of a police unit that would go raid illegal liquor distributors, moonshiners, bootleggers during Prohibition. So that was what his claim to fame was. He was very famous for that. Was a very famous lawman in his day, notoriously incorruptible, couldn't be bribed, which happened a lot back then. So there's that. Probably the hobo stick, right? The stick with the bindle on it. I was like, I feel like, here's the thing with that photo, with him like dressed up with the little hat with the stick and the bag on it. I feel like that's like almost like a caricature or a cartoon of a hobo at the time. Like, that really seems like, to me, a cop trying not to be pegged as a cop. Like, hello, hobo. Hello, fellow hobos. I am also a hobo. Clearly, you can see by my bag on a stick. I feel like that was like something they did in cartoons, but I don't know if they actually did that in real life. it just smacks very much of like Narc to me, where it's like, the cop that tries to like approach the hello fellow youths, you can see by my genes that I am also a fellow youth, may I have one drug please? Like it's a little on the nose. I don't know, like I don't know, a little costumey. Maybe he was all about costumes, I don't know, maybe he was very dramatic and just was like, no, I need to get in character. Method acting. Give me a very Stinky Bindle. Stinky Bindle. That's a good punk band name, actually. Continue me.
Be the biggest police investigation in Cleveland history. November elections would come and go, keeping Harold Burton in place as mayor, but the coroner would be replaced by the now legendary Sam Gerber, who, with his passion for medicine and his degree in law, placed himself at the forefront of the ongoing investigation. And despite all the man-hours and time placed in interviewing witnesses or profiling suspects, the killings hadn't stopped. In February 1937, a man found the upper half of a woman's torso in nearly the same spot along the Lake Erie shore as the original Lady in the Lake. Unlike the other victims, though, the cause of death was not decapitation, as this had been determined to have taken place after her death. The lower half of her torso would wash ashore a month later. She was in her mid-20s and was never identified. In June, a teenage boy would discover a human skull beneath the Lorain Carnegie Bridge. Next to it was a burlap sack containing the skeletal remains of a petite African-American woman about 40 years of age. Dental records would allow for an unofficial identification as Rose Wallace of Scoville Avenue. Police followed every lead they could find on the woman, but they ultimately hit a dead end. 1 month later, labor tensions in the industrial area known as the Flats caused the National Guard to be sent in order to quell riots. A guardsman standing watch at the West 3rd Street Bridge saw the first piece of victim number 9 float by in the wake of a passing tugboat. Over the next few days, police recovered the entire body, except for the head, from the Cuyahoga River. The abdomen had been sliced open and gutted, and the heart ripped out, indicating a new level of cruelty and viciousness in the killer's approach to mutilating his victims, perhaps a component of rage directed at this particular victim, or as an overall statement to those chosen by the killer. The man was in his mid to late 30s and was never identified. The rest of 1937 remained quiet. Perhaps the killer had moved on or had shrunken back into the shadows for whatever reason following the butchery of victim number 9. Perhaps he felt the police might be catching on and decided to lay low for a time. Whatever the reason for the eye in the storm, the peace would not last. In April of 1938, a young laborer was on his way to work in the Flats when he saw at first what he thought was a dead fish on the banks of the Cuyahoga River. It turned out to be the lower half of a woman's leg, the first part of victim number 10. A month later, police pulled 2 burlap bags from the river that contained both parts of the torso and most of the rest of the legs. During a post-mortem examination, Coroner Gerber determined that the victim had drugs in her system. This was the first time drugs had been found in any of the Kingsbury Run victims' bodies. Had the drug been used to immobilize her, or had she been an addict taken off the street? The answer to that might have come if they managed to locate her arms, but they never did. She was never identified.
Sorry, I had to mute that for a second because my cat decided that she was going to chime in at that very moment and sing us the song of her people because she's like, don't forget it's my birthday. I can be as loud as I want. Yeah, like just find a leg, can you imagine that somebody's like, oh man, like there's a dead fish that no, that is not a fish at all. That is a leg. That fish has a foot. I'm calling someone? Not okay. Yeah, so also somebody said Jason and Vivian debate. Yes. Honestly, like you get like Jason, especially us talking about movies, holy crap. Like we could you guys would get bored and we would just like sit there and talk for hours and we would just like go back and forth. So it's fun. You're just like, and it's not even the whole leg though. That's the crazy part because it's obviously it was small enough to be mistaken for a fish. So it was like from the calf down to the foot. And somebody was just like, oh, weird. That's a weird looking fish. That's not what that is. That's not what that is at all. Like, I love the ones that always, why is it always a mannequin? That was my question. Anytime you ever watch these true crime shows, anybody that finds a dead body, what is the first thing they always say? I thought it was a mannequin, like out in a field. Like, bitch, who is buying mannequins and just throwing them around willy-nilly all over the countryside? Those things are expensive. Like, no, I don't think so. Continue me.
With every move, the killer seemed to be continuing to laugh in the face of the authorities who tried in vain to track him down. Even the top cop at the time, Elliot Ness, was left scratching his head, but was still determined to catch the fiend who was terrorizing the city. Ness's reputation of being a spotless and incorruptible lawman seemed to draw the ire of the unknown killer, who would very soon make a bold statement, seemingly directed at Ness himself. On August 16, 1938, 3 scrap collectors were foraging in a dump site at East 9th and Lakeside when they discovered the torso of a woman wrapped in a man's double-breasted blue blazer, then wrapped again in an old quilt. The legs and arms were discovered nearby in a neatly constructed box, wrapped in brown butcher paper and sealed with rubber bands. The head was also wrapped in a similar fashion, as if it was a macabre gift. Coroner Gerber noticed that some of the parts appeared as if they had been stored in refrigeration or preserved in cold for some period of time. While they sought out more of the pieces of victim 11, the body of victim number 12 was discovered only yards away. In adding insult to injury, both of these victims had been placed in a location that was conspicuously in full view from Elliot Ness's office window.
You heard that correctly. As if that wasn't the biggest middle finger that somebody could pull to a cop who is investigating the same case that you are committing crimes on, I am going to leave the last 2 victims directly in view of his offices. Like, he could look out the window and across the street was this lot where these bodies were found. They were left within eyeshot. That was literally the double barrel. Like, that is brassy. That is brassy. That is bold. I'll give him that. Whoever this was, he is a brassy motherfucker. Like, that is for sure. Like, yeah, cocky. I mean, yeah, obviously, like, he's got like a 6th sense of humor for sure. Like, or it was just the come get me. What are you going to do about it? He was definitely feeling himself for sure. The double barrel. Continuing.
Neither of the victims were ever identified. Seemingly fed up with the constant dead ends and the case getting nowhere, Ness would take matters into his own hands on August 18th. At 12:40 a.m., Ness and a group of 35 officers would raid the hobo jungles of the Run. 11 squad cars, 2 fire trucks, and 2 police vans would descend like a swift wind on the large cluster of makeshift shacks and shanties. Ness's men worked their way through the maze of ramshackle settlements, eventually gathering up 63 men. At dawn, police and firemen would search the now abandoned shanties for clues. Then, on orders from Safety Director Elliot Ness, the shacks were set on fire, and the entire shantytown burned to the ground. The men gathered up were then arrested for vagrancy and taken into custody. The press would excoriate Ness for his draconian tactics. Critics would say that the raid would do nothing to stop the murders, but for whatever reason, the killings stopped.
So the place being burned had nothing to do with the killing stopping. This was a whole other coincidence that was in the play in the background, but let's revisit that for a second. As if to add insult to injury, you've got this whole area of homeless people that basically live in tents. It's a tent city. Shacks that they've pieced together with all of their worldly possessions in them, by the way, like everything that they own. And you send police through there because you're frustrated and you can't get anywhere in the case. And you're like, screw it. If I take away his victim base, then he can't kill anyone anymore. So they round up all of the homeless people and burn their houses to the ground, destroy what little things they do have, and then go, exactly. And then they go, well, since you're technically homeless now, exactly, we're going to arrest you for vagrancy, since they're like, but wait, I had a house, I had a tent. And they're like, where? Oh, and that pile of ashes over there. Well, okay, yeah, you're going to jail. So that was pretty much his strategy. Like, that's what he came up with. And I was like, you could tell that was a long thought out 3 a.m. plan, that he was just like, fuck it. I'm just going to burn it down. And yeah, if I take away all the hobos, he can't kill any more hobos. Which, you're right, but like, that's still messed up. Like, that's not cool.
Of the 13 total victims, only 3 were ever positively identified, and police were still left scratching their heads over a suspect. But in July 1939, for whatever reason, County Sheriff Martin O'Donnell would hone in on bricklayer Frank Dolezal for the murder of victim number 3, Flo Polillo. Dolezal had lived with Polillo for a time, and a subsequent investigation turned up the fact that he also knew victims Edward Andrassy and Rose Wallace. Dolezal was arrested after he reportedly confessed to the crimes, but it turned out that most of that supposed confession, a telling blend of incoherent ramblings contrasting with neat, precise details, had been coerced while in custody. The lead detective in the case would even say in his later memoirs, quote, "This is the first time that I've ever known anyone to confess to a crime that he didn't know the details of the crime to which he was confessing," unquote. But the Cleveland torso killing case would claim one final yet unofficial victim, Frank Dolezal. Before he could go to trial for the murders, Dolezal was found dead in his cell under mysterious circumstances. In what some would call perhaps the clumsiest police cover-up of all time, the suspect had apparently hanged himself in his cell. However, questions remain of how the 5'8" Dolezal would successfully hang himself from a hook only 5'7" off the floor. A post-mortem examination would show that Dolezal had also suffered 6 broken ribs, all while in police custody. It is uncertain why Sheriff O'Donnell had honed in on Dolezal as a suspect, since he is not thought to be a suspect by any experts in the case, even to this day.
He is certainly not. Yeah, physically that does not work. Can anyone explain to me why that's physically like the man is 5'8". The hook he hung himself from was 5'7" off the ground. So the hook was actually shorter than he was tall. Yeah. I mean, no. Like, so it's well thought that he, not only was he beaten while he was in custody and a confession was coerced out of him during this process. Also, Miranda rights weren't in place at the time. Those did not become law until 1957. So you could be held like for as long as you wanted, and they could basically just beat a confession out of you, which I think is what happened. I think he looked good. They honed in on him because he had a strange connection to a few of the victims, or he lived in the area and he knew a few of them. So they were like, yep, that's the guy. Look, he says he did it. And like, yeah, well, 6 broken ribs will kind of make you do that. The only other way he could have potentially done it from the hook, if he'd have hung himself, would be if he dropped to his knees and like leaned completely forward. You can make it work, but to my knowledge, that is not the position he was found in. So definitely raises some red flags. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Perhaps it was the desperation to solve a high-profile crime that caused him to accuse a man only tangentially associated with some of the victims. Either way, it almost certainly cost an innocent man his life. Cuyahoga Community College professor and author Dr. James J. Badal, who has researched the Cleveland torso killings for 2 decades, is confident that Dolezal was an innocent victim of circumstance. Quote, Frank Dolezal was not the Mad Butcher, nor did he commit suicide, Dr. Badal said. He made 3 confessions, none of them held up. Unquote. Badal said he was so confident about his findings that the Police Historical Society later commissioned a headstone to mark Dolezal's previously unmarked grave. As perhaps a long overdue absolvement of accusations and a clearing of his name, the stone reads simply, Rest now. But outside of Dolezal, were there any other suspects in the infamous crimes? Yes, one that Eliot Ness himself interviewed, who Ness himself also privately named as his prime suspect in 1938. His name was Francis Sweeney. Make that Dr. Francis Sweeney. Born May 5, 1894, Sweeney was a veteran of World War I who was part of a medical unit that conducted amputations in the field. In 1938, Sweeney was personally interviewed by Eliot Ness for 10 to 14 straight days in a hotel room, where the alcoholic Sweeney took 3 solid days to sober up enough to even answer questions. During this interrogation, Sweeney is said to have, quote, failed to pass 2 very early polygraph tests. Both tests were administered by polygraph expert Leonard Keeler, who pointedly told Ness he had his man. This, while not a violation of Miranda rights, which were not in place at the time, was a violation of civil liberties and could be considered an illegal interrogation. Ness also apparently felt that there was little chance of obtaining a successful prosecution of the doctor, especially since he was the first cousin of one of Ness's political opponents, Congressman Martin L. Sweeney, who had hounded Ness publicly about his failure to catch the killer. Sweeney was ultimately released by Ness as he seemed to have insufficient evidence to make charges against him. Less than 3 months after Sweeney's release, the 2 final victims were disposed of pointedly across the street from Ness's offices.
This is all circumstantial evidence, but I'm really leaning on the fact that this guy did that shit. And wait, there's more. There's more to this. So a few other details: that he was married at the time. He had a wife, but his wife had taken him to probate court a few times for alcoholism, neglect of his medical practice, as well as, so he was a frequent, patron of the Roaring Third because he was an alcoholic. He would go to the bars there a lot, so he was familiar with the area. He prowled that area quite frequently, as a matter of fact, to the detriment of his own practice, which basically closed. And his wife left him because of his alcoholism and his physical abuse of herself and their sons. Also, there was somebody who survived and managed to escape somebody who is later thought to be the Cleveland torso killer. He was a homeless vagrant who frequented Kingsbury Run. And he said a man picked him up and offered him to get drinks and offered to buy him drugs and things like that. So he went with him. And next thing he ends up at an office and the guy is drugging him and he definitely senses something is wrong. He leaves. He's basically half out of it and just runs and bolts out of the office and went to the police and said, hey, this guy tried to do something weird. I don't know if he tried to I think he was trying to maybe kill me or something. And the police drove him around and he swore that the building was on these two cross streets. Well, they drove him around and he couldn't find it. He couldn't find the building. He couldn't manage to pinpoint it. But turns out that the address that he gave was actually where Francis Sweeney's medical practice was at. Also at the basement of the building that he operated in was basically a coroner's office. So he had basically the ability to take a body down there. He could take someone up to his medical office, drug them, incapacitate them, and take them downstairs where they had dissection tables readily available for him to drain blood, disarticulate bodies, and put them into bags and things like that and quickly dispose of them out the back into an alley where nobody would see it. I'm really thinking this guy did that shit, but continue. This is also there's more. There's more. So not only did, once he was released, did the last two victims then get dumped outside of Ness's office, but then there was this.
Not long after, he would commit himself to a mental institution, and coincidentally, the killings in Kingsbury Run stopped. And there were no more leads or connections that police could assign to him as a possible suspect. From his hospital confinement, Sweeney would continue to send threatening postcards and harass Ness and his family into the 1950s. Sweeney died in a veterans hospital in Dayton, Ohio on July 9th, 1964.
Well, that didn't take me long to come back. So if you guys go back to that map and freeze frame on it, that is a map of where all the victims were found and where Francis Sweeney's house was at. So pretty much in the neighborhood. He was in the vicinity of where all the bodies were found. And also after he was committed himself to the institution, the murders mysteriously stopped. Had nothing to do with the fact that they burned the hobo jungle down. Had everything to do probably with the fact that Sweeney committed himself. Also, he would continue until like the 1950s to send Ness taunting postcards in the mail, or at least it was somebody that claimed to be Francis Sweeney, but like who would do that? Like, I feel like it was probably him sending these weird, nonsensical, rambling postcards to Ness, basically like as if to say like, I did it, I know I did it, but you're never going to catch me. So there's that. Continue me.
The Kingsbury Run murders remain one of the most perplexing cases in our nation's criminal history. All official police records in the case have either been lost, destroyed, or removed. And while Sweeney remains a strong prime suspect in the case, the truth will likely never be known. Nor will the remaining unknown 10 victims likely ever be identified. Overall, for now, the mystery of the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run and the Cleveland torso killings remains unsolved.
And we're back. Okay, so I don't know. What do y'all think? I tend to think that it was Francis Sweeney that was Ness's prime suspect, that was the actual killer. But unfortunately, like I said, there was no forensic evidence at the science at the time, and everybody obviously is long dead at this point. So there's really no way to prove that. So I'm leaning definitely in that direction, but unfortunately there's no concrete evidence. And I think like what the saddest thing about it is, like, it's not even the fact that there was nobody officially caught and prosecuted and tried for these crimes. It's the fact that there are 10 victims that no one will ever know who those people were. Only 3 of the 13 were identified, and there are 10 people out there. They were all humans, men and women both, that no one will ever know who they were. And there's no name that goes with those people. That's very sad. So, yeah, it's kind of like a really sorry to kind of end it on a bummer, but yeah, Polly's like, funny how it all stopped when he went to the hospital. Weird, right? I know, coincidental. I don't believe in coincidences. Not especially when it's like there's that mountain of evidence. It's like there's a lot of, and again, it's all circumstantial, no actual fingerprints, no blood evidence. They didn't like find, knives and shit at his house or stuff like that. Like, or at least I don't think they did. They didn't find any like concrete evidence of like, you definitely did this. We found a decapitated hobo's head in your closet. So yeah, but I'm pretty sure he did that shit. Like, why would you taunt somebody from like the hospital? Like, if you didn't do it and you were innocent, even if you were crazy, like, why would you continue to taunt the person who thinks you did this into basically saying like, you can't get me. I totally did it. Hopefully, I don't know. So yeah, those people were never identified, and it's been long enough where they probably won't ever be, which is really sad. Also, side note, they do think that perhaps there was another underlying motive, because a lot of the male victims were emasculated, or their genitals were cut off and removed. They do think it was perhaps because Sweeney was rumored to be a bisexual, and it may have been some sort of like sexually motivated crime, and that's why the victims were both men and women, which is odd for a killer. Usually they have like one victim type and they will hone in on that, whether that be male or female or whatever. So they do think that that's very unusual that he went after. It didn't really seem to matter. Probably whoever approached him or whoever he could get to come with him, under the guise of maybe like, oh, you're sick or something, or like, hey, I have drugs, or like whatever. He basically got to lure them back to his, killing field. And then they did bury them, Dontex. The ones that were identified were actually buried in proper cemeteries. I believe Flo Polillo is buried in, she's buried in Cleveland. There's another, I think Edward Andrassy was buried in another cemetery. But the ones that were not identified were all buried in unmarked graves in a potter's field. So they were buried, but they were just kind of buried in mass in an unmarked grave, which is really kind of crummy. Yeah, imagine if they could do forensic tests on the body parts now. Yeah, it's too, I'm looking for just a leg or a fish. Are you looking for a leg or a fish? Maybe. So, well, hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. Like I said, it was kind of threw you into the gory stuff right off the bat. Didn't give you too much warning, but I tried to. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. It was done by request. It was a fun one to do. It was a fun one to put together. Luna gets some kitty cake. She keeps interrupting, so she might just get a birthday spanking instead because she's being a bad girl. Like, I had to turn the microphone off because she decided she was going to grab her toy and just like sing to everyone. And I was like, nobody wants to hear you sing right now. People are watching about murders. No one wants to hear you sing. Stop it. They can hear you sing another time. So thanks, guys. Thanks for watching. And hopefully soon, I will have the Manson final part of the cult documentary completed, and ready for your engagement and enjoyment. And so it'll be fun. It's a lot. There's 17 pages of notes, dude. Like, guys, 17 pages of notes. Like, it's a fun one. There's a lot of material there, and it's one that everybody knows, but I like to try to throw some maybe things in there that people don't know about. So we'll see. We'll see if I kind of test your mettle on that one. And thanks you guys for joining. Again, all you have to do to support the channel, you can always follow the link. Thank you, Susan. And Anne-Marie did send me a PayPal earlier, so thank you for the lovely PayPal donations. It is always appreciated, never required. And then go ahead and click like, give that thumbs up, give a comment, share that video out to anybody that you think will enjoy it, that likes true crime. That is the easiest thing you can do to support the channel, is to share it out. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Stay spooky and try not to get murdered. And don't lose your torso. Like, just don't do that. Okay. Good night, everybody. Have a good one. And boom, just like that, there I am. Like the vision out of your worst nightmares. I mean, it could be your worst nightmare. I don't know. I don't know your nightmares. Anyways, welcome back to the creepiest show this side of the hellscape. The Dad Hours presents the Murder Corner. And I, as always, am your host, future ghost with the most, and the reason for spooky season, Vivian Noir. That's me. Welcome to everyone who is watching. Hey to Crow of Judas, to Lab, to Dazzler, to Cassie, to Janine, to Mina, to Susan. I think I got everybody. Daniel just rolled in right at the right time. Hey, Daniel, how's it going? So hello to everyone. So this week is a little bit of a detour because I'm still working on the Scientology part 2, but in a little side thing, just so you guys don't forget about me or about the show. And Janine had the wonderful idea of suggesting, hey, why not do like a little like mini mystery in between the big episodes? And I said, I think I could do that. So hi, Jason. We do love detours, especially when they lead to cemeteries. So today we're going to be doing like a little side mini mystery. Hey, Sean. Of an unsolved case, and it's something you guys may be familiar with. It is an older one, but it's still pretty legendarily like unsolved. I believe it's been covered by a few podcasts for sure. BuzzFeed Unsolved has covered it, and it's weird. It's weird. I'll give you guys that. It's definitely weird, and it's got a lot of weird angles. This video, though, like, not as good as the Scientology one, but it's kind of awesome. So without further ado, let's get started, shall we? It was April 4th, 1922, and something wasn't quite right at Hinterkaifeck Farm. The mail had been piling up in the postal box, and young Casilia Gruber had not been to school in several days. A few neighbors, as well as other concerned townfolk, stopped by the property to check in on the family, and they stumbled on a sight straight out of a horror film. Inside the barn, lined up in ghastly rows and covered in bloody hay, were 4 members of the Gruber family. Andreas, his wife, their adult daughter Victoria, and granddaughter Casilia lay dead, hacked to death with a pickaxe. Inside the homestead, the scene of gruesome horror continued. The family maid, Maria Baumgartner, and baby grandson Joseph were also found brutally murdered in their bedrooms. There was no trace left behind of a perpetrator or perpetrators, and it was estimated that the family had been killed on or around March 31st. It appeared to the authorities that each of the Gruber family members found in the barn had been systematically lured there, one by one, where they met their fates. Mercifully, it appeared that all of the victims died instantly from their wounds, save, as one would hope, with getting a pickaxe directly to the freaking skull. But that's the interesting. So the interesting part of it is that there were 4 family members. There were 6 members of the family total in the house. Well, one wasn't a family member. One was the maid. But, sorry, there's a hair on my lip, and I cannot seem to find it. Anyways, the 4 family members, obviously, you're not going to be probably just on your own out in the barn, right? So the fact that they were lured one at a time, and I'm like, how they did that? Like, how you get one person to come out there, much less another person. The only thing I could figure would be that they lured one person out there with like maybe some weird sounds or something, or like maybe spooked the animals and got the animals to start making noise. The first person went out, which was probably Andreas, probably went out first and went to check the animals, and then he was killed. And then when he didn't come back, his wife and the others probably went to go look for him. But that's really freaking creepy. Like, that is really creepy to lure them. Not only is it awful to kill 6 people in a house, but to lure them one at a time. Like, that's like straight out of a horror movie. And I do think somebody actually made a horror movie about this. Anyways, continue me.
For young 7-year-old Kazilia, whose absence from school had triggered the initial search. A later investigation discovered that she likely survived for hours after and eventually succumbed to shock. She was found missing clumps of her own hair, which were found in her hands. Investigators believed she had torn them out herself, either in fright or in a futile attempt to treat her dire head wounds. And this was only the final chapter in the strange saga that had begun around the farm months before. The family's original maid before Maria Baumgartner had quit her position suddenly 6 months prior to the bodies being discovered. She claimed the reason for leaving the home was the strange noises she kept hearing in the attic, and that she believed the house was haunted. Then, only days before the attacks, Andreas Gruber found tracks in the snow leading from the forest behind his farm going towards his home, but none leading away from. Even stranger, he discovered a newspaper inside of his home that he did not recall purchasing. Andreas also found that the lock on the door of the farm's machine room, where the murder weapon had been kept, was broken. The family also heard strange noises in the attic themselves later that night, but found no one when the building was subsequently searched. The noises and footsteps were never reported to the authorities, since the small farm that sat nestled in the hills some 40 miles outside of Munich seemed to be a safe and serene place. Quite the fatal error. Authorities investigated thoroughly and could come to only one terrifying conclusion: that the killer, or killers, had been living with the family inside their home for at least 6 months before the murders occurred. Even more disturbing, it was discovered that food had been recently taken from the pantry, smoke was seen coming from the chimney, and the livestock had been fed and tended in the days before the bodies were ultimately discovered, leading authorities to also believe that the killer or killers remained in the house for at least 4 days after the murders.
Yikes. Just yikes. The fact that not only do you potentially have squatters that have broken into your home and are hiding in your house that you can't find, but then the fact that they hung out for at least almost a week after the murder happened and continue to like use things in the house and take care of the animals and carry on like stuff was normal. What in the actual shit biscuits? Like, what? I was like, this is literally like, it reads like a creepypasta story. This reads like something somebody would have written for a creepypasta channel, and it doesn't even sound real. But this shit really happened. Like I can't. I was just like, they stayed in that not only to hide in someone's house in the attic for 6 months, but then to hang out after everyone's dead. Lordy, Michael Jordy. Anyways, continue me. But why would they do such a thing? Well, we're going to get to some motives here in a minute.
Robbery was thought to be an initial motive, but when a large amount of money was found in the house, this theory was abandoned. Still, the lack of a solid motive didn't lead to a shortage of suspects for the grisly crimes. The prime suspects were as follows. Number 1, Carl Gabriel. Carl was Victoria's husband, who had been reportedly killed during a shell attack in World War I, though his body was never found. After the murders, people began to speculate that if he had indeed perished during the war, then Victoria's young son Joseph had been conceived illegitimately. It was even rumored that the 2-year-old boy was a product of incest between Victoria and her own father, Andreas.
Blech. Everybody say it with me. Oh God. This is mentioned a couple times in the things that I read. They do say that it was of public record in the town and it had been claimed in the courts. But I don't know if that's ever been proven for sure. Or if that was like part of an urban legend that kind of spun out of this, that kind of grew out of things. The things that I read did say that that was something that had been claimed officially in court. And Mina lives in Germany and does say the incest thing was widely believed. So I think it's something that either is complete like urban legend and has just been tacked on to the story to add like an additional element to it, like, you know, hills have eyes kind of level. But I couldn't find any concrete evidence. Unfortunately, they're long dead, and I don't think there's really any way to prove that at this point. But it is definitely an interesting aspect to the story that's like, holy fuck, that's gross. Mina, yes, please. If you can find anything more than I found, please leave a comment or leave it in the comment in the video below for sure. Because all I could find was that, like, yeah, it was like people pretty much believed it. It was recorded in the town, like in the town courts and stuff, but I couldn't find any solid evidence of like, yes, this for sure happened. Anyways, continue me.
Had Carl Gabriel ultimately returned to the farm to exact his revenge on an unfaithful wife? Suspect number 2, Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a neighbor and supposed lover of Victoria, who was also rumored to be the father of young Joseph after his wife's death in 1918. He fell under early suspicion due to his strange actions immediately after the discovery of the bodies. When Schlittenbauer and his friends came to investigate the farm, they had to break a gate in order to enter the barn because all of the doors were locked. However, immediately after finding the 4 bodies in the barn, Schlittenbauer apparently unlocked the front door with a key and somehow entered the house alone. A key to the house had gone missing several days before the murders, but it is entirely possible that Schlittenbauer, as a neighbor or as Victoria's potential lover, might have been given a key. When asked by his companions why he had gone into the house alone, since it was unclear if the murderer or murderers might still be inside, Schlittenbauer allegedly stated that he went to look for his son Joseph. Regardless of any of the above rumors, it is known that Schlittenbauer had disturbed the bodies at the scene, thus potentially compromising the investigation. For many years after, local suspicion remained on Schlittenbauer because of his strange comments, which were seen as indicating knowledge of details that only the killer would know. According to reports in the files for this case, local teacher Hans Blager discovered Schlittenbauer visiting the remains of the demolished Hinterkaifeck farm in 1925. When asked why he was there, Schlittenbauer stated that the perpetrator's attempt to bury the family's remains in the barn had been hindered by the frozen ground conditions. This was seen as evidence that Schlittenbauer had intimate knowledge of the ground at the time of the murders, but being familiar with the local land, he may have just been making an educated guess. The supposed motivation for the crime was that Schlittenbauer ultimately murdered the family after Victoria demanded financial support for young Joseph.
I mean, that could be. Only thing I could think of when I was making these slides and stuff like that was like Lorenz Schlittenbauer. That's my name too. I just got like a John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt vibe that I could not shake for the life of me. And I just kept giggling the entire time that I was making slides. So it was really ridiculous. Also, it was like 10 o'clock at night and I was tired. So that may be why it was so funny. I don't know, it was stupid. It was real stupid. Hey to everybody who's popped in the meantime. Slay farmer. That's interesting. Mina says the Schlitten means slay and Bauer means farmer. So slay farmer. Slayer? What? Weird. Anyways. Evidence keeps piling up against this guy all the time. So hey to Dantex. Hey Paul. Hey Victoria. Hey to Dantex. Hey everyone that walked in recently. Hi, Cody. I saw him pop in too. But yeah, smash that like button, guys. And I'm going to pop out and we can continue this awesome. This one's not going to be a long one because it's a mini mystery, but I will be back. Continue me.
Before his death in 1941, Schlittenbauer conducted and won several civil claims for slander against persons who described him as the, quote, murderer of Hinterkaifeck. Suspects number 3, the Bichler brothers and George Siegel. The former maid on the farm, Christiane Rieger, worked from November 1920 to about September 1921 on the farm. She suspected the brothers Anton and Karl Bichler to have committed the murders. Anton Bichler helped with the potato harvest on Hinterkaifeck and knew the farm well. Rieger said that Bichler had talked to her often about the Gruber and Gabriel family. Anton reportedly suggested that the family ought to be dead. The maid also emphasized in her interrogation that the farm dog, who barked at everyone, never barked at Anton. There were no reports of the dog barking on the nights leading up to or after the murders. In addition, she reported speaking with a stranger through her window at night. The maid believed that it was Karl Bichler, the brother of Anton. She thought that Anton and Karl could have committed the murder together with George Siegel, who had worked at Hinterkaifeck and knew of the family fortune. Supposedly, Siegel had broken into the home in November of 1920 and had stolen a number of items, though he denied it. He did state that he carved the handle of the murder weapon when he was working at Hinterkaifeck and knew that the tool would have been kept in the machine house. Suspect number 4, Paul Mueller. Author Bill James, in his book, The Man from the Train, alleges that serial killer Paul Mueller may have been responsible for the murders. The murders bear some similarities to his crimes in the United States, including the slaughter of an entire family in their isolated home using the blunt edge of a farm tool as a weapon, and the apparent absence of robbery as a motive. The authors suspect that Mueller, described as a German immigrant in contemporary media, might have I did say tool. I said tool a couple times. So I'm going to have to pause myself in mid-sentence here for this one. But if anybody recognizes these few posters, so the original 2 were murders that happened in the late 1800s, 1895, 1896 in Worcester. I think it was in Worcester. So kind of New England. And axe murdered in their home, very similar motive. And if anyone recognizes this poster, you will know that that is from Villisca. That is the Villisca axe murder house, where a family was also butchered with an axe, and they never found who did it. In the book, there's the claim that is made by the author and his daughter, who researched these crimes extensively. They do think it's the same person who committed these crimes across the United States for at least like 30 years or something and just was not caught. Because the first murders that we saw the articles for happened in like the late 1800s, and this one happened in 1912. So definitely similar motives. I mean, I can see where they're going with that. We're going like it invading a family's home and murdering them all with an axe is pretty unique as far as like an MO. But also there was the Axeman of New Orleans, who was operating around the same time, doing kind of the same thing. So it wasn't, I guess, super uncommon. But yes, it has an interesting tie to the Villisca axe murder house. Absolutely, Jason's absolutely correct. The sad part is the cases, yeah, like a lot of these, they're not going to ever like find out who did it. So you can only go back so far and you can only do so much. Even modern technology can only do so much when something's like, 80, 100 years old. So, but it's really interesting to put the thread and draw the line between these axe murders that occurred throughout the United States. And like, apparently this guy just traveled the rails, like kind of like Panzerem style, and then just went and axed people, I guess. And yeah. So it's a good theory. They have a lot of good points in their favor. Whether we can actually ever prove it or not, that's
That's unfortunate, and that remains to be seen. Continue, me.
Part of the United States for his homeland after private investigators and journalists began to notice and publicize patterns in family murders across state lines following the brazen 1912 murder of 2 families in a single night in Colorado and a similar family murder weeks afterwards a few hundred miles away in neighboring Kansas. More than 100 suspects were interviewed regarding the crime, but all were eventually dismissed by the authorities. After the investigation was officially closed, the bodies of the Grubers were autopsied, and this is where the story takes a bit of a supernatural twist. The heads of all of the Gruber family victims were subsequently removed post-mortem and sent to clairvoyants in Munich as a last-ditch effort to unearth clues about the murders through metaphysical means. The psychics were ultimately unsuccessful, and, in a tragic twist of fate, the heads were lost during the turmoil of World War II.
That is going to be first on my list to haunt somebody. You take my head to try to find out clues for my murder, and then you lose my head? You lose my head. You lost my fucking head. Haunted. That's it. Haunted. Done. Yes, they took the skulls apparently and sent them to clairvoyants in an attempt to try to, I know you do, Jason, try to somehow, I guess through the ether, like figure out who did it through psychic means, and it didn't work. And then the heads were lost, all of them, not just one, not just it was not just one, but all of them. So that kind of sucks. So obviously the bodies had to be buried without their heads, which is super dupes unfortunate, but that's weird. It's weird, and I could see why, because spirituality was such a big thing, and mediumship and things like that were a big thing at the time. So I think that had something to do with it as to why they attempted that, maybe. But I just thought that was an interesting angle of like, let's chop their heads off and see if psychics can tell us who murdered them by reading the bumps in their heads. I don't know. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Those heads are long gone. We know, Jason. We know. We know that they were. Don't you lie. Anyways, continue.
The bodies were eventually buried headless in a cemetery in a nearby town. The farmstead itself was also destroyed about a year after the Hinterkaifeck incident. The files on the case were officially closed in 1955, with no official charges ever being brought, despite several arrests being made. In 1999, an elderly woman came forward claiming that her former landlord admitted to having information regarding the murders, but it was discovered that the landlord had made this claim far back in 1935, and the named suspect was already dead by 1999. In 2007, more than 80 years after the murders, students at a German police academy used modern investigation and forensics techniques to investigate the cold case. They managed to rule out all but one suspect, but since the suspected killer is deceased, the name was withheld out of respect for the suspect's relatives, who are still alive. Was the Gruber family and the maid murdered by squatters who hid for months inside of their home? Was it an act of greed, jealousy, or pure cruelty? For now, as far as the public is concerned, the strange case of the Hinterkaifeck farm murders remains unsolved.
So that was a short one, yeah. So Mina, if you could tell us who it was, because it didn't really like get into it too much. It seems like it might have been Schlittenbauer for sure. Like he seemed like he might have been the one. He seemed to be the most likely suspect to me. When you look at all the details and stuff. And yes, I want skulls. I tried to buy one once. They're expensive. They're very expensive, guys. We had an oddity shop here that sold like bones and wet samples. So they would sell like, organs and stuff like that in jars that are preserved, and they're taken, as far as I know, legally. I'm not going to ask too many questions. But I found a skull there and I really wanted a skull. And it was not in great shape. It was missing the bottom jaw and it was missing most of its teeth. But it was also $700 for a very incomplete skull. It's about $1,100 for an intact one if you want a real one. So just throwing that out there in case you were in the market, you know, just shopping. It was legit. How much was it, Jason? Oh, dang. It was like, I didn't see the price on it. Yeah, anything that's like that, that's like, that's legitimate is really expensive. You're going to, I don't want to know why you need one with a mouth crow. Actually, I already know. And there's reasons that I know why how much a skull goes for. There's reasons. They also had a full intact, well, as intact as it can be, human nervous system. So they had a brain and a spinal cord in a jar it was $700 also. It was like $700. I really wanted it, but I couldn't afford it. So I just have teeth that I bought because those are cheaper. Teeth are much more affordable than whole bones and things. Bones get very expensive. People parts are very expensive. Donate them to me for free. Just will me your stuff in your will and be like, and to Vivian, I leave parts and I just get to pick the parts I want. You have Viewmaster reels. Speaking of Viewmaster, I don't know if you guys can see the shelf up here, right here, within reach, is a very cool Viewmaster that I got sent by Jason, Cemetery Road and the Haunted Side, and it's black because he knows that's my signature color. Also, it comes with a Cemetery Road reel, you guys, custom made with some of Jason's photos, great photos of cemeteries that have like, and it's all 3D Viewmaster style. You have to have one of these. They're so freaking cool. I didn't know you could make these, but it's amazing. Get on it. And it's right here. It belongs on my memorabilia wall, along with when I get actual bones, that's where they'll go. When I can afford bones. We should just do a GoFundMe so I can buy bones. I mean, I've seen people do GoFundMes for stupider stuff. Fund Vivian's need for body parts. That sounded wrong. Hey, Custard. So that was a mini episode. I just wanted to do like a little pop in and a little chit chat with you guys to touch base with things while I work on the Scientology part 2 because there's a lot. So that one will be out next week. I just kind of wanted to do a fun little. I might be building a friend, maybe. Some of your beeswax. Right, Crow. So it's not. It is, Paul. It is because it's not cola. Just saying. So just wanted to kind of touch base with y'all, say hello so you don't forget me or the show. And then, yeah, we'll be on to Scientology part 2 next week. And then we'll probably be wrapping up our cult series fairly soon. There'll be one more episode in the cult series. We're going to round it out with the good old trip to memory lane of the Manson family. Maybe you've heard of them. I don't know. They're not that popular. But that'll be the final episode of the mini-series, The Cult of Personality. The words. And then we'll be right back to true crime. It actually makes a nice little bridge back into serial killers and true crime. And if you guys like the mini episodes between the larger episodes, I can keep doing those. This was fun. I just got to play around with some more video editing techniques because me making videos obviously just gets me more experience with editing and stuff like that. So it doesn't hurt my feelings any, that's for sure. Did anyone have any questions? And Mina, if you can find anything, go ahead and feel free to like either email it to me or you can put it in the comments below the video if you happen to like find out anything else more specific about this. But I thought it was a fun little mystery case. There's some weird theories out there about this one too, where it's like, it wasn't squatters, it was ghosts. I'm like, I'm pretty sure ghosts don't. Okay. Or it was like there were it was a cryptid, there were aliens, and I'm like, I don't think so. I think it was just people, because people are, you know, pretty terrible sometimes. So there's that. Like, there's some really out there theories about it, where it's like, yeah, there was like a ghost and a poltergeist murdered the whole family, and I'm like, no, I don't think it did. I don't think so. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hey, Sharon. Sorry, we're kind of like wrapping up. This one definitely was a shorter one. Hi to everybody, but please go back, hashtag Team Rewatch, and Crow's been hitting y'all with the links. Truckee River Murder House. I could just go up to Truckee River Murder House. I could just go up there. It's not that far. It's like 7 hours away from me. I could just drive up there and do a live. Hey, okay. Okay. Idea time, guys. What do you think about a live episode from the Truckee River Murder House? A live Dead Hours episode. I think it's not that far. I've driven it before. I would do it again. Show of emojis. Show of ghost emojis. Live Truckee River Murder House. Murder Corner episode. You know, and maybe I get, you know, some dude that hunts ghosts that lives up there too to come down and do a, I don't know. He might show up. We'll see. But do it high. Oh no, that would be dangerous. That would be dangerous. That place is spoopy and falling apart. I'm clumsy sober. I would break my freaking neck. Yeah, like I really want to get into it and see if I can tie some actual like records to it, to the stories that have been told up there. So that just, you know, confirm the local legends and stuff. Heck yeah, crossover time and a live episode. Shoot, yeah, I'm not taking a pocket gizmo. I don't have one. And Crow, I could navigate it in heels. Just ask Jason. I climbed a mountain. So, I mean, climbed up straight up a mountain. Totally fine. Truckee River Murder House. Yes. So I will work on that. That will be a potential like September thing that I do, because I'm gonna have to find time to drive up there. Jason confirms. I'll have time to drive up there and like try to figure out where it's, I don't know exactly where it's at, but like get shown where it's at and get things set up and do some research and stuff. So I think that'll be a fun one. Like an on-site live episode at an actual location. Heck yeah, let's make this happen. All right, so thank you guys for watching. I couldn't call it a pocket plasma. Well, I mean, it is a thing. Also, interesting thing about the pocket plasma thing, guys, the little pocket disc thing that is used as an actual piece of equipment. John from True North Paranormal they do equipment reviews on their YouTube channel. So if you haven't subscribed to them, they're awesome. You should go check them out. He actually did an equipment review on that particular piece of equipment. So if you want to find out how it works and if it works as a piece of paranormal equipment, go check out True North Paranormal's channel, and they do equipment reviews and they'll tell you how it works. Just like that. So yes, Truckee River. Somebody's really excited about the Truckee River idea. Yeah, let me text somebody who's in the know and find out when is a good time to go up there. So thanks so much, guys. Hi, Ghost Vexer. Sorry, you kind of like rolled in at the last minute, but please hashtag Team rewatch the episode, like it, subscribe if you haven't, which I don't think any of you haven't already subscribed, but share the video out. That's the only thing I ask you guys to do, is share. I don't ask for money. I don't ask for anything. When you guys send money, it is beyond awesome. So I super duper appreciate when anybody buys merch and anybody buys anything. Super awesome. But all I ask is you guys share the video. That is a helpful thing for me. Helps the channel grow, helps the views go up. And in the meantime, hang out and we will see you guys next week for Scientology Part 2. Stay spooky, stay out of cults, and don't get murdered by an axe. Just saying. Bye, guys.
You know, if I wanted to kill somebody, I'd take this book and beat you to death with it, and I wouldn't feel a thing. It'd be just like walking to the drugstore.
In popular conversation, whenever a cult is mentioned, it's customary for his name to be brought up by default. Even though the idea strayed far from that of typical religious-based cults like the People's Temple or Scientology, nowhere can the word cult be mentioned without being synonymously followed by the name Charles Manson, the Manson family. A counterculture commune fueled by sex and LSD set in the backdrop of the Summer of Love. The group boasted around 100 members at its peak, most of them young, wide-eyed, impressionable women from middle-class backgrounds who followed their charlatan prophet and Pied Piper into the desert hills surrounding Los Angeles. A handful of those loyal followers would follow their leader directly into infamy itself one hot summer night, committing some of the most violent and shocking crimes that America had ever seen. And a nation would be changed forever. But long before the groupies, the bloodshed, and the headlines, there was a man who barely stood 5 feet tall with wild eyes and a crooked smile. Charles Miller Manson. And that name, much like many things in his early life, didn't come easy. Born November 12, 1934, in Cincinnati, Ohio, to Kathleen Maddox, a rebellious teenage runaway and alcoholic, one could even say his entry into this life was full of falsehoods and contradictions. Extended family members reported that after running away from her typical and religious middle-class home in Ashland, Kentucky, the free-spirited Kathleen found work as a prostitute, but Kathleen would later say in a 1971 interview that she had never been a prostitute and that she had been just a dumb kid who had a child out of wedlock. The biological father abandoned the 15-year-old Kathleen before the child's birth and would have little to do with the family, according to some sources. This fact was later disputed by Kathleen herself, who claimed that Colonel Walker Scott, Manson's father, as well as a mill worker and reputed con artist, would be active in his son's life up until his death in 1954 from cancer. Quote, "All that stuff you read about Charles not knowing who his father was, that's not so. Scott used to come and pick up Charles and take him home for weekends with his own child. He just loved him," Maddox reported. She said her religious mother sent her away to Cincinnati to have the baby, along with her sister, and it was there that she would meet the man who would give her son his infamous last name, William Manson. She would accept his marriage proposal and they would wed when Kathleen, who had lied on her marriage license to claim she was 21, was 6 months pregnant. At first glance, it wouldn't seem that Kathleen was maternal material herself either, to the point that he wasn't even given a name on his birth. The name No Name Maddox was scrawled on the child's birth certificate. Kathleen would defend the decision to leave the child nameless and insisted that she wanted to wait for her mother to meet her in Cincinnati to properly name the child. Quote, "I figured I'd already hurt her pretty bad, so I wanted to let her name the baby, you see. So she named him after my father," unquote. Weeks later, that child was renamed Charles Miller Manson. The choice to marry William would prove to be as ill-fated as previous relationships and wouldn't last long. Kathleen would go on long drinking sprees with her brother Luther and would leave young Charlie in the care of numerous babysitters. In 1937, William Manson would ultimately file for divorce from his troubled wife, citing gross neglect of duty. That same year, Kathleen would attempt to sue young Charlie's biological father for paternity. The suit was settled in court, but that wouldn't be the end of legal troubles for Kathleen. On August 1st, 1939, Kathleen and her brother Luther were both arrested for robbery and assault and were sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison, respectively, for robbing a gas station at gunpoint. Young Charlie was only 5 years old when the one constant adult presence in his life would be removed, and he would be sent to live with his mother's relatives in McMecken, West Virginia. Their home wasn't far from the West Virginia State Penitentiary at Moundsville, where his mother was serving her sentence. According to Charlie, it was an abusive and neglectful environment. But according to his cousin, Joanne, who lived with young Charlie in the home with his Aunt Glenna and Uncle Bill, the boy was nothing but trouble. From the outset, he would be caught in lies constantly and would blame others for anything he did wrong. Beginning in the first grade, in an eerie foreshadowing of future events, Manson would recruit gullible classmates, mostly girls, to attack other students that he didn't like. And after the violent outburst, Manson would claim innocence to his teachers, swearing that his pint-sized disciples were acting on their own free will, and he couldn't be held accountable for their actions. And because no one thought a 6-year-old capable of such complex Machiavellian manipulations, Charlie usually got off scot-free, while his followers bore the brunt of punishment. Though his dirty deeds weren't simply confined to the manipulation of others, when he felt personally slighted or insulted, he would turn violent himself. He was fascinated with guns, knives, and anything sharp. And in a telling account, his cousin Joanne would recount a frightening close encounter with young Charlie and his fascination with weapons. One afternoon, Joanne recalled that her parents had gone out and had told her to change the bed linens and to watch Charlie. Charlie would always ignore household chores, so instead of trying to get him to help her with the task, Joanne would send Charlie out into the yard to play while she changed the linen in one of the bedrooms. Soon, Charlie came skipping back inside, brandishing a razor-sharp sickle that he'd found in the yard. He menacingly waved it in Joanne's face, but being bigger and older than her scrawny cousin, she easily pushed him aside and continued tucking in the sheets. Charlie then jumped between her and the bed, still holding the weapon. Frustrated, Joanne shoved Charlie outside and locked the screen door behind him. She thought that was the end of it, but something inside Charlie snapped. He began shrieking and slashing at the screen door with the sickle. She said there was a crazy look on his face, and she had no doubt that he intended to kill her once he got back inside. He had torn through the screen door and was wrenching the door open when Bill and Glenna Thomas returned home. They took one look at the destroyed screen door, then at Charlie's red, furious face and Joanne's pale, frightened one, and asked what had happened. So terrified she could barely speak, Joanne muttered, "Ask Charles." Charlie attempted to spin the narrative that Joanne had attacked him and he was simply defending himself. Bill and Glenna didn't believe him and gave him a whipping. Charles Manson was only 7 years old. His mother would be paroled in 1942, and Manson would later characterize the first few weeks after she returned from prison as the happiest in his life. They would live in a variety of hotel rooms across the years before finally settling down in Charleston, West Virginia. Manson was constantly truant from school and involved in petty crime, claiming once in an interview with Diane Sawyer that he had set fire to his school when he was 9, while Kathleen, either unwilling or unable to control her son, spent her evenings drinking. She would continue to struggle with legal troubles, being arrested once for grand larceny, but not convicted. It was during these years that Manson would make dubious claims about his own mother, claiming she once tried to sell him for a pitcher of beer. And yet, on the other hand, he would also defend her in his autobiography, Manson, in his own words. Quote, "Other writers have portrayed Mom as a teenage whore. Because she happened to be the mother of Charles Manson, she is downgraded. I prefer to think of her as a flower child in the 30s. 30 years ahead of her times, unquote. All of these contradicting details make the story of Manson's early life complicated to unwind in order to separate the truth from rumors. It also didn't help that Manson himself was known to be a compulsive liar. But facts remain facts. And the fact became clear that after the family's relocation to Indianapolis and meeting her second husband from attending Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, dealing with the preteen Manson became too much for Kathleen to handle, and she would send young Charlie to a Catholic reform school when he was 12 years old. The Gabalt School for Boys in Terre Haute, Indiana was a strict institution. Any infraction or transgression would be corrected by physical punishment via a wooden paddle or a leather strap. Manson would eventually run away from the school and hide himself in the woods before fleeing home to his mother. He would spend Christmas in 1947 at his aunt and uncle's house in McMecken before his mother would eventually return him to Gabalt. The return to the stringent corrective environment wouldn't be permanent. 10 months later, he would escape again and run away to Indianapolis, where he committed his first known crime in 1948 when he robbed a grocery store. At first, the robbery was solely to steal some food to eat, but Manson also discovered a cigar box containing over $100. He would steal the money too and use the funds to rent himself a room on Skid Row in Indianapolis and to buy himself food. For a brief period of time, while in the city living on his own, Manson appeared to attempt to go straight. He got a job with Western Union as a courier and made money delivering messages. The legal income wasn't satisfactory for Charlie, and he began to supplement his income with petty theft. Eventually, he would run afoul of the law and get caught, ending up in front of a sympathetic judge who would send him to Boys Town in Omaha, Nebraska in 1949. After a mere 4 days at the juvenile facility, he and a fellow student named Blackie Nielsen would somehow obtain a gun and steal a car. They would go on the run, heading back towards Peoria, Illinois, where Nielsen's uncle lived. While on the road, they would rob a gas station and another business at gunpoint. When they arrived in Peoria, they met up with Nielsen's uncle, who was also a thief, and took the boys on as apprentices. Manson was ultimately arrested 2 weeks later during a nighttime raid of a shop. He was quickly connected to the 2 prior armed robberies and was sent to the strict Indiana Boys School, yet another reform institution for minors. The school proved a bleak and abusive environment where violence would continue to set the pattern that Manson would become familiar with for the rest of his institutionalized life. While at the school, allegedly Manson was raped by other students at the encouragement of a staff member and was beaten repeatedly. He ran away from the school a total of 18 times. It was while he was in attendance at the Indiana Boys School that he began to further hone his techniques of psychological manipulation. He developed a self-defense method that he referred to as the insane game, where if he found himself at a physical disadvantage and unable to defend himself, he would scream and flail his arms while making strange faces in order to try to convince his attackers that he was crazy. After many failed escape attempts, he would finally successfully escape with 2 other boys in February 1951. The 3 stole cars and tried to make a fugitive flight to California, but old habits seemed to die hard, and on the way, they robbed several gas stations. The escape attempt would come to a premature end when the trio were eventually arrested in Utah. This crime spree would differ distinctly from other escapes and flights made from correctional facilities, though, because of one seminal thing. The act of stealing a car and crossing state lines was considered a federal crime. For this, Manson was sent to the National Training School for Boys in Washington, D.C. On his arrival at the facility, he was given aptitude tests that showed he was illiterate but had an above-average IQ of 109. His caseworker also deemed him to be aggressively antisocial. At a psychiatrist's recommendation, he was relocated in October of 1951 to a minimum security institution called National Bridge Honor Camp. His aunt would visit him and said that on his release, he would have a place to live with her and that she would help him find work. However, his parole hearing that was set for February of 1952 was derailed when he was caught in January raping a boy at knife point. Manson would be transferred to the Federal Reformatory in Petersburg, Virginia. But even a change in venue would not curb Manson's violent impulses. While at the Federal Reformatory, he committed a further, quote, 8 serious disciplinary offenses, including 3 homosexual acts. This was the last act of grace given to the young Manson, who would then be transferred to a maximum security reformatory at Chillicothe, Ohio, where he was expected to remain until his release on his 21st birthday in November 1955. Surprisingly, though, a streak of good behavior would lead to his early release in May of 1954 to his aunt and uncle's custody. It was a brief, placid eye in the storm that would not last. In January of 1955, Manson would marry a hospital waitress, 15-year-old Rosalie Jean Willis. Around October, he would revert to his old ways and steal a car to drive himself and his then pregnant wife from Ohio to Los Angeles. About 3 months after their illicit arrival, the law would catch up with Manson and he would yet again be charged with the federal crime of taking a stolen vehicle across state lines. After a psychiatric evaluation, he was given 5 years probation but was ordered to appear in a Los Angeles court for an identical charge from Florida. He failed to appear. His probation was summarily revoked and he was sentenced to 3 years in prison at Terminal Island in San Pedro, California. While he was in prison, his wife would give birth to his firstborn son, Charles Manson Jr. His mother, Kathleen, had moved to California to live with Rosalie and her grandson to be close to the small family, but the peace wouldn't last. Eventually, Rosalie stopped visiting Manson in prison, and his mother informed him in March of 1957 that his wife was living with another man. Enraged and determined to act, less than 2 weeks before a scheduled parole hearing, Manson attempted to escape by yet again stealing a car. His parole was denied, and he was placed on 5 years probation. In September of 1958, Rosalie would be granted a petition for divorce the same year that Charlie would be granted 5 years parole from prison, and he quickly took full advantage of his newly granted freedom. By November, he was pimping out a 16-year-old girl while receiving additional financial support from another girl with wealthy parents. The strange power over the women in his life and his ability to manipulate them to his will would continue to follow him until 2 violent nights in the serene Hollywood Hills, when the world would turn upside down. In September of 1958, he would plead guilty to attempting to cash a forged U.S. Treasury check. He received a 10-year suspended sentence and probation after a woman named Leona, who had a checkered past of prostitution, tearfully pled that she and Manson were, quote, deeply in love and would marry Charlie if he were freed. By the end of the year, she would follow through with the marriage, likely also so she would not be compelled to testify against her new husband, as forcing a wife to do so is prohibited by law. Manson would take his new bride and another woman to New Mexico for the purposes of prostitution, which quickly resulted in him being questioned for violating the Mann Act, a federal law that prohibited the crossing of state lines with any woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution or lewd acts. In essence, early human trafficking laws. He would be released, but Manson suspected that the investigation wasn't over, and it wouldn't be the last he would hear from the authorities on that matter. And he was right. After he disappeared and failed to report to his probation officer, a bench warrant was issued for his arrest. An indictment for a violation of the Mann Act quickly followed in June of 1960. Manson was arrested in Laredo, Texas, following the apprehension of one of the women in his company for prostitution, and he was returned to Los Angeles to face the music. For violating his probation on the original check fraud charge, he was ordered to serve out his 10-year sentence. He spent a year fighting the revocation of his probation. In July of 1961, he was transferred to the penitentiary at McNeil Island. It was while incarcerated here that Manson would begin the musical journey that would end with 7 people dead. Manson always loved music and began taking guitar lessons while at McNeil from the leader of the legendary Barker Karpus Gang, Alvin "Creepy" Karpis. Manson wanted to become a professional singer-songwriter, and fellow inmate and record producer Phil Kaufman recalled once that when a guard taunted Manson about never getting out, Manson very calmly looked up from his guitar and said, "Get out of where?" Kaufman recalled that while he thought Manson was a subpar guitar player, that he was capable enough as a singer and songwriter, and that he stood a good chance of getting a record contract. Kaufman shared the name of a friend in the film industry with Manson before his release, Gary Stromberg at Universal Studios. This wasn't the only odd Hollywood connection that Manson would encounter while incarcerated. While at the Los Angeles County Jail before being transferred to McNeil, he would meet future film star Danny Trejo while he was only 17 years old. It was also during this time that Charles Manson would be introduced to another element of the Hollywood lifestyle, the Church of Scientology. He declared himself a member at one point during his incarceration in the early 60s after he had reportedly been dabbling in many religions, but found Scientology appealing because of its mind control tactics. He was introduced to the religion by a cellmate who guided him through the courses, but after about 150 hours of the auditing process, would eventually fall out of the religion and never become an active member. Rumors swirled around after his conviction in the Tate killings that Manson had backed out of the religion after reportedly reaching OT5 because it proved, quote, too crazy for him. But the likely truth of it is that Manson ultimately got what he wanted out of the process, picking up mind control techniques that he would use later in his own followers, and quit when it proved no longer useful to his goals. Still, it's a fun idea to think that a religion existed that was even too extreme for Charles Manson. During his incarceration at McNeil Island, his mother Kathleen would move to Washington and take a job as a waitress in a nearby town to be closer to her son. But a mother's attentive love would come too little too late to correct his long-developed negative and sociopathic behavior patterns. In a 1961 annual review at the prison, it was observed that Manson had a, quote, tremendous drive to call attention to himself, and this was echoed in a 1964 review as well. In 1963, Manson's second wife, Leona, would be granted a divorce, and during the process would claim that the pair had a son together, Charles Luther. Manson would remain at McNeil Island until June of 1966, when he would be sent to Terminal Island a second time to prepare for an early release. By the time of his actual release on March 21, 1967, 32-year-old Charles Manson had spent more than half of his life in prisons and institutions. He told the authorities that prison had become his home and requested to stay, stating that he couldn't make it in the outside world and that he would only end up behind bars again eventually. He was right. Following his release from prison, Manson moved into an apartment in Berkeley, California, and soon became acquainted with 23-year-old library assistant Mary Brunner. According to a secondhand account, it didn't take long for Manson to snare Brunner in his thrall and to overcome her resistance to his bringing other women home to live with the couple. Before long, they were sharing Brunner's residence with 18 women. Brunner would eventually become pregnant with Manson's third child. Manson had set himself up as something of a guru in San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury district, and he would soon have his group of followers, mostly troubled young women seeking either adventure during the fabled Summer of Love or seeking purpose and escape from a disaffected middle-class existence. Before the summer was over, Manson and the women hit the road in a bus decked out in psychedelic style, traveling down to Los Angeles into the Topanga Canyon and Venice Beach areas. While the group grew and fluctuated to as many as more than 100 members at its peak, there was always a singular core group of loyal members, some of whom would follow Charles Manson directly into infamy. The core members were Charles Tex Watson, Robert Beausoleil, Mary Brunner, Linda Kasabian, Patricia Krenwinkel, Susan Atkins, and Leslie Van Houten. Though in all the busking, begging, and rambling of the ideal flower child lifestyle that the group found themselves living in, Manson had never given up on the idea of becoming a famous musician. And while nothing had come of the audition that Phil Kaufman had attempted to set up for Manson at Universal Studios due to his ill preparedness and amateur showing, he was determined to ingratiate his way into fame at the first opportunity. That opportunity presented itself in the form of internationally famous Beach Boys drummer Dennis Wilson. Dennis Wilson was living in Los Angeles when he picked up Manson family members Patricia Krenwinkel and Ella Jo Bailey while they were hitchhiking. While under the influence of alcohol and LSD, he drove them back to his Pacific Palisades home where they stayed for a few hours. He left alone in the evening for a nighttime recording session, and when he arrived back home in the early hours of the morning, he found Manson emerging from the house and in the driveway. Wilson asked the scraggly stranger if he intended to harm him. Manson said he had no such intention and started kissing Wilson's feet. Inside the house, Wilson discovered 12 strangers, mostly women. Stories vary on how the pair actually met, but one thing is certain: the expenses and pure havoc wreaked by the commune that had taken over Wilson's home. The amount of women living in the home would double over the next few months, and they cost him an approximate $100,000 by making themselves a part of his household. This included a large medical bill for their treatments for gonorrhea and $21,000 for the destruction of Wilson's uninsured vehicle that they had borrowed. Wilson would sing and talk with Manson while the women were instructed to serve them both. Wilson paid for studio time to record songs that Manson wrote and introduced him to industry connections like Greg Jacobson, Rudy Altobelli, and Terry Melcher. According to Manson, he took part in a, quote, pretty fair session, putting down about 10 songs at Brian's home studio. Beach Boys band manager Nick Grillo expanded on this, stating that there were approximately 100 hours of Manson's music recorded at that studio. In 1971, Beach Boys member Mike Love told Rolling Stone magazine that the band still possessed, quote, several 8-track tapes of Charlie and the Girls that Dennis cut. In former Los Angeles prosecutor and district attorney Vincent Bugliosi's 1974 book about the Manson murders, Helter Skelter, he reported that Dennis claimed to have destroyed the tapes because, quote, the vibrations connected with them don't belong on this earth, unquote. The closest Manson ever actually got to fame was a dubious event. An altered version of one of Manson's songs did actually make it onto a released Beach Boys album. In December of 1968, the group released the single Bluebirds Over the Mountain, and on the B-side of the single was a song credited to Dennis Wilson called Never Learn Not to Love. But the song was actually a reworking of a song Manson wrote specifically for the Beach Boys to record called Cease to Exist. Manson claimed he wrote it in response to the tension he witnessed between Dennis and his brothers and bandmates Carl and Brian Wilson. He demoed it to be played on acoustic guitar, but the band ended up changing some of the music by expanding the arrangement and structure, adding vocal harmonies and another bridge. The lyrics were also altered, which reportedly infuriated Manson. Dennis Wilson, for his part, claimed that Manson voluntarily exchanged his writing credit on the song for a lump sum of cash and a motorcycle, but Manson remained incensed by the change in his lyrics, and this would begin a rift between the two. Some would even claim that it was this event, coupled with Terry Melcher's dismissal of Manson and the idea of recording or producing any of his music, was the catalyst to the horrors that would soon take place. Eventually, Wilson would move out of his rented home in order to detach himself from Manson and the women who had become such a negative influence on his life, and his landlord would evict the family. Once evicted from the home, the family needed a new place to live, and Manson would eventually settle the group at Spahn Ranch in August of 1968. The ranch had been used as a TV and movie set for various westerns, but the buildings had fallen into disrepair, and the main income of the ranch in the late 1960s was derived from selling horseback rides. Family members would do chores and construction around the ranch, and the women occasionally had sex on Manson's command with the nearly blind 80-year-old owner, George Spahn. The women would cook for him and also act as his seeing eye guides. In exchange, Spahn allowed Manson and the group to live at the ranch for free. Infamous member and attempted presidential assassin Lynette Fromme would get her nickname Squeaky while at the ranch because she often squeaked when Spahn pinched her thigh. Charles Watson, a small-town Texas youth who had quit college and moved to California, also gained his nickname at the ranch. He met Manson at Wilson's home after giving Wilson a ride when his car was wrecked. George Spahn nicknamed Watson Tex because of his pronounced Texas drawl. But nicknames aside, Charles Manson had his taste of fame and the celebrity high life, and now that Dennis Wilson had cut him off, he was determined not to be shut out of the elite inner circles he craved the money and attention of. His paranoia was growing, and he soon became fixated on the idea that the world would be ending as the result of an apocalyptic race war between whites and blacks, which he dubbed Helter Skelter after the Beatles song of the same name. Manson was obsessed with the song and claimed it contained hidden messages, when in fact it was actually, according to songwriters John Lennon and Paul McCartney, about an old carnival ride. An avowed white supremacist, Manson was seeing racial conspiracy everywhere. He prophesied to his family members that the end times were coming and that they would be the only ones to survive the chaos. He claimed that black people in America would rise up and kill all whites except for Manson and his family, but that they were not intelligent enough to survive on their own, that they would need a white man to lead them, and so they would serve Manson as their master. These notions, fueled by the rage of being ousted from high society, as well as hallucinogens and other drugs, would bend members to Manson's vision, and soon they were ready to act on his violent impulses. Gary Allen Hinman was a music teacher and postgraduate student at UCLA. At some point in the late 1960s, he befriended members of the Manson family, allowing some to occasionally stay in his home. Believing that he was wealthy, Manson sent family members Bobby Beausoleil, Mary Brunner, and Susan Atkins to Hinman's home on July 25, 1969, to convince him to join the family and to turn over the assets that Manson thought Hinman had inherited. The three individuals held the uncooperative Hinman hostage for 2 days, during which time Manson arrived with a sword and slashed his ear. After that, Beausoleil stabbed Hinman to death, allegedly on Manson's instruction. Before leaving the Topanga Canyon residence, Beausoleil or one of the women used Hinman's blood to write "Political Piggy" on the wall and to draw a panther paw, a Black Panther symbol, in an attempt to implicate the group for the crime in order to spark the race war that Manson had predicted was going to end the world. In magazine interviews following his arrest, Bobby Beausoleil claimed that he went to Hinman's to get his money back for a batch of bad drugs that Hinman had sold to him. He added that Brunner and Atkins were unaware of his intent and went along merely to visit Hinman. Atkins contradicted this account in her 1977 autobiography, where she wrote that Manson directly told Beausoleil, Brunner, and her to go up to Hinman's and supposedly get the inheritance of $21,000. She said that 2 days earlier, Manson had told her privately that if she wanted to, quote, do something important, she could kill Hinman and get his money. Beausoleil was arrested on August 6, 1969, after he was caught driving Hinman's car. Police found the murder weapon in the tire well. But this was only a prelude to the final act. On August 8, 1969, Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Linda Kasabian, and Patricia Krenwinkel went to the house at 10050 Cielo Drive. Manson had instructed the women to do as Watson instructed them, which was to, quote, totally destroy everyone in it, as gruesome as you can. The house had once belonged to record producer Terry Melcher and his then-girlfriend Candace Bergen. Manson had run afoul of Melcher during his short-lived and ill-fated music career. Manson felt that Melcher had snubbed him and sought vengeance. He, nor did the rest of the family, realize that Melcher, at the urging of his mother Doris Day, had moved out and rented the house to director Roman Polanski and his wife, actress Sharon Tate. Though supposedly, at one point, according to another account, Manson showed up months prior to the home on Cielo Drive looking for Melcher. He was turned away by the groundskeeper who told him that Melcher no longer lived there while Tate was present. When the group arrived at the entrance to the property, Watson, who had been there before, climbed a telephone pole near the gate and cut the phone lines to the house. The unaware partygoers inside the home were officially cut off from help. It was now past midnight, August 9th, 1969. The group moved their car to the bottom of a hill that led up to the estate, parked, and walked up back toward the house. Hesitant to enter via the front gate, feeling that it may have been electrocuted or armed with an alarm, they instead climbed up an embankment to the right of the gate and entered the grounds. It was then that headlights approached from further back within the property, coming along the angled drive. Tex Watson ordered the three women to hide in the bushes while he stepped out to flag the driver down. The driver of the car was Stephen Parent, 18 years old. He had been visiting the caretaker of the grounds, William Garretson, who lived in a separate guest house on the estate. Watson pointed a .22 caliber revolver at Parent when he stopped the car. The frightened teen begged for his life, telling Watson he wouldn't say anything about seeing him on the property. Watson then pulled out a knife and slashed at Parent, cutting him across the palm deep enough to sever tendons. He ripped Parent's watch off his wrist before leveling the pistol and shooting the youth 4 times in the chest and abdomen, killing him. Watson then ordered the women to come out from hiding and help him push Parent's AMC ambassador further up the driveway towards the gate. While the women moved the car, Watson surveyed the front of the house, seeking an entry through an open window to the main home. He discovered an available window and cut the screen. It was at this time that he ordered Kasabian to keep lookout down by the main gate. Watson entered through the cut screen, then let Atkins and Krenwinkel in through the front door of the home. The party that Sharon Tate had been having with some of her closest friends had been winding down. In attendance was Jay Sebring, a famed hairdresser and former boyfriend of Tate, Wojciech Frykowski, who was Polanski's friend and an aspiring screenwriter. Frykowski's girlfriend, Abigail Folger, heiress to the Folger coffee fortune, was also at the home. Polanski was in Europe filming, and while Tate, who was 8.5 months pregnant at the time, had been with him on the shoot, she had returned to LA 3 weeks early. Frykowski was asleep on the couch when the 3 assailants entered the home. He awoke upon hearing Watson whisper to Atkins. Watson noticed the movement and kicked Frykowski in the head. When Frykowski asked Watson who he was and what he was doing in the house, he infamously said,
"I am the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business."
Under Watson's direction, Atkins located the other 3 occupants in the house and, with Krenwinkel's assistance, forced them into the living room. Watson began to tie Sebring and Tate together by the necks with the rope he had brought, slinging the rope over one of the high ceiling beams of the house like a makeshift noose. Sebring began to protest about the rough treatment of the heavily pregnant Tate, which prompted an angry Watson to shoot him. Abigail Folger was led back to her bedroom for her purse, from which she gave the intruders $70. While Folger was in the back room, Watson pulled his knife and stabbed the injured and groaning Sebring 7 times. Frykowski had been bound by the hands with a simple towel. He managed to free himself and began to struggle with Atkins. She stabbed at his legs with the knife she had been using to guard him as he fled. He fought his way out of the front door and onto the porch, but Watson managed to catch up with him. He struck Frykowski over the head several times with the gun, breaking the right grip. Frykowski was stabbed repeatedly and shot twice. Around this time, Kasabian had come up the driveway, drawn by, quote, horrifying sounds. She arrived outside the front door, and in a vain attempt to halt the massacre, she lied to Atkins, telling her that someone was coming. Meanwhile, inside the house, Folger had escaped from Krenwinkel and fled out of a bedroom door to the pool area. Folger was pursued all the way around to the front lawn by Krenwinkel, who caught her, stabbed her, and tackled her to the ground. She was then dealt the death blow by the waiting Watson and Krenwinkel, who together stabbed her 28 times. Her chilling last words were supposedly, "You can stop now. I'm already dead." Frykowski, who was still clinging to life, attempted to drag himself across the lawn in search of escape. Watson, caught a flurry of attacks, finished him off with a knife. Frykowski was stabbed a total of 51 times. Inside the house, Tate pleaded to be let go, offering herself as a hostage in an effort to save her unborn child. "Please, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I just want to have my baby." "Look, bitch, I don't care a thing about you. You're going to die, and there's nothing you can do about it," was the response that Susan Atkins gave to Tate's pleas. Atkins would initially testify in court to stabbing Tate herself, but would later recant this testimony, claiming in fact that Watson had done the deed. In a 1978 autobiography, Watson would claim that he stabbed Tate and Atkins never touched her. He would claim that he falsely claimed innocence at the time of the stabbing because prosecutors were convinced that Atkins had been the one. While the actual perpetrator is unclear, Atkins, Watson, or both, two facts are certain. Sharon Tate was stabbed 16 times while she cried for her mother. Manson's orders had been carried out, and earlier, before the group had left the Spahn Ranch, Manson told the women to, quote, "leave a sign, something witchy." Using the towel that had bound Frykowski's hands, Atkins wrote the word "pig" on the house's front door in Tate's blood. The following night, a similar terror and madness would be wreaked against two more unsuspecting victims, Leno and Rosemary LaBianca, at 3301 Waverly Drive. The home at 3301 Waverly Drive was Leno's childhood home. The pair, who had been married 9 years, were on their way back from dropping Rosemary's daughter Susan at her apartment. On the way, they stopped to get gas. Making a U-turn, they picked up a copy of the Los Angeles Herald-Examiner from John Falcano's newsstand across the street. Leno had been a regular of Falcano's, and they stood talking for a few minutes about the news of the day, including the Tate murders that had occurred the previous night. Rosemary seemed unnerved by the killings. He recalls the LaBiancas leaving around 1 or 2 a.m. Unlike the Tate murders the night before, Manson was actually present for these murders, albeit very briefly. He had been displeased by the panic of the victims at Cielo Drive the night before. Manson accompanied Leslie Van Houten, Steve Clem Grogan, and the 4 family members from the previous night to, quote, "show them how to do it." Manson and Tex Watson were the first to enter the house. They subdued the sleeping couple by promising them that no harm would come to them if they complied with their attackers' demands. They were only here to rob them. With Rosemary and Leno in the living room, pillowcases over their heads held in place by lamp cords, Manson exited the house. He instructed the girls waiting in the car outside, Patricia Krenwinkel and Leslie Van Houten, to enter the house and murder the inhabitants. The women went inside and went to the kitchen in search of weapons. Watson then sent the women from the kitchen to the bedroom where Rosemary had been relocated. Watson returned to the living room and stood watch over Leno. Leno LaBianca seemed hesitant to believe the promise of these scraggly, dirty intruders. He began to struggle with Watson, who promptly stabbed him in the throat with a chrome-plated bayonet. "Don't stab me anymore," Leno pleaded. Then, in an eerie echo of Abigail Folger's last words, he said, "I'm dead. I'm dead." Back in the bedroom, Rosemary undoubtedly heard the struggle between Watson and her husband. She began to fight back against Van Houten and Krenwinkel, swinging the lamp that she had tied around her neck at her attackers. Krenwinkel was perturbed by the victim's defiance and threatened Rosemary with one of the knives that they had retrieved from the kitchen. Rosemary began pleading for her life, saying that they could have anything they wanted and she wouldn't call the police. The mention of the police seemed to trigger an already agitated Van Houten, who held Rosemary down while Patricia Krenwinkel stabbed her in the neck. But in the frenzy, the knife bent. The women called to Watson for help. He came to the bedroom and stabbed Rosemary a few times with the bayonet. Van Houten recalled in later testimony that Watson gave her a knife as well. She said, quote, "I stabbed Mrs. LaBianca in the lower torso. I knew I needed to do something," unquote. Van Houten stabbed Rosemary in the back and the exposed buttocks 16 times. Watson reportedly was instructed to make certain that each family member had an equal role in the killing. At the end of the bloody struggle, Rosemary LaBianca had been stabbed a total of 41 times. Using the blood of their victims, just like they had at the Tate murders, they wrote "Rise" and "Death to Pigs" on the walls, and, perhaps most famously, misspelled the words "Helter Skelter" on the refrigerator door, the song from the Beatles' White Album that Manson had become obsessed with. Krenwinkel did most of the writing. She also punctured Leno 14 times with an ivory-handled carving fork, which she left sticking out of his stomach. She also left a steak knife jutting from his throat. The killers then showered in the home, pet the LaBianca's dogs, then left. Meanwhile, Manson, who had been outside during the killings, got in the car with getaway driver Linda Kasabian. He handed her Rosemary's wallet and told her to drop it on the sidewalk as soon as they arrived at a black neighborhood. According to prosecutors, Manson wanted a black person to find the wallet and use the credit cards so the police would think they found the real killer. But on the way, there was a change of plans. Manson had Kasabian pull into a gas station in Sylmar, 20 miles northwest of the LaBianca home. He asked her to leave it in the women's restroom. She didn't just leave it, though. Instead, she hid it in the toilet tank. The wallet wouldn't be found for another 4 months. The next day, the LaBianca children discovered the dead bodies of their parents. Leno was on the living room floor with a bloody pillowcase covering his head. A cord was tied around his neck, and his hands were behind his back, tied with a leather strap. He had been stabbed a total of 12 times with the bayonet. One of the perpetrators had also carved the word "war" on Leno's exposed abdomen. Rosemary was on the bedroom floor, wearing one of her favorite blue and white striped dresses, which was bunched up over her head, exposing her naked body. But well before the LaBiancas suffered a night of terror in their home at the hands of the Manson family, the wheels of justice had already begun to turn. The Tate murders had become national news on August 9, 1969. The Polanski's housekeeper, Winifred Chapman, had arrived for work that morning and discovered the murder scene. On August 10th, detectives of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, which had jurisdiction in the Hinman case, informed LAPD detectives assigned to the Tate case of the bloody writing that had also been found at the Hinman house. According to Manson prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi, because detectives believed the Tate murders were a consequence of a drug transaction, the Tate team ignored this and the crime's other similarities. The Tate autopsies were underway, and the LaBianca bodies were yet to be discovered. During the Tate autopsies, detectives working on the Gary Hinman case noticed the similarities in the weapons used, the stab wounds, and the writing in blood on the walls. They also thought that the case had something to do with narcotics. They brought the information to detectives working on the Tate murders, but they had no official suspects outside of groundskeeper William Garretson, whom victim Stephen Parent had been meeting the night of the murders. Held briefly as a Tate suspect, Garretson told police that he had neither seen nor heard anything on the night of the murder. He was released on August 11, 1969, after undergoing a polygraph examination that indicated he had not been involved in the crimes. Interviewed decades later, He stated he had, in fact, witnessed a portion of the murders, as the examination suggested. Gerritsen died in August 2016. The LaBianca crime scene was discovered at about 10:30 p.m. on August 10th, approximately 19 hours after the murders were committed. 15-year-old Frank Struthers, Rosemary's son from a prior marriage and Leno's stepson, returned from a camping trip and was disturbed by seeing all of the window shades of his home drawn and the fact that his stepfather's speedboat was still attached to the family car, which was parked in the driveway. He called his older sister and her boyfriend. The boyfriend, Joe Dorgan, accompanied by the younger Struthers into the home and discovered Leno's body. Rosemary's body was found by investigating police officers. On August 12, 1969, the LAPD told the press that it had ruled out any connection between the LaBianca homicides and the Tate homicides. On August 16th, the sheriff's office raided Spahn Ranch and arrested Manson and 25 others as, quote, suspects in a major auto theft ring that had been stealing Volkswagen Beetles and converting them into dune buggies. Weapons were seized, but because the warrant had been misdated, the group was released a few days later. In a report at the end of August, the LaBianca detectives noted a possible connection between the bloody writings at the LaBianca house and the, quote, singing group The Beatles' most recent album. Still working separately from the Tate team, the LaBianca team checked with the sheriff's office in mid-October about possible similar crimes. It was then that they learned of the Hinman case. They also learned that the Hinman detectives had spoken with Beausoleil's girlfriend, Kitty Lutzinger. She had been arrested a few days earlier with members of the Manson family. Following up on leads a month after they had spoken with Lutzinger, LaBianca detectives contacted members of a motorcycle gang that Manson had tried to enlist as his bodyguards while the family was at Spahn Ranch. While the gang members were providing information that suggested a link between Manson and the murders, a dormitory mate of Susan Atkins informed the LAPD of the family's involvement in the crimes. Atkins was booked for the Hinman murder after she told sheriff's detectives that she had been involved in it. Transferred to Sybil Brand Institute, a detention center in Monterey Park, California, she had begun bragging to bunkmates Ronnie Howard and Virginia Graham details of the Tate and LaBianca murders. Details that only someone who had been present at the crime scenes would know. On December 1st, acting on information from these sources, the LAPD announced arrest warrants for Watson, Kasabian, and Krenwinkel for the Tate case. Manson and Atkins were not mentioned as they were already in custody at the time. Meanwhile, physical evidence was being gathered from the crime scenes, such as Krenwinkel and Watson's fingerprints around the house at Cielo Drive, not to mention the .22 caliber pistol that Watson had used to shoot victim Stephen Parent. The pistol had been discovered by a 10-year-old neighbor of the Tate Polanski residence, and he had turned the weapon over to the authorities. Bloody clothing discarded by the assailants was also discovered by a local ABC television crew, not to mention a knife lost by Susan Atkins at the Tate crime scene, ultimately discovered behind a cushion. With the evidence piling up, the trial began on June 15, 1970. Since Linda Kasabian had not actively participated in the murders, she was offered immunity to testify against other family members regarding the crimes committed that terrible night. Manson, Atkins, Kasabian, and Krenwinkel were charged with 7 counts of murder and 1 of conspiracy. Tex Watson fled back to Texas following the murders and was arrested there on November 30th, 1969. He fought extradition long enough to be tried separately from the other defendants, who would ultimately face the same charges. Leslie Van Houten, who had only participated in the LaBianca killings, was charged with 2 counts of murder and 1 of conspiracy. Manson was originally granted permission by Judge William Keene to act as his own attorney during the course of the trial, but due to his strange behavior, including a violation of a gag order, this permission was withdrawn before the trial began. On Friday, July 24th, the first day of testimony, Manson appeared in court with an X famously carved into his own forehead. The reason for this, in his own words, was because he was, quote, considered inadequate and incompetent to speak or defend himself, and had X'd himself from the establishment's world. Over the following weekend, the female defendants in the case would duplicate the mark on their own foreheads, as did most family members within a day or so. During the trial, other family members would loiter outside of the courthouse and in the hallways, causing a constant disruptive presence during proceedings. Most were forced to remain outside, where they would participate in vigils or walk around brandishing sheathed hunting knives, each identifiable by the X mark on their foreheads. Some family members would even go to the extent of attempting to dissuade witnesses from testifying. Several were threatened, and one was injured in a suspicious fire when his van burned. Former member Barbara Hoyt, who had overheard Susan Atkins describing the Tate murders to family member Ruth Ann Morehouse, spoke of being drugged by Morehouse with a heaping dose of LSD in her food in an attempt to keep her from being called as a witness or from testifying. It had the opposite effect. Where she had been a reluctant witness before the drugging incident, afterwards her reticence disappeared, and while in the hospital recovering from being drugged, made it clear that she wished to testify to what she had been told. On October 5th, Manson himself was denied permission by the court to question a prosecution witness whom his own defense attorneys had declined to cross-examine. In a violent outburst, Manson leapt over the defense table and attempted to attack the judge. He was wrestled to the ground by bailiffs and removed from the court, followed by the female defendants in the case, all who had risen and began chanting in Latin. After that, it was rumored that the judge in the case began wearing a revolver on his person beneath his robes for protection. On November 16th, the prosecution rested their case. 3 days later, the defense stunned the court by resting as well, after not calling a single witness. Shouting their disapproval, Atkins, Krenwinkel, and Van Houten demanded to testify. However, the defense, knowing their ultimate dedication to Manson and the fact that they were willing to completely take accountability for the murders in order to free their leader, rested their case prematurely in an effort to keep them from self-sabotaging their own case. Speaking about the trial in a 1987 interview, Patricia Krenwinkel stated, quote, "The entire proceedings were scripted by Charlie," unquote. And Charlie would finally get his say the next day in court. During his testimony, the jury was removed from the courtroom in order to prevent him from influencing them by implicating his co-defendants. Speaking for more than an hour, Manson would ramble about many things, including stating that, quote, "the music is telling the youth to rise up against the establishment," unquote. He also said, quote, "Why blame it on me? I didn't write the music." And, "To be honest with you, I don't recall ever saying get a knife and a change of clothes and go do what Tex says." But it proved to be too little, too late. On January 25th, 1971, the jury returned guilty verdicts for all defendants in the case on each of the 27 separate counts against them. It was recommended that each of them face the death penalty for their crimes. But even conviction wouldn't be the end of the story. As the heart of the trial concluded and closing arguments were pending, one of the defense attorneys who Manson had taken particular dislike against, Ronald Hughes, went missing during a weekend camping trip. Ominously, Manson had looked at Hughes at one point during the trial after he had refused to allow his clients to self-sabotage themselves to save their leader and stated, quote, "I don't want to see you in the courtroom again," unquote. And he wasn't. On March 29, 1971, the same day that the jury returned death penalty verdicts on all the defendants on all counts, Hughes's badly decomposed body was found wedged between two boulders in a gorge. Due to the advanced decomposition on the body, a cause of death was unable to be determined, but it is widely thought that Hughes was yet another victim of the family, who were still carrying out their leader's twisted wishes. The death penalty for all the Manson family defendants was eventually reduced to life in prison due to the court ruling in 1972, which declared the death penalty unconstitutional. Each of the defendants were eligible then for parole. Eventually, all the convicted members would renounce Manson, and many of them would show remorse in their later years. Susan Atkins served a life sentence at the Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla, California. In 2008, it was announced that she was suffering from brain cancer. An application for compassionate release due to her health status was denied in July, and she was denied parole for the 18th and final time in September 2009. Susan Atkins died of natural causes 22 days later. She was 61 years old. Patricia Krenwinkel is still serving her life sentence at the California Institution for Women at Chino, California. She has been denied parole a total of 14 times. Leslie Van Houten is housed at the California Institution for Women in Frontera, California, where she is serving her sentence. As of 2018, she has been denied parole a total of 21 times. Charles Tex Watson is serving his life sentence at the Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility in San Diego, California. He is now an ordained minister and claims to be a born-again Christian. He has been denied parole 17 times. Bobby Beausoleil, killer of Gary Hinman and former family member, began serving a 30-plus year sentence in 1970. He is still serving his sentence at the California Medical Facility in Vacaville, California. Linda Kasabian was granted immunity for being the key prosecution witness during the trial and moved away from California afterwards. But what of the man who gave his name to perhaps the most infamous cult of all time? Charles Manson was imprisoned at Corcoran State Prison and was denied parole a total of 12 times. On January 1st, 2018, he was taken to the hospital and found to be suffering from gastrointestinal bleeding. He was returned to prison, still very ill. On November 15th, he was returned to the hospital and only 4 days later died from cardiac arrest resulting from complications from colon cancer. He was 83 years old. The Tate residence was eventually demolished and a new mansion was built on the property. The home remains vacant. The La Bianca home is a private residence and was placed on the market in 2019 when it was purchased by Ghost Adventures host and true crime fan Zach Bagans. He had reportedly planned on using the property for an upcoming production, but, quote, changed his mind when he felt the vibe there. He has placed the home back on the market, telling TMZ that he ultimately decided to abandon whatever project he was working on out of respect for the surviving members of the La Bianca family. The final legacy of the Manson family and the motivation for the crimes is up for debate to this day, but two things are certain. America was never the same after those fateful bloody nights in August of 1969. Second, more than anything else in his life, the little boy from the hills of West Virginia wanted to be famous, and ultimately he got his wish. 40 years after the crimes, during a retrospective from the Los Angeles Times, former family member and ranch worker Juan Flynn had perhaps the most appropriate parting words. Quote, Charles Manson got away with everything. People will say he's in jail, but Charlie is exactly where he wants to be.